2025 Agriforce Machinery New South Wales Senior and Junior Dirt Track Championships, presented by Agriforce Machinery, National Motorcycle Alliance, Motorcycling New South Wales.
Good morning. This is Gunnedah, township of Gunnedah on the Liverpool Plains in northwest New South Wales, and we are here for one reason only, and that's to cover the Agriforce Machinery 2025 New South Wales Senior Dirt Track Championships and the 2025 Junior Dirt Track Championships. Hi, I'm Ross Allen. Joel Allen will join me in commentary today for a second day of competition. Yesterday, day one, saw 3 rounds of competition completed, and the weather conditions a bit different from yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see how riders handle a track surface. Good morning, Joel.
Yeah, morning, Ross, and fantastic day of racing we saw yesterday, and all those people that tuned into our live stream would have seen some really top-class action. The track here conducive to some really good, fast, hard racing. We saw that yesterday, and it culminates today, day number 2, with our final round. Also, the rapid charges, last chance for riders to get through to the final. Top 10 point scorers go directly through, of course, and then the rest of the guys will fight it out for 2 positions in that rapid charge to try and get through to that final. But what a fantastic shot. We've had some great footage here from Gunnedah, and that's the track as you see from above, the drone footage, and a fantastic layout, very fast, very quick, and we saw some fantastic racing yesterday, didn't we, Ross?
Yeah, and it's a great innovation by Motorcycling New South Wales to cover dirt track racing on a live stream basis for the first time, and we're happy to be a part of that coverage. Those people that are joining us, welcome from wherever you may be watching. But this is going to be, I think, the interesting factor for today, Joel. The weather conditions are cooler. This is an oil-based circuit, so the track conditions will be, in my opinion, I'm not a rider, but in my opinion, speaking to some of them, they will be different to yesterday. So there'll be different strategies that are going to be used today.
Yeah, you certainly will. You see the shot here on the screen. That's coming down the straight into that first left-hand, a very, very fast corner that is.
Very quick.
A lot of guys there set themselves up, some wide, some try to come on that inside line and get the advantage to duck underneath riders. We saw that yesterday with a lot of guys, and you can see that little bit of rutted area there. That's caused a few of the riders a bit of drama, so some of them like to get a bit wider. Then you come down a bit further into that top right hand, a little right hand kink that sends them down to the bottom of the track there. You can see the left hand sweeping turn there, so you want to be set up nicely going into there, probably a lower line on the track there, because it's a bit hard to try and go around the outside there, near impossible. So riders like to keep it nice and tight there. They come into that little left-hander there, then they head down into that change of direction part of the track,
which is what dirt track racing is. To be a dirt track, you must have a change of direction, you must have a clear right-hand turn, and this is the turn coming up here now, the right-hand turn. Now, this is an area where if riders are a bit brave and they're looking for points, they do try to make passes here in this section. It's not usually a normal, easy passing section, but if you're in a situation where you're chasing points and you need to try to get through to the final, then this is an area where you might start to be making some passes as we then sweep into the big sweeping left-hander.
Yeah, you want to try and be, if you can, with that change of direction on the inside line to set you up on the inside coming into this sweeper. We saw yesterday a lot of bikes carried a lot of speed and momentum into this big sweeping left-hand corner, which then comes onto the straight and then sets them up. And if you can get the momentum out of that turn, it can really slingshot you down the straight and past the leader. And we saw that yesterday with the finish line just there. That speed to carry out of that corner is really, really important.
So that's a lap of the Gunnedah track, Balcarry Park, named after a dairy out in this area here. There was a Balcarry dairy in this area, and as we've shown you with the sweeping shots on our coverage here with Skywalker Studios, that it is a rural area renowned for its agriculture, but for this weekend it's renowned for its motorcycling, and we're going to see some very, very keenly contested rounds of the final round, round 4. As you pointed out, this is the last chance for points for the riders that go into the repechage final series. They don't get another round of point scoring. This is their final round of point scoring. This is the start area where they get behind what are called traps. The traps drop down. If you're too close to those traps, then that's what they're called. You get trapped. It falls down on your front wheel and you completely miss the start. So we're getting close to a start. It'll be a big lineup of events today. The first round of events that you will see are round 4 of the competition. 3 rounds have been completed. Engines are fired up and we're getting started. We're getting into heat number 1 of the 13s to 16 years championships. Hugh Hope Hodgetts, Nate Jager, Zach Brady, Jake Kesby, Archie Ryman, Jesse Johnston and Violet Hoskinson are the ones programmed for the event. There may be some dropouts throughout the day because of, maybe physical and mechanical problems from yesterday, but we'll keep you up to date as we progress through this round of competition. They're at the traps. They're ready to go for race number 1. Enjoy our coverage today wherever you may be viewing from. Here they go for day 2 of the 2025 New South Wales Championships on the dirt track.
Yeah, Hugh Hope Hodgetts got away nicely there on the 06 machine. He and Nate Jager there on the inside now, having a little bit of a look there as they go down that little tight right-hander. Now underneath goes Jager and he grabs the race lead away from Hugh Hope Hodgetts now, that settles back into second placing, and he's got the work to do to try and wrestle that lead back away. We saw Jager yesterday with some good results in this class, and these two have been battling it out over the weekend, and it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top. But at the moment in this one, Nate Jager has got the race lead. He was a little slow to start, but Hugh Hope Hodgetts went to that first corner first, but Jager, it wasn't too long before he took control of the race, and it's Jager out in front of Hugh Hope Hodgetts, then a long gap back to third placing. I think it might be Zach Brady.
It is Zach Brady.
On bike number 90.
Yep, and following him is Archie Ryman, so they're tending to start to spread out a little bit here. The top 2 kicking away in the positions 1 and 2. And then 3 and 4 battling it out. But all the points count now in this division. This is their last round to try and score points to get into the top 10 for the final.
Yeah, and it's Nate Jager in control of this one as they head down to the bottom section of the track, and he's comfortably got a good lead.
Certainly looking good today, isn't he?
Hugh Hope Hodgetts. So he's come out determined this morning to grab the victory straight up, and he's only got 1 lap to go from here, so he comes past over the stripe now, and he'll have 1 more lap to negotiate. Triple H right behind him though, and he's sitting in there looking to try and get a bit closer, but he's not going to be probably happy to run second in this one with Zach Brady a long gap back in third placing. So only half the lap left to run, and Nate Jager on bike number 8 has been in full control of this opening race here on day number 2 of the New South Wales titles for the juniors and seniors, and he heads to the checkered flag, and he will grab the first win of the morning. Nate Jager on bike number 8 ahead of Hugh Hope Hodgetts on the number 6 machine in second place, and Zach Brady will come across the line in third spot.
Coming up, heat number 2. One thing about dirt track racing, the racing just continues, race after race after race, and we're set now for heat number 2 in round 4 of the 13s to 16s, scheduled to see Lawson Sheem, Johnny Cooper, Byron Jolliffe, Cooper Carney, Taj Edwards and Nash Carlyon. In this one, Taj Edwards and Nash Carlyon had good days yesterday, as did Johnny Cooper. It'll be interesting to see just how many points they can bag. This is their last chance for points to try and get into the top 10 and miss that repechage, the cutthroat repechage. So we've got about 5 starters on the traps by the looks of things. The starter has them ready. No, there was one right out on the outside. So 6 starters here, and the outside rider got away very quickly too, and that was a 27 of Taj Edwards, but he's going to have to tuck into second spot. Yeah,
Johnny Cooper on the 713 got the start, and he yesterday showed a nice turn of speed on the 713 machine, and he's out there in front of this one, and it's going to be tough to try and get past him. Taj Edwards, though, he was impressive as well, very consistently up there in the top 3 riders, and already moves up on the outside now of Cooper as he tries to. Oh, down he goes. The front end washed out on him, and the bike goes down. He's up on his feet and okay, but meanwhile, Taj Edwards taking advantage. A little bit of pressure there, Ross, and it was Cooper that just washed out that front end.
Yeah, Nash Carlyon looks like he's been able to take advantage of that and move up into second spot. But our rider who fell is up and going because he knows that he's got to chase points. No good me staying here on the track. This is my last chance to grab points. Poor old Taj Edwards has got a job to do, but at least he'll score some sort of points in this. Also challenging up there is Byron Jolliffe on the 228 machine. But around about half race distance, and our race leader is doing it comfortably, all thanks to that fall from his challenger, Taj Edwards.
No, Edwards out in front is doing a good job of it on bike number 27. He's taken full advantage of Johnny Cooper and that little fall going into that big sweeper, and Cooper in fact has pulled off onto the infield, so he won't finish the race at all, which is unfortunate for him. So one more lap to go for the race leader. Taj Edwards, as I mentioned, was very consistent yesterday. He really did have some good finishes to go consistently in the top three. Carline is the guy behind him, is making up a little bit of ground on bike number 600, but I think he's going to run out of time, although he made up a lot of ground there coming into that bottom left-hand sweeping turn, and he's starting to try and put himself in position with only half a lap to go to try and snatch this lead away from Taj Edwards. He's only got one turn to try and do it as they charge towards the checkered flag, and as Taj Edwards, though, I think he's going to hold on bike number 27, and he comes across the line to grab the victory. Good chase by Carline on bike number 600. And third place to round out the podium will be Byron Jolliffe on bike 228.
Well, interesting race there, and the dropping of points is going to be a fairly costly one for poor old Johnny Cooper. Now we move to event 99, which is the first heat in round 4 of the 9s to 13s championship. Now these riders will decide their championship on points alone. They will not have a repechage or final, so they'll have 5 rounds of competition. This is their second last chance to score points. James Perrott, Flynn Beard, Will Ryan, Jai French, Bodie Lay, Brodie Ford, Levi Sutherland, Evie Wiggins and Riker Muggleton charge away from the start.
Yeah, Brodie Ford got away to a good start. He was another guy that was up there yesterday consistently, but right behind him, the big danger is going to be Flynn Beard on the KTM number 43, and he's already right up on the hammer, and he'll push Brodie Ford all the way. If you're looking to try and get through, there's that you want to set yourself up on that inside line, and he's done that. He goes around the outside, and that puts him on the low line going into the turn there. Great shots on the camera there, the live footage as they come out of the big sweeping turn and onto the straight for the first time, and Flynn Beard has captured the race lead away from Ford now, and giving chase in third spot is Jai French on bike number 26, who's not too far off the pace either. He's looking to try and get up close enough to make a dive for that second placing and try and get around Ford, and he's getting closer to him too now as they go into that bottom part of the track.
Flynn Beard from the ACT was impressive yesterday, and boy, he's got himself off to a super start, but the interesting battle at the moment is for second and third place, and that's between Jai French and Brodie Ford. Brodie Ford slightly has the better of it at the moment, but French, I think, has got him in his sights.
Yeah, he keeps looking over the shoulder. He's a little bit worried. He knows French is there. He can hear him coming, and as they slide their way into that turn number 1, it's Ford. It's got the advantage of that second placing. This is a battle for second spot, but French is really, he likes his part of the track. You can see him close the gap significantly as they come through that bottom part of the track, and he's going to have 1.5 laps to try and find a way around as they sweep their way onto the straight with only one more lap left to run. And look at this battle for second spot. Ford has another nervous look over the shoulder just to see where French is, and French is not too far away. He still might be a chance to try and grab that second spot away from him as they head into that turn 1 for the very last time, but French needs to make up a bit of ground there as Ford pulled away a little bit. You can see French makes up that ground as they go into that part of the track, but I think Ford has got him pretty covered at the moment with only half a lap left to run. Your race win is going to go to Flynn Beard on bike number 43. He'll come onto the straight and grab the checkered flag as he tears past on the 43 KTM and takes the victory in heat number 1, round 4. Second spot, Ford holds on the 107 ahead of the 26 of Jai French that picks up third placing to round out the podium.
99 races down from yesterday and today, and we're up to event 100, which is the 4th round of the 9s to 13s championship, another division whereby riders will have 5 rounds of competition to decide the overall points score and therefore the overall New South Wales champion. In this race, we're scheduled to see Thomas Bailey, Jake Straney, Hugo Holmes, a defending New South Wales champion, Jackson Grabham, Chad Armstrong, Cohen McCosker, Jack Levitt and Isaac Cross, all ready to come out. They're at the traps. The starters had a look to see that the track is clear. And here, the riders are now in the starters' hands behind the traps, ready for the 9s to 13s championship division. Close racing in this yesterday, particularly Hugo Holmes, the local Gunnedah rider. One rider very slowly away from the start, but Hugo Holmes, the local Gunnedah rider, is the defending champion in this division, and the Gunnedah fans will be wanting him to do well again.
He was very slow away at the start there, finds himself back in third place. Jake Straney was the rider that got the best of the start, and he leads the pack. Another guy is Isaac Cross on the 774, who was right up there yesterday as well, has a sneaky look over the shoulder to see where Hugo Holmes is, because he knows Hugo is going to come at him quickly here. He won't want to be back in. Oh, gee, got a shake of the front wheel there as he came into the big sweeper, and that's lost him a lot of ground. And Straney leads the way, but look at Cross now start to hunt him down. Gets the head down behind the handlebars, and he's starting to really eat up that distance between himself and the race leader, Jake Straney. Straney's got him covered at the moment, but here comes Cross on the charge.
Yeah, they're tightly bunched up front, and you can see the pressure that's on them to grab the points to try and make sure they're in a good position for the final round. A little bit of a space opening up. Hugo Holmes not looking comfortable on the bike today. He's back in third place, and behind Hugo Holmes on the 117, it looks like it might be Thomas Bailey, I think, might be on the 27. We'll check that fourth place out in just a moment. But back to our race leader, who is doing it well, starting to actually give himself a little bit of breathing space as those 3 riders pull away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, not too much. A similar distance between the top 3 at the moment, but any one of these guys could quickly close that gap. With Jake Straney leading the way, Isaac Cross in second place on the 774, and Hugo Holmes looking dangerous back there in third spot, looking to try and pounce on the look at Cross. So gets closer now, and that's that speed we're talking about out of the big sweeper onto the straight, and he got a good bit of momentum, but then he hit that bump in the corner, and that's lost him a bit of ground. That's allowed Hugo Holmes now to come right up to the back. This is going to be a great run to the line. 3 riders. Straney looks like he's got him covered. Cross is worried. He keeps looking over the shoulder because he knows Holmes is a real threat behind him. They've only got one corner to negotiate to the checkered flag. Straney looks like he's going to hang on to the victory in this one. It's going to be close for the Miners, but I think Cross, good ride by Cross. He holds off Hugo Holmes, the current champ, who finishes third across the line, but a good battle between those 3 guys in the 85cc 2-stroke and 150 4-stroke 9 to under 13 years championship class.
Event coming up next is event 101, and it's the 4th round of the over 35s. This is not a championship race this weekend for the over 35s. It's simply a support class on the program, and we're scheduled to see Marty McNamara, Trevor Marsh, Corey Ford, Andy Fisher, Neil Girdler, Wesley Barnes, Dean Marsh, John Davis, Derek Seam, Anthony Edwards and Josh McCosker. Pretty good field of over 35 riders, but it's just a support class for the opportunity for these riders who are over the age of 35 years to have a blast out here at the Balcarry Park circuit in Gunnedah. The traps are down. Pretty even start. The rider on the inside got away particularly well as they charged towards the first corner.
Yeah, McCosker got away to a flyer on the inside. He leads McNamara. That was the case yesterday in a few of the races. McCosker got out quickly, but McNamara tracked him down, and that's what's going to happen here at the moment. There's McNamara now. Didn't waste too much time, and he moves up on the inside now, McCosker, and grabs the race lead. He's already picked up the 3 wins. He's looking for number 4, and he's on his way to do it early in this one as they come across the stripe for the first time, and Marty McNamara leads the over 35 support class. McCosker giving chaser in second spot, and I think it was Wesley Barnes up there as well on the 28 in third position, but McNamara now starting to stretch the legs over McCosker in second spot, but they're starting to bunch up a little behind the race leader, so a good battle here starting to form for the minor placings. McCosker there, but I think it's the 28 of Wesley Barnes that's right behind him as they come onto the straight one more time. McCosker leads. Marty McNamara leads, and it is the 28 of Wesley Barnes that's trying to get past McCosker, who's currently in second place.
Yeah, we had a bit of confusion on our program yesterday, Joel. We've got two number 28s, Neil Girdler and Wesley Barnes. We were informed by the officials that one way to tell them apart is the orange helmet, and I don't think that the rider in third spot there has got the orange helmet, so it might actually be Neil Girdler who's sitting in third spot, and following him is Andy Fisher on the 24. So they're the top four riders. Derek Seam on the 83 is up there pretty closely with them, as those riders in our shot at the camera at the moment are back in position. But it's Girdler up there with Andy Fisher and Derek Seam battling it out in those minor placings. But Marty McNamara on the 7 has given them the fly.
Yeah, he's going to come across the line, Ross, and take the checkered flag and make it win number 4 in the over 35. Second spot to McCosker. Third place goes to Girdler, but he got chased hard by Andy Fisher across the line that just missed out on the podium finish in 4th placing. But another win to Marty McNamara in the over 35 supports.
And he did extremely well yesterday in this division. He's giving himself a big card of rides this weekend because he's riding in the support class and he's also riding in the championship class. So he's got a big weekend. He'll be sleeping well tonight. Round 4 of the 7 to 9 years coming up, and we're scheduled to see Brennis Johnson, Hudson McConnell, Regan Quinn, Slater Beard, Logan Lay, Jax Pringle, Cooper Quinn, Vincent Marsh, Daniel Walsh-Cloak, Axel Kirkness and Cade Wildsmith. And just as soon as I've finished running them through, away they go. Racing is quick and fast on the dirt track format.
Yeah, Cooper Quinn was dominant in this class yesterday over the first 3 rounds, and he goes to the race lead. Axel Kirkness was up there as well on the 387 early, but at the moment it's the 82 of Cooper Quinn that early on in the race has already started to extend a nice sort of lead. But we saw that a few times yesterday, and then the field started to slowly reel in the race leader. So I wonder if we'll see that again this time with the 82 of Cooper Quinn leading the way as he comes out of the big sweeper and onto the straight for the first time, and he leads got a handy little lead over Jax Pringle on the 31. There's McConnell on the 31 in third spot, Pringle on the 61 in second placing. Axel Kirkness now drops back to 4th spot, so little stretched out over the track at the moment, similar distance between riders, but the interest will be whether they can try and reel in this lead from Cooper Quinn. Jax Pringle's the man that's tasked to do that in second place, and then a similar gap back to third spot, and that's the 31 of McConnell.
And when you consider that these riders are only 7 to 9 years of age, you can see how really competitive they are on the racetrack. They enjoy their racing. They absolutely love it. And who knows, they could become champions of the future. But then those riders that are also in the field, if those riders don't turn up, then the ones at the top of the field don't get the chance to race. So it's great to see these 7 and 9-year-olders out there as competitive as they are for a New South Wales championship.
Now here's Pringle starting to slowly close that gap to the race leader, the 82 of Cooper Quinn. Quinn at the moment is looking fairly comfortable, but you can see Jax Pringle has eaten into that lead with only 1 lap left to go, and he's starting to get a little bit closer. There's McConnell hanging right off the back as they come past us, but into the turn, and it's race leader Quinn, but here comes Pringle. He's making a real late charge at the leader here as they come down into the bottom part of the track, and he's only got to try and half a lap to try and close that gap. I think it might be just a little too much from Cooper Quinn out in front. He got away to a good lead and established that lead early, and that's made it hard for Jax Pringle to try and run him down. So onto the straight they come for the last time. The checkered flag's out, and Cooper Quinn takes the victory across the line ahead of Jax Pringle in second spot. McConnell has a look over the shoulder in third place to see who's back behind him. It's Axel Kirkness and Cade Wildsmith, another one of the riders that come across the top 5.
Coming up next are 3 heats of the ATV, the four-wheelers Open Championship. And this division is competing in this last round of point scoring. This will be the last chance for point scores for the riders to get into the repechage and finals. In heat number 1, we see Bailey Northcott, Matthew Griffiths, Braith Birkin-Paul, Chevy Green and John Sherlock. Now the Griffiths did extremely well yesterday, Matthew being one of them. He's lined up for the start in this race. And then Joshua Griffiths, who comes up in the next heat, also did extremely well yesterday, and it'll be interesting to see when the two Griffiths actually meet each other.
That'll be the final, Ross.
That'll be the final for sure.
Yeah, because they don't meet until the final.
That final will be something to really look forward to in this ATV division when those two Griffiths boys get together. So the starter is happy with them now. They're at the traps and ready to go for Heat 1 of the ATV Open Championship in round 4.
Yeah, Griffiths got away as expected. Super quick on the inside, Matty Griffith. And he goes to the race lead. Oh, there's a rider pulling out of the race early on. That's Chevy Green on the 93. The bike has just decided that it's had enough. And he's stuck on the edge of the track now. Gets going again, though, and rejoins the race, but nearly a lap down. So not sure what's happened with Chevy Green there in the on the 93 machine. But onto the straight they come, and here's your race leader, Matty Griffith, on bike number 67. Second spot giving chase is John Sherlock on the 75, and Sherlock is the guy that's going to have to try and run down Matthew Griffin, which is almost mission impossible. And there's a good battle going on for third place at the moment between Braith Birkin-Paul and Bailey Northcott, who is having a good old scrap back for that third placing. And see them there, not much between them as they come through that section of the track and then onto the straight. And these two are having a real ding-dong battle for that third spot. They come across the line with still 2 laps left to go. And it's Braith Birkin-Paul.
Got out wide.
But, yeah, got too wide there. The guy behind, I think that was Bailey Northcott, and lost a lot of ground.
Yeah, we were saying earlier that the track conditions are going to be a little different today than they were yesterday. It wasn't a hot day yesterday, but these oil surfaces, once they get cooler, certainly present a different racing surface for the riders. So they have to adjust. It can get a little more slippery, depending on just how the track holds up. And when you see some of our shots coming through the change of direction where our leader is now, you can see that the track's smoothed out quite a deal there. Yesterday it did get quite ruddy through there, but the track staff have done a terrific job in getting that section of the track up to scratch.
There's the victory though for Matty Griffiths. He takes the win, second spot across the line. Goes to the 75 of Sherlock. That battle for third place was eventually won by Braith Birkin-Paul on bike 114, just ahead of Bailey Northcott on the 54 machine.
So round 4 of the ATV Open Championship heat number 2 is next. They're already at the traps, and we're scheduled to see Trevor Rose, Joshua Griffiths, who will be the favourite here, Kim McKay, Hank Schleinsner and Chevelle Green are our 5 riders ready and lined up at the traps for heat number 2 in the ATV Open Championship of New South Wales, and away they go.
Yeah, good start through the middle of the pack by none other than Josh Griffiths, the current New South Wales champion. I think he's won it the last 3 times too, so he'll be looking to make it number 4 here, and he's the current Australian champion as well. So Josh Griffith, the man to beat here this weekend at Balcarry Park in Gunnedah, and at the moment you can see why that is. He's stretched away from this group of 3 that are behind him.
Chevelle Green leads up that group of 3 riders, and that's where the battle's going to be for one rider out very, very wide coming out of the pit turn.
Yeah, Chevelle Green in second spot, and it's Hank Schleinsner on the 88. That was Trevor Rose that got a little bit untidy and dropped off a little bit of ground on those 2 in front of him. But this is a good battle for the minor placings behind race leader Joshua Griffith. And at the moment, it's Chevelle Green that's in the hot seat, and right behind Schleinsner on the 88. You can see looking, trying desperately to find a way past as they come onto the straight. Now tucks onto the inside, tries to get through there, but Green has got him covered at the moment with 2 more laps left to go. This is a real good battle for the minor placings with Josh Griffith slowing up a little there as they came into the turn one, and I think he's just easing up on the bike a little at the moment. He's certainly starting to get closer with Rose there, almost losing it again, but Griffith has come right back to the field.
Is there a problem there with that bike, I wonder, because he had a clear lead? I think there might be a problem with the bike, although is he just doing what he has to do to win this race, I think?
Yeah, I think so, Ross. He certainly, if he has, he's trying to nurse that bike around the track at the moment. It looks like he might have a problem with it, but I just think he might be saving himself for the final as they go down into the bottom. Josh Griffith leads, but this battle for second, Chevelle Green, is can she hang on ahead of Hank Sleinzer, who's going to throw everything out of the kitchen sink in this final turn as they run out of the sweeper and onto the straight. Griffith's the race winner. He's going to take the checkered flag, but this battle for second spot has been an absolute cracker, and well done, Chevelle Green, to hang on to that second place ahead of Hank Sleinzer, who was right there all the way. Trevor Rose will across in fourth spot, and it's going to be Kim Mackay. Kim comes across the line to pick up fifth place.
Heat 2 of that division done, and we're up to Heat 3, the final heat for the ATV Open Championship in the final round of point scoring for them. We're scheduled to see Catherine Higgs, who went pretty well yesterday, Jeffrey McKee, Travis Northcott, Shana Stimpson and Colin Green in this division. But I think there's only about 4 riders there on the trap. So
yeah,
one of
Shana's not with us this weekend, Ross.
That's right, okay, Shana not there, but the others are, and they're saying here's our chance to grab the last lot of points as we go into the championship final.
Yeah, Colin Green got away to a good start on the 888 bike, and he's gone straight to the lead. Jeff McKee is the guy behind him in second placing. Catherine Higgs, Catherine back in third spot, and there's going to be 2 battles in one race here. The 2 up front, which is Colin Green on the 888. He's going to be chased by Jeff McKee on bike number 55, and Travis Northcott and Catherine Higgs are battling it out for that third spot. So here they come past us, and race leader is Colin Green on the 888 machine. Jeff McKee trying to put himself in position to get close enough to make a dive at this race lead in the third heat of the ATV Open Championship, and into the bottom part of the track they go, and still the same distance. Hasn't been much change up front of the race with Colin Green in control at the moment, but can Jeff McKee put himself in a position where he can try and grab this race lead away?
McKee looks like he's going to really make a race of this. He's pushing right up now on the race leader, and I think he knows that he does have some sort of a chance of grabbing him, and I think that chance might come down in the change of direction, where Jeff McKee now starts to pick up some ground in this turn number 2 down in the bottom turn, and then as they come into the change of direction he seems to make up a little bit of ground. But I think our race leader knows that he's under that bit of pressure, and Colin Green is going to make sure that he keeps a nice tight line to the finish line.
Yeah, it's 1 lap left to go, and he's making it really hard for McKee to get around, especially with the width of these things, that you've really got to try and pick your spot when they're that wide. But look at now where Colin Green kicks away on this final lap, and Jeff McKee is not able to go with him. But the battle back behind them, Catherine Higgs on the 32 is winning that battle over Travis Northcott on bike number 83 for third spot. But it's under the final straight for the very last time. The checkered flag's out, and this has been a good race win for Colin Green on bike number 888. Jeff McKee in second spot. Good ride from Catherine Higgs. Catherine comes across for third place ahead of Travis Northcott on bike 83 in fourth position.
So the last round of point scoring for the ATVs in the Open Championship is run and done. We move now to event 106 on our program, which is the 4th round for the 9s to 13 years. These are over 2 heats, so they are headed for repechage and final. They're all set and ready to go. Flynn Beard will be one to watch here. Max Craft, Will Ryan, Quad Pringle, Flynn Jolliffe, Brody Lay, Brody Ford and Shelley Trembath, and away they go.
Yeah, Ford gets away nicely on the 107, got out of the traps very quickly. There was someone slow to move that Flynn Jolliffe came flying up on the inside and has snatched that second place away. He dived under 3 riders there as they came into that first turn, and that was a good move. He was slow off the start, but really started to get a move on this. Flynn Beard on the 43 has missed a start completely, and he's got a lot of ground to make up. He's not going to get Brodie Ford out in front on the 107, and I wonder why he was so far in front, Ford. He's out in front on 107 after the first lap. Now giving chase in second spot is the 99 bike of Flynn Jolliffe. And following him is the 58 of Will Ryan. And Ryan, they're the top three at the moment on the track, with Quade Pringle just out of that top three position. And then coming across the line now is Flynn Beard on the 43. So he would have been one of the favourites to take out this race, but finds himself way behind and looking to try and chase some points in this one.
Interesting to see if we can get some communication that says what was the problem there, but we completely missed that, looking for the race leaders as they went past us for the first time. But I'll say this much about Flynn Baird: he's not put up the white flag. He's trying all he possibly can to make up some ground, but gee whiz, it's a pretty lost cause from here.
Yeah, he's certainly starting to make the ground on the 101 of Bodie Lay, and he'll come up to him very shortly. But he's only got 1.5 laps to try and pick up a couple of these riders.
He could possibly get himself up to fourth spot, Joel, which means that points will be crucial, because this is the last chance for points for this division before they get separated towards finals and repecharges.
It'll be a good effort. He's in sixth at the moment, and he's looking to try and come up to the back. There's your second place getter. It's the 99 of Flynn Jolliffe, and Flynn hanging down on the second spot ahead of Will Ryan. There's Beard now starting to make a move. He moves around up into fifth placing. I don't know whether he's going to be able to get up into fourth spot. Here's the checkered flag. It's going to wave for the 107 of Brodie Ford. He takes the victory, but we go right back to second placing. And it's going to be the 99 of Flynn Jolliffe.
Huge win.
Will pick up second spot. Comes across the line very shortly, but yeah, that was a dominant performance. There's your second place getter, the 99, the 58 of Ryan, then Pringle, and just behind Pringle was Flynn Beard, who tried to maybe another lap. He probably could have got up in the second place, but missed the start completely in that one.
Yeah, okay, let's have a look at heat number 2. Hugo Holmes, Ty McNamara, Ethan Loker, Thomas Bailey, Jack Levitt, Isaac Cross, Cohen McCosker and Riker Muggleton are the programmed riders. But some of those are not going to be able to take their part in this, but the ones to keep an eye out for here will certainly be Hugo Holmes and Ty McNamara. Isaac Cross has been going well too. This should be a pretty competitive race as the traps fall away, and the 7 on the outside did get away well, but so too did the rider just inside him, Cohen McCosker from the Central Coast.
Yeah, McCosker got the whole shot, but on the outside, McNamara on the bike number 7 has quickly gobbled up that lead, and he goes out to the front now, and he's going to be very hard to track down from there. Ty McNamara, second spot McCosker, he's dropped back to second placing now, and he's got the work to do to try and get back up there. I think that might be Thomas Bailey in third placing as they run themselves onto the straight now for the first time, and it's McNamara in front, McCosker in second. Third place is the 27 of Bailey, but it's Isaac Cross who goes around the outside there now and moves up into third placing. So Isaac Cross now is out of that pack, and he's out giving chase to these two up front. McNamara, who leads on the 7, McCosker on the 45, and now Cross into a clear third spot.
Interestingly, Joel, we're missing Hugo Holmes in this race. Whether they've elected to not compete in so many of the events, or whether there's a bike problem, we're not sure from our position here in the tower. But certainly interesting that he's not taking his place in this final point scoring round. Maybe he thinks he's got enough points to get into the final.
Well, I think there must be some sort of problem, Ross, with the bike. Would be more likely that why he hasn't been able to make the races. But McNamara on the 7 is doing the best of it. Now here comes the 774 of Isaac Cross. He's still one lap to go, and he's trying to hunt down second spot McCosker as they come through the sweep. And you can see their Cross starting to get a bit closer there. McCosker getting a bit nervous, looks over the shoulder. McCosker on the KTM number 45 in second, but look at Cross now starting to eat up the metres. Oh, I think he got the line wrong going in there, and you can see he lost a little bit of ground, but he's being a real threat for that second placing. McNamara looks like he's got first spot sewn up, but second spot still up for grabs with McCosker. McCosker hanging on to second, but look out, here comes Cross on the 774. He's going to have one last desperate lunge. Can he get him onto the straight as they swing out of the big sweeper? It's checkered flag time. The wind's going to go to the 7 of McNamara, but McCosker holds on, does a good job to hold on from a fast finishing Isaac Cross on the 774, who picks up third spot with Ethan Loker, the best of the others across the line.
We move now to another division of the 7 and 9s. This is for the 65cc two-strokers. It's their fourth round, their second last round of chance to score points. Scheduled to see Otto Duff, Brennis Johnson, Hudson McConnell, Regan Quinn, Jax Pringle, Charlie Grabham, Cooper Quinn, Ryder Nelson Collett, Axel Kirkness, Hux Davies and Cade Wildsmith. It's a pretty good field of 7 and 9-year-olders, and considering that that's what they are, just 7 and 9 years of age, and have a look at them go. They're like pro champions.
Yeah, Ryder Nelson Collett got out very quickly, but look at that man in the yellow. We've seen him, Cooper Quinn, all weekend. He not get away to the best starts, but somehow manages to find himself out in front, and that's what he has at the moment. And look, already starting to extend a lead on the rest of the field. So he's been dominant. He was at the Aussies too, the Aussie track titles down in Canberra. I was very impressed with the way he rode down there, and same as this weekend as well. He's been very, very impressive on the 82. That's Cooper Quinn, the flying yellow machine. Then Ryder Nelson Collett on the 195 in second place, but he's coming under a bit of pressure. The rider going around the outside.
Cade Wildsmith is the one that's making the challenge there, and that group of 4 riders now starting to bunch up, and they are racing for second, third, fourth and fifth place points. So let's keep an eye on those. There's another good pass, a pretty brave pass coming through that S-bend section, and looks like it might have been Axel Kirkness that was making up some ground there.
Yes, good battle going on behind race leader Quinn Wildsmith, and that's the 31 of McConnell that's made his way up there, Hudson McConnell, and looks like he's even going to try and grab that second place now as they come out of the turn, but no, he had to sit back behind, and this is a great battle between these two as they go down through the bottom part of the track, all a little bit shaky, and they're pushing a little hard there as they come through, and he's still got 1.5 laps to try and pick him off, so that's where the real interest is at the moment on the track, is whether McConnell on the 31, well, the race leader goes across the line. That's Quinn on bike number 82. Then you got the 31 of McConnell, and Wildsmith's the other guy that's looking desperately to try and get that second spot.
Wildsmith is the one making the charge. He picks a better line going into turn 2. I think he might have eyes set on getting some sort of pass in the changer. Oh no, he got a bit bumpy there. Once you make those little mistakes, it costs you 5 or 6 metres, and that can be all the difference. 1 lap to go. Look, this battle for second place is starting to develop very strongly.
Yeah, checkered flag time. Ross and Quinn takes the victory on the 82. Second spot, McConnell just holds on bike 31. A great duel between he and Cade Wildsmith. And then the 195 of Ryder Nelson Collett that was up there early, but then dropped back through the field. So that was heat. Round number 4 of the 65cc two-stroke 7 to under 9 years championship.
We move to event number 109 on our jam-packed 2-day program here at the Agriforce Machinery 2025 New South Wales Senior and Junior Dirt Track Championships, and we move to the ATVs. These are the lesser powered division of the ACTs. They're the 60cc to 90cc two-stroke engines, or the 85cc to 125cc four-stroke engines. Reed Rose, Joel McPherson, Cooper Garland and Ryan Garland are our 4 scheduled competitors, and it looks like they are all at the traps. Starter says we are looking good. Get set, everyone, because the traps will be ready to fall, and we're away in round 4, which is the second last round for these riders to try and score points for the championship.
Yeah, the 47 of McPherson got away well. He's been pretty dominant in this class this weekend, and he's probably going to be the one that's favoured to take this out and leads the pack into the first turn. Joel McPherson on bike number 47. The Garlands have been up there as well. Cooper Garland on the 63 and Ryan Garland on bike 888. But at the moment, it's Joel McPherson. It looks like they're in slow motion, doesn't it? It's just the smaller motors. It looks like they're in slow motion. But look at this battle up front. front. McPherson now is starting to be harassed by, I think it might be Ryan Garland on the 888 machine as they come past us for the first time, or it's Cooper Garland on the 6. It is Cooper Garland on the 63, and he really got up to McPherson there and gave him a real bit of hurry up as they come into turn. That's going to be real interesting to see whether McPherson can hold off Cooper Garland on the 63, who in certain parts of the track really gobbles him up.
And Reed Rose and Ryan Garland are having their little battle back in 3rd and 4th place. So a race in 2 here between the top 2. But it's Joel McPherson. Oh, he's about to be passed. And yes, is he going to make it stick? Yes. Yes, Cooper Garland manages to make that pass stick, and that was a pretty interesting part of the track for him to try and grab that lead. But now look out, here comes the power as McPherson tries to get through on the inside, but a clever manoeuvre by our race leader Cooper Garland manages to hold off that challenge.
Yeah, Cooper Garland, you can see through that change of direction, super quick, but then when he runs onto that sweeping left-hander, you can see McPherson has the advantage there. So keep an eye on it here. There's Garland. He keeps looking over the shoulder. Just look forward. You don't have to worry about what's behind you. That's his fast part of the track. But watch McPherson here as they come onto this part of the track. He's really quick as he comes out of the sweeper and onto the straight. And Garland knows it. He's going to have to try. He's looking to try and run across in front of him. He keeps having a look over. Cooper Garland, he's determined to take the win here. He doesn't want to let McPherson through. But this is going to be an absolute grandstand finish when they come out of this last turn for the last time. These two are going to be close neck and neck.
The last 60 metres is probably going to decide this race unless there's a move here in this change of direction section of the course, but he's not close enough at this point of time, Cooper Garland, not close enough to him to pull a pass there, and maybe not close enough to use that momentum coming out of the sweeper.
Yeah, here comes McPherson though. He's going to have one last dive. Garland knows. He keeps looking around. He get whiplash in a minute. He's creaking his head around that much. Cooper Garland's going to hang on though. Oh, you beauty. He stoked a nod of the head, and he's pretty happy with that, and that was a good ride from Cooper Garland. John McPherson, close for 3rd. Gee whiz, I don't know. I think the 888 of Ryan Garland might have just snatched 3rd ahead of Reed Rose, but geez, yeah, that's got the thumbs up from the ladies. It was Ryan Garland on the 888 that came across the line ahead of Reed Rose on the 35.
Okay, now stand by. Motocross Open Championship. This is the last round of point scoring for these riders before they head to the repechage and final. 4 heats coming up here. Heat number 1, Neil Girdler, Daniel Wicks, Cody Lewis, Keely Pearson, Anthony Edwards, Tate Davis. Away they go, and they charge into turn 1 for the very first time. These are the big boys.
Yeah, Billy Ryan got away to a good start, but so too did the 28 bike very quickly out of the traps, Neil Girdler. And Girdler led momentarily there as well in the corner. Wicks, he finds himself back in 3rd spot at the moment, and he'll be looking to try and get up from there. But at the moment, Billy Ryan, he was a guy yesterday that was really impressed with that rode really sensibly. He rode some good racing yesterday from Billy Ryan, and he's out there in front in this one with Wicks looking to try and come out. Now he does on the inside of Girdler, and he goes into 2nd spot. Girdler back to 3rd, and Cody Lewis just out the top 3, but here comes Wicks.
Oh, anything can happen in these top 5 riders in this particular heat because they're tightly bunched. If they make those one little bit of wobble and start to lose, say maybe the front end or the back end bounces around on them, they're close. The other riders are close enough to be able to take advantage of any mistake that's made. The top 5 are tightly bunched.
Yes, onto the straight they come, and Billy Ryan is being absolutely hounded by Daniel Wicks, the local boy, looking to try and sneak up on the inside there of Ryan as they go into that turn 1 for the second time. But Billy Ryan's got Wicks covered at the moment. Wicks working overtime on the KTM to try and find a way through on Ryan, but he's really got riding a good, sensible race with great lines. He's making it really difficult to Wicks to try and get around. There's only one to go. Billy Ryan leads, but Wicks is still on the charge.
Cody Lewis is starting to make up some ground as well in that 3rd spot and starting to put a little bit of pressure towards those top 2, as much as to say, well, you're not going to be able to charge right away. I'm going to try and keep you in my sights. But they're on their last lap. Daniel Wicks, I don't know, is going to be close enough to do anything about grabbing the lead.
I don't think so, Ross. Billy Ryan's rode a really sensible, smart race here with the lines that he's taken, and he's deserved the victory. Comes to the checkered flag. Billy Ryan takes the win ahead of Daniel Wicks in second place on the 176. Cody Lewis did well to get up for third spot. He was back there early, but he manages to sneak his way onto the podium on the 122.
Event 111, 111 coming up next. It's the second heat in the last round of point scoring for the Motocross Open Championship. We're scheduled to see Andy Fisher, Thomas Herrick, Thomas Donnelly, Brandon Burns, Cooper Archibald, Logan Davis, Lewis Tyne, William Seckham, Jaden Roberts, Brodie Trembath and Cooper Dunn. And some of those names that I've mentioned there were pretty prominent yesterday. Tom Herrick, Tom Donnelly, Brandon Burns all rode very, very well. Can they back that up today? The starter has them in his hands at the traps for Heat 2 in round 4 of the Motocross Open Championships. The traps are ready to drop, and they do, and the charge is on down Main straight away towards turn number 1 for the very first time.
Yeah, Burns got away to another good start, but it was Donnelly that got the whole shot into turn number 1, and he's gone to the race lead, and he was really in good form yesterday. Thomas Donnelly, he proved very hard to beat, and in this MX Open Championship class, he leads the way at the moment. Burns now has dropped back to third placing on the 475. He was up there yesterday too with some really good starts, Brandon Burns. He really came out of the traps real quickly, but it's Donnelly the race leader. That's Logan Davis in second spot now. He's Thomas Herrick starting to join in as well. Herrick, the current New South Wales champ, is trying to move up into third spot now on the podium, and he's got Davies in his sights.
You won't be happy with that start, I don't think, Tom Herrick. He is the defending champion, knows that the other riders are out to try and steal that championship away from him, and then there's that tight bunch now of second, third and fourth, where Tom Herrick is sitting in third place and got it all to do.
Yeah, Herrick is right up the back of Logan Davis, and now Herrick slides his way through on Davis, who got a little wide and lost 2 positions because Burns came through on the inside as well on the 475, and he moves up onto the podium. Davis is relegated back to 4th placing, so 1.5 laps left to go, and still Donnelly is in control of this one on bike number 9. He leads the way, but a good charge from Herrick. Kenny running down with 1 to go.
Well, it was a good slide job that Herrick did in that turn number 1 previously, and he's certainly starting to make some inroads onto Donnelly, but Donnelly is a hard man to pass. Once he's in front, he picks some really good, clean, smooth lines, and so the other riders, he says to the other riders, you're going to have to take the chances. You're going to have to throw the dice, and maybe Herrick will do that.
Yeah, Herrick got to get closer to him, but I don't think he's going to, he's making one last dive, but Donnelly on the 9, that's been a good ride from him once again. Herrick in second spot, good ride for Brandon Burns back in third place, who dropped to 4th in the race, but then managed to claw his way back up onto the podium after a really quick start. But that was Heat 2 of the MX Open Championship.
Heat 3 coming up. The riders are at the traps. We're scheduled to see Cooper Williams, Tom Edwards, keep an eye on him, Tyler Billing, Callan Butcher, Katana Robinson, Christian O'Donnell, James Sordy, Reese Irvin, Emily Murrell, Michael Anderson and Josh Unicum are scheduled to face the starter in heat number 3 of the Motocross Open Championship.
Yeah, Tommy Edwards, we saw yesterday. Ross was rode well. Cooper Williams was another guy. Away they go. Good start. They all got away fairly well as they rocket past us, but it was Edwards that got the best of the start. Trying to go through with him on the outside was Reese Irvin. He was, as the day went on, got a little bit better yesterday, but he had to settle for third spot as they go into the first turn. But this guy, Tom Edwards, he certainly was one guy to watch yesterday. He was super quick. He was up there and consistently in the top 3 finishes. And at the moment, he's out there as well. Now, I think Butcher was up there on bike number 22 early on as they come down past us once again. But Edwards in control of this one. That's the 222 in second spot. And that's, is it 22 or 222?
He's got 222 on the bike, but I think it might be 20. Yeah, I think it is Butcher on the 22. But it does show 222 on your screen. That's the blue bike hanging on to second spot, and then Reese Irvin holds down third. But they're starting to bunch up that second, third, fourth and fifth placing as they fight through that change of direction section of our course and come into the main straight.
Yeah, Tom Edwards leads in second spot. That's the 400 of Irvin that's giving chase and trying to run down Callan Butcher, who's in second place on the 222 machine. And that's with the interest at the moment. Irvin is looking to try and find a way through, but he just can't.
Christian O'Donnell is staying to make a bit of a charge back through the pack as well.
Yeah, he's moved up now into fourth placing, and he'll start to join this battle between those two. And not much between those four riders, so they come down with one to go. Edwards leads the way. Look at this battle for second, Butcher, and then back behind him is Irvin, and then as Ross mentioned, O'Donnell has joined in that fight as well, and he's looking to try and get through up onto the podium, and that's a real scrap for these minor placings. Can O'Donnell somehow find a way through as he's starting to push Irvin now up to the back of Butcher, who's under a lot of pressure, so it's going to come down to this last corner. Three riders. Oh, there's Irvin, has a bit of a sneaky look over the shoulder. O'Donnell puts his wheel up there. The race winner is Tommy Edwards. Butcher's going to grab second. O'Donnell, great ride on the 49 to pick up third spot. He really did work hard for that and deserved his finish there, Ross. He worked overtime but managed to get up onto the podium third spot.
Great finish for those minor placings, which just goes to show how important these riders chase these points. They know that every point counts. Coming up now, heat number 4 of the Motocross Open Championship. Jordan Dorr might not be taking part, had a sensational crash in practice yesterday. Riley Biddle, Ryan New, Dean Marsh, Jim Jobling, Torin Openshaw, the current champion, Michael Price, Blake Walker, Jet Carter, Ronan Jacobs, Max Kelly, as the traps drop, and they are away in heat number 4 of the Motocross Open Championship.
Yeah, good start on the outside it was by Ronan Jacobs, but the birthday boy Torin Openshaw quickly ran straight through underneath and grabbed the race lead, and we saw that yesterday. His starting was absolutely fantastic, and already in this one it didn't take him long to get to that race lead, and already starting to extend the race lead as well over Ronan Jacobs on bike number 462, who's in second placing as they sweep their way onto the straight, and it's Openshaw out in front. Our third place is Riley Biddle that's giving chase to try and get up past Ronan Jacobs, who's in second place on the 462, and Riley Biddle will be the guy that's looking to try and improve that position. You can see there on the screen he's on the white machine behind on the 37, and now he gets a little bit closer now to Ronan Jacobs, who's on the 462, and Jacobs starting to feel the pressure a little as they sweep onto the straight.
Yeah, it just goes to show that the determination of these riders. They don't like to give any ground away, and there's the dive. There's the dive by Riley Biddle up on the inside, and he grabs second place. There's more points for him. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah, Biddle was looking really ominous in that third placing, and it wasn't too long before he, as you said, made the dive on Ronan Jacobs, who looked a little bit sketchy in that second spot. He was under a lot of pressure, and Riley Biddle found a way through with only one lap to go. There's your race leader, Torin Openshaw. He leads the way. Second place, Ed Biddle tucked down behind the hangers. Behind him is Jacobs and Ryan New as well on the 267, just out of that top 3 riders. But it's all been Torin Openshaw on the 296, who celebrates his 18th birthday here today, and he'll be looking to try and stand atop of the podium in this MX Open Championship division as he grabs the checkered flag and makes it another victory on the back wheel. Torin Openshaw takes it out. Riley Biddle in second place. Third place goes to Ronan Jacobs to round out our top 3 across the line, the MX Open heat number 4.
So we move now to a little bit of a breather from the championship series, and we have the 4th round of the 50cc demos. These are the little ones on the peewees that are non-competitive. This is just a support event. There's no competition here. They don't line up behind the traps. The starter's speaking to them now. He'll send them on their way. They'll go out one by one, and they'll enjoy 4 laps of the Balcarry Park circuit. They had a lot of fun yesterday. I'm sure they'll have a lot of fun again today. That'll be followed by the 4th round of the 13s to 16 years division. That's in the 100cc to 150cc class. And then in that particular race, they will combine with the girls' support event, which we have 2 riders. They enjoyed their day yesterday, Indy Wildsmith and Violet Hoskinson. But at the moment, if you're joining us. We're looking at the 50cc, the little peewee bikes that are ridden by, that you can start riding from 4 years of age on the circuits around New South Wales, and this is one circuit where it's nice and open. No real tight turns and corners, and the little 50cc's enjoy their riding.
I reckon that's about your pace, Ross.
That's about my pace.
Actually, they'd probably smoke you after these, I reckon.
Probably.
Look at the pace, look at the speed. But, Slater Beard, Bo Carter, Logan Leigh, Cohen Rose, Brianna Johnson, Wyatt de Groot, Cove McNamara, Sonny Fisher and Jack Smuggleton are all the competitors in the 50cc demo. Well, when I say competitors, it's a non-competitive support class, but this is where they start out, the grassroots. It's just so they get a feel of the track. They're out there riding around just to get a feel for it, which is a sensible thing. You don't want to be throwing them into a race situation where these guys and girls haven't ridden before, and they're just out there, and some are just out there to have a bit of fun.
And they don't necessarily go straight out onto the racetrack, Joel. There's a division called mini carners where they have the cones on the grass, and they have to go in and out the cones and turn around. So they're taught, in fact, they're even taught how to make the bike fall, so that if they do come off, what do you do when you do have an
crying.
Start crying and call for mum and dad.
Yes, exactly.
But no, it's not just a matter of jump on the bike and out there you go. But like you said, it's the start for them. They can enjoy it and see if they like it, the same as the way kids try lots of other sports to see whether they enjoy them or not. And this is the 50cc division. As I said, followed by, it'll be a combination of event 115 and 116. Yesterday we combined the championship division for the 13s and 16 years, and the girls support division were in the same race at the same time. Then that'll be followed by the Pro Open Women's Championship. The Open Women, yesterday we saw a really disappointing day for the defending champion Brianna Etheridge, who I don't know that she even competed a lap, unfortunately, because the bike just completely died on her, and she was unable to take part and won't be taking any part today. But one of the local riders, Emily Murrell, was particularly impressive yesterday, and I think she's now the hot favourite for the New South Wales title.
Oh, certainly Emily Murrell, after what we saw yesterday. And I've seen her ride a few times, Ross, and each time she's come out, she's just gotten better and better. So she's certainly one to keep an eye on, Emily Murrell, because, what we saw yesterday, she wasn't coming out of the gates out in front, but she wasn't too long before she was getting to the front. So, that women's class has been really super fantastic this weekend with Emily Murrell taking a few. I think she's got to 3 wins so far out of the first 3 rounds.
Yeah.
So, something really drastic would have to happen for her not to claim that Pro Open Women's Championship, because that's on a point score basis, of course. The 5 rounds, then the leader on points, first, second, third, they're awarded the championship.
We just saw Brianna Johnson on the number 9 bike riding through that section of the course, which is the change of direction course. We have pointed out to you that part of the dirt track format is that the track must have a clear right-hand turn in it, and we'll refer to it at either the S's or the change of direction section of the course, and that's what makes it dirt track, and it's not necessarily just going around in the oval shape or round shaped circuit all the time. So great to be able to be presenting you these pictures from Skywalker Studios and Motorcycling New South Wales to bring you the live stream coverage. We got some good feedback yesterday. There's a comment section on our page, the YouTube channel page. If you'd like to make a comment, and drop us a line to say whether you're enjoying the coverage or where you're enjoying the coverage from, and we'll be only too happy to try and give you a call out if we can during the day, because dirt track racing is the format where it's pretty much race after race after race. Who we got on screen here now? This is the number 9. That's Brianna Johnson coming through on her pink bike.
The red flag's out. That's it.
Yep, these kids don't get the checkered flag. They just get a red flag to say that's it. That was the 43 that went through there of Slater Beard. And the number 46 of Logan Leigh going through those change of section course. There's some of the youngsters that are out there riding. And boy, when you have a look at some of them, when you're here at the circuit, they really have some interesting characteristics when they're on the bike.
That's for sure.
Okay, let's have a look at what's happening in this combination coming up. Combined event 115 and 116. In the championship division, which is the 100 cc's to 150 cc's two-strokers, we're scheduled to see Hugh Hope Hodgetts, Jed King, Zach Brady and Johnny Cooper. So just 4 riders, but they are looking for points. This is their 4th round, the second last chance to get points. The girls are just a support division. The 2 girls are Indy Wildsmith and Violet Hoskinson. The traps are ready. In fact, the traps are down and we're away for events 115 and 116.
Yeah, Triple H says he goes straight to the race lead, tucked down behind the hangers. Zach Brady tried to go with him on machine number 90, but that's a real tough task to try and stick with Hugh Hope Hodgetts, who's very quick on the 06 machine, and he's got a good style, a good line as he comes through the change of direction. Brady's after him, but keep an eye on Johnny Cooper, who's back in 3rd place, and it won't be too long before Johnny starts putting the pressure to Zach Brady in 2nd place, and already Johnny Cooper now moves up to the tail of Zach Brady, and he's looking to try and find a way through up into that 2nd place.
Back for the girls who are just in the support division. Indy Wildsmith on the 26 is in front of Violet Hoskinson in the girls support division.
Yeah, Indy had a great day yesterday and picked up 3 wins over Violet Hoskinson, and Violet will be looking to try and turn the tables today if she can, but she's got a job cut out for her as the race leader. Hugh Hope Hodgetts comes across the line. There's Johnny Cooper now moving up onto Zach Brady. Brady tried to switch back on the inside, but that was a little bit ambitious to try and see if he could find a way through there, because Johnny Cooper on the charge has managed to track him down and get up into that 2nd placing, but I don't know whether he can reel in the race leader Hugh Hope Hodgetts with only a lap and a half to go, because really quick on the machine is Triple H.
Yeah, he had a great day, as we pointed out yesterday, stamping some authority again here today and saying, well, I'm going to make the most of these points. Catch me if you can. And I think Hugh Hope Hodgetts might be a real firm favourite to take out this championship in the 13s to 16 years division. Back in the girls, we've still got Indy Wildsmith leading away from Violet Hoskinson.
Yeah, Indy doing a good job. She's 5th on the track at the moment and starting to gain ground on Jed King, but it's checkered flag time, and it waves for Hugh Hope Hodgetts on bike number 6. He takes a victory ahead of a good ride from Johnny Cooper in 2nd placing. The 90 of Zach Brady will be 3rd. Jed King will pick up 4th spot, and then first across the line there's Indy Wildsmith on bike number 26. She grabs the victory in the 100 to 150 two-stroke and 200 four-stroke girls support ahead of the 271 of Violet Hoskinson.
That takes us to event 117, which is the 4th round of the Pro Open Women's Championship. Their division will be decided on points and points alone. They'll have 5 rounds of competition. This is round 4 for them, and Emily Murrell will be a firm favourite here. One rider waving her hand there, saying she is not ready at the start. Can't quite pick up the number. Now she looks set and ready to go as we're into round 4 of the Pro Open Women's Championship. Keep an eye on the number 20, the 2-0 of Emily Murrell, and see what sort of a start she might be able to make, and can she take the lead going into turn number 1.
Oh, can she watch? She just swooped around the outside of them all. Like I said, she doesn't get away to the best of starts, Emily Murrell, but by the first turn, she's normally finds herself out in front, because Curly Pearson on the 1-2-4 got away quickly. So too did Katana Robinson, but Emily Murrell, she's just in a class above this weekend. She's just riding the wheels off this thing as she goes into the corner and onto the straight for the first time. She'll come past us to complete lap number 1, and Emily Murrell on a oh gee, I don't know, the bike sounded a little bit sketchy there, and she looked down momentarily at it as she came along the straight. Let's hope that the bike holds up for her. It looks like it's kicked on again now, but a little bit of danger signs there for Emily Murrell as she came onto the straight. It just didn't sound like it was firing properly, and she did have a little look down at the motor and indicating that maybe something had gone amiss, but she's at the moment out in front, and she's holding a commanding lead in the Pro Open Women's Championship.
Katana Robinson, I think, has started to make up some ground there in second place. She's another one of the local riders from Gunnedah. And also Emma Scott starting to move up into some sort of top point scoring position in this Pro Open Women's Championship. But the further the race goes, the further Emily Murrell goes away. She's established a lead of nearly 100 metres over Katana Robinson. No doubt the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club be very happy having 1 and 2 out there on the racetrack. Sitting in third place at the moment is Keely Pearson on the 1-2-4. And then Emma Scott, following around there in the top 4.
As we see Keely Pearson come across the line and chasing the 3-3-4 of Katana Robinson, but that she hasn't made any inroads on her in that second placing, and it's all been Emily Murrell on bike number 20. She picks up where she left off yesterday, and that's on the winning way as she comes out of the turn for the very last time and charges to the checkered flag and makes a win number 4 for Emily Murrell on bike number 20 and grabs the checkered flag, and the victory go right back to Katana Robinson in second place ahead of Keely Pearson, and then back behind her is the 102 of Emma Scott. The 376 of Skyanne Davis is next across the line, and then 3 more riders to greet the checkered flag, headed up by Miley Robinson on the 4-3-3 ahead of the 51 of Regan Jager. And Hope Louise Irwin, I think, was the other rider to greet the checkered flag.
Coming up now, the Pro 250 Championship. 2 heats of this, so this is the last chance for points before the repechage and final to come up. We're looking for Brock Gow, Brodie Trembath, Trevor Marsh, Tom Edwards. Keep an eye on him. Riley Biddle's going well today. So too is Christian O'Donnell and Billy Ryan. This should be a pretty good heat of the Pro 250s. Heat number 1. Last chance for these riders to score points to go into the top 10 for the championship final. Let's see who does it, charging into turn number 1.
Yeah, Billy Ryan once more got away to an absolute flyer of a start, and he finds himself out in front. Tommy Edwards right behind him though, and Edwards putting the pressure on the inside there, poking a wheel up just to let him know he's there to try and find a way through on the race leader. But Billy Ryan's going to be very hard to overtake. But Edwards is right on his hammer at the moment. Moves. Oh, big heavy tumble back behind. The bike up in the air and up onto their feet though. That rider that went down very quickly. I think was it O'Donnell on the 49 maybe was the rider that came down. I think it might have been Christian O'Donnell. A heavy tumble, but he's back up and on the bike and rejoins the race. But meanwhile up front there's a real battle going on for this race lead. Billy Ryan out in front, but he's being harassed by Tom Edwards on bike number 27 in second spot.
Yeah, you're right, spot on there, Joel. The 49 of Christian O'Donnell was the one that came undone. The bike catapulted up into the air, but fortunately the rider is okay. Have a look at this battle for the lead.
Oh, Edwards now has a look on the inside. Now Billy Ryan shuts the door on him though pretty quickly coming into that turn number 1. They come up to O'Donnell now, who's just going to have to pull off in this one. I think he's sustained too much damage to the bike as they come through the change of direction. Look at the battle up front. Billy Ryan leads the way. Look at Edwards though. He's all over the back of him. Tries to put the wheel up on the outside now. Switches to try and come through on the inside. Ryan got a little bit untidy, and that allowed Edwards to come through on the inside. 1 to go, shoulder to shoulder as they come past into turn number 1. And Edwards now, he gets the advantage. Has a look over. Billy Ryan drops back into second spot, but that won't be it for Ryan. He'll have another crack at him to try and grab this race lead back.
That was aggressive. Gee whiz, a great pass by Tommy Edwards coming through on Ryan. But boy, oh boy, there was no love lost in making that pass. And then sitting behind them, waiting for them to make a mistake, is Riley Biddle on the 37. But the checkered flag falls, and the strong win goes to Tom Edwards. Boy, did he fight for that.
Oh, did he what? He really worked hard. Billy Ryan made it really difficult for him with the line that he was riding, but he found a way through and muscled his way through Tommy Edwards on the 27, and he took the victory ahead of the 52 of Billy Ryan, and Riley Biddle on bike number 37 rounded out the top 3 in our first heat of the Pro 250 Championship.
In heat number 2, we're scheduled to see Max Kelly, Hope Louise Irwin, Jaden Roberts, Jaden Trembath, Reese Irvin, Miley Robinson and Blake Irwin, and their last chance to get points to go through to the championship final as the traps fall and they charge down main straight away for the first time.
Yeah, that was Torrin Openshaw that got away to a screamer of a start on the 63. We've seen that all weekend from Torrin. He really does get out of the traps really quickly, and he leads the way in this Pro 250 Championship. Gee, it's going to be a cracker of a final when we get there. Some of these riders, the level of the skill of these riders is just absolutely unbelievable, and there's nothing between about half a dozen of these guys. So come finals time, it's going to be on, and I think it's 8 laps as well.
And Openshaw will be sitting on 2 championships. He might win the 250 championship, and he might win the Pro 450 championship, or the motocross. I think it's the 450 that he's in as well. So he could come away with 2 titles after this weekend.
He'll be hoping so. What a birthday present that'd be for him. The 223 of Jaden Roberts is the rider giving chase in second place, but he's got his work cut out for him. Back there in fourth, Reese Irvin on the 400 is having a good battle to try and get onto the podium there. You see the little look over the shoulder by the 298 of Trembath, who Jaden Trembath is currently in third spot, but he's got the 400 of Reese Irvin breathing down his neck and looking to try and get through. He's going to the bottom part of the track, and Irvin just can't find a way through at the moment. He's got him covered. He's making him work overtime on the bike to try and get through on him, but he just can't quite pick it up with only one to go.
And it's interesting to see now on our camera angles where these riders are taking an opportunity to make a pass. And on the last day of championships, they are making every chance to try, and it doesn't matter where, they're going to try and make a pass. They're going to try and make it. And have a look at the 400, the pinky colours there of Reese Irvin, trying to climb over the back of the rider in front.
Yeah, Trembath has had a real battle on his hands. Irvin is going to try one last desperate dive on the outside. He goes now for the run onto the straight. Your race win goes to Openshaw. Look at this battle. Irvin on the outside, Trembath on the inside, but Trembath gets the advantage and gets that third spot just over the top of Reese Irvin. Those two had an absolute bottler of a battle for third placing, but in the end it was Torrin Openshaw on the 63 ahead of Jaden Roberts on the 223, and Jaden Trembath winning that battle for third place on the 298 just ahead of Reese Irvin on bike number 400. That was event number 119. That was the second heat of the Pro 250s. As we get set for the combined next event, the 85cc 4-stroke modifieds for the 7 to under 12 championships.
A bit of a shout out to Natasha, Kylie Davies, who are watching in to our coverage today. Thank you for joining us, Natasha and Kylie, and big shout out to Jeremy, really enjoying the coverage. Thanks for joining us. Pass the message on to your families and friends, and tell them that you can enjoy watching it on the Motorcycling New South Wales YouTube channel. Now, these 2 races that are on our program, Event 120 and Event 121, were scheduled for 2 heats. But the numbers of riders that eventually turned up meant that they were combined. So this now becomes round 4 for the 7 to 12-year-old championship.
Yeah, the 85cc 4-stroke modifieds for the 7 under 12s, and the battle up front is between Flynn Beard on the 43 and the 5 of Hugo Holmes. Those two have been at it all weekend, and they continue that battle here in this one, round number 4. It's Beard, the race leader, but look at Holmes tucked in behind him, looks for the inside running, but wasn't quite close enough to try and get a dive for that race lead, and Flynn Beard has got him covered with Hugo Holmes right there, looking to try and get away through. He'll bide his time. He'll look to try and see what part of the track he'll be able to try and grab this lead away from Flynn Beard, but it's going to be tough because Beard, once he gets in front, very hard to get around.
Once they feel that pressure behind, though, that can be one of the telling factors. Not a bad battle developing there between Ty McNamara, who is challenging now for third spot, and trying to make his way through, and I think is doing so now as they go into turn number 1. But we'll keep our eye on these top 2 because that's where the win's going to come from and the maximum points are going to go.
Yeah, Beard leading, but still Hugo Holmes. You can see nothing between those two as they come through the change of direction. Holmes knows he's starting to run out of time. They come onto the sweeper now, and they'll only have 1 lap to go. Or Beard got a little untidy. He had a look over the shoulder because he knows Holmes is going to try and capitalise. 1 lap as they go across the straight. stripe. And can Hugo Holmes find a way around Flynn Beard? Now he ducks to the inside. No room through there. He bumped through there. They lost a little bit of ground on Flynn Beard, but he's got 3/4 of a lap to try and get past him. I think it's going to come down to the straight. Holmes got a good run out of there into the change of direction. He's right up to the back of Beard now. Looks for that inside line, but he can't get it. It's all going to come down to the sweeper onto the straight. It's checkered flag time. On the outside, Beard. On the inside, Holmes. Holmes is going to have a real dig at him. It's going to be close to side by side, Beard.
Oh, wow.
Just hung on.
What a
great
finish.
racing. Hugo Holmes just, he threw everything at him, but couldn't quite pick him up. McNamara comes across the line in third placing, but what a super race between Beard and also Hugo Holmes. It went right. There was only a knobbly in it at the end there, and what a fantastic race. And they both acknowledged each other as they come across the line. Fantastic sportsmanship and great racing here at Balcarry Park.
Wow, event 122 is coming up next. It's the 4th round of the ATV Open Women's. They are running across 5 rounds of competition. We're scheduled to see Catherine Higgs, Kim McKay and Chevelle Green, the top through. Shana Stimpson hasn't been with us this weekend. So 3 of the ladies lined up now in the Women's ATV Open. This is their second last chance to pick up points. That'll be followed by the 12s to 16 years round 4 of the 85cc 2-strokers and 150cc 4-stroke. But right now our attention will switch to the ATV Open Women's, and we'll keep an eye on Catherine Higgs, who had a pretty good day yesterday. Can she continue that good form today?
Well, Chevelle Green got away the best of the start in this one, but Catherine Higgs, on the outside, used all the real estate and a little bit more there as she almost ran up onto the grass coming out of 2, and it's the 666 of Chevelle Green. Can she hang on now to make her first win? We saw Catherine pick up the 3 wins yesterday. This is their 4th race in the ATV Open Women's, and at the moment it's the 666 of Chevelle Green that's got the best of the running as they come down the straight. Catherine Higgs, though, a big danger in second. He looked for the outside sweeping pass as they come into turn number 1, but she's not quite close enough there and actually lost a bit of ground. I think she's trying a little hard on that bike as she comes into that part of the track, because you can see she's lost some ground on the race leader, and that's Chevelle Green, who's doing a great job. But now she starts to gobble up that distance between herself and Chevelle Green. Chevelle Green out in front, but here comes Higgs. 2 laps to go, and she's putting the pressure right to Green on the inside now and grabs the race lead away, and that's a nice pass from Catherine Higgs to reclaim the lead.
And Catherine is a member of the North Brisbane Junior Motorcycle Club, and the 666 of Chevelle Green's a member of the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club. So it's a bit of an interstate challenge here, but as we've pointed out, Catherine Higgs had a very solid day yesterday and is making the most of it again today to say, well, it was no fluke yesterday, I can do it all again today, and she charges across the line with just 1 lap to go.
Yeah, 1 lap to go, and the only flaw I could pick out, Ross, is that she's a Broncos supporter, but apart from that, she's doing pretty well on the 32, Catherine Higgs. She's taken out 3 wins and looking for number 4 as she goes through the bottom part of the track, and then sets herself up nicely for that change of direction, pulling away now from Chevelle Green, who realises that she's not going to be able to catch her, and into the final turn for the last time, the checkered flag waves, and it waves for win number 4 for Catherine Higgs on the 32, takes the victory. Second place, good race from Chevelle Green on the 666, who held the lead for a majority of that race, but unfortunately Higgs got around, and then Kim McKay, and Kim comes across the line on the 75 for 3rd spot.
So the second last round for those women in the ATV Opens, as we move now to round 4, which is also the second last round for the 12s to under 16s. Scheduled to see William Wiggins, Taj Edwards, he'll be one that's up there, Preston Craft, Archie Ryman, Jed King, Lawson Seam, Jesse Johnston, Byron Jolliffe, Nash Carlyon, Johnny Cooper and Zeke Pereira as the traps fall down, but one of them got caught on just what they're called, the traps.
Yeah, went too early, Ross, and got stuck on him, but Will Wiggins has got the best of the start, and he leads this big pack of riders. Oh, but they bump their way through the 85cc 2-stroke and 154-stroke, 12 to under 16 years, and Will Wiggins on bike number 11 has got the best of the start, and he leads the field now as they come around into the sweeper to complete their very first lap, and Wiggins leads the way, but he's starting to come under a little bit of pressure from the rider in second place, and I think that might be Ryman, is it? No, it's Johnny Cooper on the 713. Gee, hasn't he been impressive this weekend? That's Ryman back in third placing on the 56, but this is going to be a battle in two. Can Johnny Cooper run down race leader Will Wiggins and grab this race lead away from him?
Yeah, he, I agree with you, has improved as the days have gone on. Has Johnny Cooper, and he's now sitting right behind William Wiggins as they come into the last of the S-bends into the big sweeper. The 56 of Archie Ryman starting to look towards a top point scorers here, because this division will be decided on points and points alone, and William Wiggins has got top points at the moment, and Johnny Cooper is determined to try and grab those top points away from him if he can, and closes the gap going into turn 2.
Yeah, Johnny Cooper looking to try and find a way around Wiggins, but Wiggins got him covered at the moment. They come through the change of direction. There's Cooper making up a little bit of ground on him. He's trying to put himself in a position when to run onto this sweeper and get the momentum that he needs, and try and get past Wiggins. Wiggins a race leader. 1 lap to go. Will Wiggins on bike number 11 leads from Johnny Cooper on the 713. Those two have cleared away. Good battle for the third spot. At the moment it's being held down by Archie Ryman on the 56, but he's gone. He's just lost that third placing. I think that was Carline on the 600 that might have came through on the inside and darted his way up into third spot and looks back to see the rest of the field. But here's the final turn, and Cooper now makes one last desperate lunge as they come onto the straight. Will Wiggins, the race leader. Cooper on the inside, but he can't get the up goes a hand from Wiggins, and he says, "You little ripper," and he grabs the victory. The 713 of Cooper in second placing, and it was Carline on the 600 that made that dive through and grabbed the podium third spot.
And when you see the hand go up in the air, this means that the riders have got an eye on their points. They know exactly where they're sitting. They know exactly what points they need to keep their chances alive. And I would think that the way Will Wiggins reacted there, he knew that he needed those big points, and he got them. Now, looking at our traps, we're looking at one of the trap mechanisms that got held up in that last start, whether it might have given it a bit of a bend or not. But the starters are there, and they're getting it all sorted. Coming up, the Sidecar Championship. This is the fourth round, the second last round for these guys to score points. And we've got Bo Brealey and Robert Weston, Shane Davies and Simon Smith, Stephen Smith, Matthew Doyle, Matthew Davies and Tom Northey, who had a super day yesterday, Corey Ford and Lionel Cornwall, who did well at 2, and Jim Jobling, and it's not Brody Trembath,
no, it's Jaden Trembath,
yes, who is the passenger for Jim Jobling on this weekend. So the sidecars are at the traps, and the officials are happy now that all of those traps are working properly. As you saw in that last one, if you get your wheel too close to that trap and you're too keen and anxious to get away, the trap just comes back on you. I was
watching it, Ross, and he just went too early.
Yeah.
He went before the trap, so then it pushed it back. And it wasn't able to draw to fall down. So
gets tangled up.
Sidecars at the line. Watch for the 414 here. The combination of Matthew Davies and Tom Northey. They were absolute rocket ships yesterday. And this time it's the 99 machine of Stephen Smith and Matthew Doyle. They've bounced out to the race. Is the 414 out there at all, Ross?
I don't think they
are. I don't think the boys are out there, Matthew Davies and Tom Northey, and it's the 99 of Stephen Smith and Matthew Doyle that find themselves out in front. So it'll be interesting to see what's happened with that combination.
You're right, they're missing.
Davies slowed down a little there, Smith and Doyle, as they come in and turn. It's going to be a great battle in the sidecars now with those guys out of it, because the race lead, Stephen Smith and Matthew Doyle, and it is the 414 in second spot, Ross.
I couldn't see that.
Yeah, the number on the front was very hard to see, and now the boys on the 414, Matthew Davies and Tom Northey, I thought it'd be very strange for them not to be out there.
Very strange not for them to be out there, but They got a yellow numbers on the front of their bike, and it was very, very hard to pick up. It certainly didn't look like a 414 to me.
No.
But now they've hit the front. This is giving you an idea, if you weren't with our coverage yesterday, this will give you an idea of just how dominant they were yesterday. They were very, very strong, very fast. And if you have a look at the two of them, they make a terrific combination. The passenger and rider know each other. The passenger's got to be just in the right place at the right time for his weight to be able to give the rider the opportunity to put the sidecar exactly where he wants it.
Yeah, they've opened up a good battle for the second spot, though, because the guys have got away really well. Stephen Smith and Matthew Doyle on the 99. They're being chased and harassed by Corey Ford and Lionel Cornwall on machine number 22, and they're looking to try and get through. Now, the 22 of Ford and Cornwall picked up about 3 seconds yesterday, and they find themselves in third spot. So this has been a much improved performance by Stephen Smith and Matthew Doyle, who are holding onto that second spot. But can they hold onto it? They've got half a lap to try and do it, and the guys behind, Corey Ford and Lionel Cornwall are trying desperately to find a way through, and they might nearly do it. Oh no, they got balked badly. They had to throw it sideways to avoid the collision. There's the checkered flag to the 414 of Davies and Northey. Second place is going to go to Stephen Smith and Doyle. And that's horrible luck for Corey Ford and Lionel Cornwall.
The bike stalled on them.
The bike in front, the combination of Smith and Doyle, they balked. And what it did was that they had to then throw the bike sideways to avoid running into the back of them. And as you mentioned, the bike stalled on them, and they've had to try and push it to get it started, but they can't quite get it fired up. In the meantime, though, Matthew Davies and Tom Norby make it 4 wins from 4 starts on the 414, ahead of Stephen Smith and Matthew Doyle on the 99. And third spot will go to Jim Jobling and Jaden Trembath on the 195 in the Sidecar Championship.
Okay, coming up now, the big one, the Pro 450 Championship. 4 heats of the championship, and this is their last chance to score points to make it into the top 10. If they can make it into the top 10, they go straight to the final. If you can't make it in the top 10, you have to go to the repechage. So coming up in heat number 1, Brandon Burns, Tom Herrick, Neil Girdler, Lewis Tyne, Jet Carter, Cooper Williams, William Seckham, Cooper Dunn, Logan Davis and Billy Ryan in heat number 1. So Brandon Burns and Tom Herrick would be a couple of the favoured riders here.
Billy Ryan's
going well. So
Logan Davis. It's just all across the park, Ross, in these heats. Yep. It's just the talent that's in this 450 class has been really impressive this weekend here at Balcarry Park. And but when you look across each heat, it's just the 3-4 riders, the guys that any one of them that could win the heat. But Herrick in this one will be looking to try and grab the maximum points, and this is the last chance for them too. Otherwise, you go through the repechage. You've got to finish in the top 2. In the starter's hands. Oh, there's the gate. It's the same one too.
Same gate.
So trouble. But Burns got away to a flyer. Herrick tried to go with him, but it was Burns into the first corner. Brandon Burns takes the race lead. We're going to see happen here. I think the red flag's going to come out. Red flag's out. And that was that same gate before that had a bit of trouble. So obviously it's a malfunction with the gate. And it's unfairly hampered the rider behind. And so they've had to bring the red flag out and bring the race to a stoppage. But fantastic start by Brandon Burns. Gee, he's been good out of the gates. There's poor Rollins. Can't see the number there, but whoever it is, I think it's that Dawley too with the arm brace on, so that's probably why he hasn't been able to, Jordan Dahl. So he obviously copped an injury from that fall yesterday.
It looks like the 27 of Lewis Tyne might be the rider that was trapped.
Someone's fallen over there. Is it Logan Davis?
One with the L76.
He's shaking head. He can't believe it. He's just fallen over. Don't worry, it's only on all over live stream. There's only 2,000 people saw it.
Lewis Tyne was the rider who was hampered by the trap not working, and they're having a close look at that trap to see if they might have a bit of a problem with it. They're putting it down. Maybe one of the bars got a little bit bent with the pressure of the bike previously, but there's going to be a slight hold up here while our start officials have a look at this trap to make sure that it's going to fall properly. Robbie Dahl there. has a long association with the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club, one of the actual original designers of this circuit, and the Dahl family's been well, certainly along with the Jagers and the Woodheads are some people that are just synonymous names
with the club.
with the club. Okay, so that now changes probably the race face now. What do? I got away well last time. I didn't get away well last time. Can I make it better this time?
The L70s.
Yep, the Logan Davis is still not happy with his bike as he throws his hand up in the air. Plenty of tension starting to build up now. Plenty of pressure.
They know.
Yep,
last chance to grab points. Watch for Burns on the 475. He's been gating out of his skin, and once again, look at him go. Burns comes out of the gate like he's been fired out of a cannon. Herrick tried to go with him on the outside. Can Herrick make it stick? He can. He goes around the outside. Good passing move from Herrick. He gets the whole shot going into turn number 1 and goes to the race lead. But another fantastic start from Brandon Burns on the 475, who's right on his hammer, and he's going to chase him all the way. That's Billy Ryan back in 3rd spot on bike number 52. But this is the Pro 450 Championship class. Final round, last chance for points, and Herrick, he's on his way to grab maximum.
Well, he's started the day today very determinedly. Race face is definitely on, and you saw in that pass on the first turn that Tom Herrick was not taking any chances today. My best place here is out in front. I'm not going to have to try and worry about picking off riders as I come through the pack. So out in front he goes, and looking quite comfortable, looking as though he's got things under control for his race day today. Brandon Burns right behind though. If Herrick makes a mistake, I tell you what, Brandon Burns will pounce, and he'll want those maximum points from this heat number 4, round number 4.
Yeah, been super impressed with Brandon Burns, Ross, this weekend. He's gated absolutely superbly, and you can see that he was by far out of the gates before anyone else, but Herrick made that sweeping pass on the end. But Burns is not going away in 2nd spot. He's still giving chase strongly. 1 lap to go for Herrick. Burns in 2nd. Billy Ryan seems to be a distant 3rd. Then Cooper Williams on bike number 10, followed by Logan Davis at the top 5 on the track. But these two up front have been going at it for most of the race. Burns has a bit of a look around to see what's behind. There's no danger of him losing that 2nd spot, but I don't think he's going to get to Herrick. He's got 1 corner to go, and into the final turn, Herrick has a sneaky look over the shoulder, and he goes to the checkered flag to take the victory on bike number 14. Good ride from Burns in 2nd place. 3rd place goes to Billy Ryan on bike number 52. And then Davis was up there as well on the 76 Lewis Tyne as well. But a good win to Herrick, very strong win. And it's going to be very interesting come this 8-lap final.
Heat 2 are at the traps. Look for number 7, Marty McNamara, Daniel Wicks as well, Katana Robinson, Jaden Trembath, Cooper Archibald, John Davis, Riley Biddle, Cody Lewis, Josh McCosker. This is a very, very competitive heat for their last chance to score points to go directly into the Pro 450 Championship final. The starter has them ready. Marty McNamara is in that awkward gate position, but they all trapped away well this time, and it looked like a pretty even start as they traced towards turn number 1 for the first time.
Yeah, Lewis got away well, so too did Wicks. McNamara was slow to move and tried to dive for on the inside, but it was Cody Lewis on the 1-2-2 that got the best of the start, and he leads this angry pack going down into the bottom turn. And right behind him, though, Ryder looking to try and make up some ground. I think that it looks like it might be Biddle on the 37. Wixie back there in 3rd placing, but that could change very quickly as they run on the straight for the first time. Cody Lewis leads the way. Biddle in 2nd spot. Here comes Wixie now on the inside looking for the dive. Marty McNamara up there in 4th spot. He's dangerous as well, but Biddle doing a great job at the moment holding off these guys behind, Daniel Wicks and also Marty McNamara, who've been quick all weekend, but at the moment he's in the hot seat, Biddle, with Cody Lewis leading the way, but they're going to come at him hard, Ross, Wicks and also McNamara.
Reminding you again that this is the last chance for these riders to score points to go directly into the Pro 450 Championship final. No more points to be grabbed. You're either through to the final or you're into the repechage. Have a look at them as they go down into turn number 2. in this second heat of the Pro 450 Championship.
Yeah, it's going to be over 30 riders that'll miss out, Ross. Only 10 go through out of a field of over 40, so they know how important it is to try and be in that top 10. Riley Biddle hanging on to second place. Cody Lewis, the race leader. 1 lap left to go. Lewis leads the way. Here comes Wixie on the inside. Daniel Wicks takes second spot. McNamara tries to follow him through. Biddle on the outside doesn't want to give it up too easily.
Wow.
And Biddle comes back at him and holds on to that second placing. Wicks relegated back to third spot. It's still going to be anyone's race for the minor placings. Look like Cody Lewis has got this one wrapped up, and look at the battle for the minors. Biddle's under all sorts of pressure. They run onto the straight for the very last time. Cody Lewis is going to take the victory on the 1-2-2. Who's it going to be for the minor placings? Up on the inside, Wicks gets him. Just on the line. Riley Biddle shakes his head as he comes across the line, but he shouldn't be too disappointed with that, because what a fantastic race it was, and he held second place for most of it. He'll be disappointed, but it was a good move by Wicks on the inside on the straight to just pick him up. But Cody Lewis takes the victory in Heat 2 ahead of Daniel Wicks in the 176 and Riley Biddle in the 37. And Ross, I'm really looking forward to this 8-lap final.
Beard Bottler. Heat number 3 coming up in the last point scoring round for the Pro 450 Championship. Brodie Trembath, Tyler Billing, Tyler Davies, Emma Scott, Callan Butcher, Josh Unicum, James Sordy. There'll be no Geordie Dowell. You saw him there with the arm in the sling. Thorin Openshaw, Christian O'Donnell, Tate Davis. The traps are already down, and the riders are charging down Main straight away for the very first time.
Yeah, Openshaw got away to an absolute screamer as always. He's another guy that gates beautifully. Tyler Billing on the 67. He got out well as well, and he finds himself in second place. But gee, can they catch Tyron Openshaw? He turns 18 today, and he's out there riding like a man possessed on the 276. He's out in front comfortably, and the second place Tyler Billing is going to be under all sorts of pressure now from the guys behind. But race leader Openshaw, Billing in second. It's the 415 in third place of Tyler Davies, and Davies is the guy that's trying to put the pressure on.
Callan Butcher there too, Joel.
Butcher as well starting to join in the battle. So good battle for the miners again in this one. Openshaw's cleared away a little over the guys behind, but they're settling down to battle out those minor placings.
Well, Openshaw, as we pointed out, birthday today. In fact, the Grand Parade sang happy birthday to him, but they won't be singing happy birthday with him so far out in front now. He's really dominating this particular heat, as it's Butcher starting to make a little bit of pressure there in that fourth spot, trying to dive through, and now also trying to look for another pass here in turn number 2. Butcher determined to pick up some more points here.
Yeah, trying to get Tyler Davies, who's holding on to that third placing, and he looking to try and jump up into the podium third spot as they come out of the bottom turn and onto the straight. They'll only have one more lap to go. Race leader comfortably out in front of us. Here's your battle on the track at the moment. Tyler Billings in second spot. There's Butcher trying to dive through on the inside. Can he make it stick? Oh yes, he can, and he brave move by him, but it pays off, and he moves up now into third placing, and he's out after Tyler Billings. Tyler Davies now drops back to fourth spot, but it's been a very impressive ride from your race leader Tyron Openshaw as he comes into the final turn for the very last time, and he grabs the checkered flag and the race victory. Openshaw across the line first. Good battle for the miners. Tyler Billings just comes ahead of Callan Butcher in third place, and then Tyler Davies just out of the top 3 in fourth spot.
So Heat 4, the last chance for riders in the Pro 450 Championship division to get straight through to the final. Thomas Donnelly, Andy Fisher, Blake Walker, Max Kelly, Jaden Roberts, Tom Edwards, Michael Price, Michael Anderson, Ryan New, Reese Irvin and Ronan Jacobs are the scheduled riders for the last heat, as they're behind the traps and waiting for the starter to give them the signal. They're down over the handlebars. The throttles are wound on. The traps go down, and away go the riders in this last chance to score points in the Pro 450 Championship.
Yeah, Edwards on the outside got the best of the start, and he gets the whole shot. Thomas Donnelly tries to go with him on the, he does as well, and they both go around Ronan Jacobs, who got away to a good start, but now drops back into third placing. So Donnelly, the race leader, as they come through the change of direction, but this is going to be a good scrap between, Edwards is out in front. Donnelly's the guy that's giving chase in second, and this is going to be a cracker of a race as well, because race leader now after lap 1 is Tommy Edwards. Thomas Donnelly in second place. There's Urban getting up into third spot now on bike number 14. He's been pretty consistent over the weekend and has had some good top 3 finishes so far this morning. But the battle up front continues, and the man leading the way is Edwards, but the guy right behind is Thomas Donnelly, and he's looking to try and put the pressure on and find a way through on the race leader.
And the 400 sitting in third place, but not really in any position to challenge for the top 2, as we keep an eye on those on our camera going down into turn number 2.
Yeah, Tommy Edwards is leading the way, but he's still got that pressure coming from Thomas Donnelly behind him in second place. Donnelly just can't quite get into a position where he can make a dive. You can see there he gets close, he gets the wheel right up to the back as they run onto the straight. Now they'll only have 1 to go from here. Tommy Edwards leads, Donnelly in second spot, and these two have raced away from the rest of the field. The best of the rest is Urban, but the focus is these guys up front, and geez, they've put on a fantastic performance, Edwards, but here comes Donnelly. He realises it's the last lap, he's running out of time. He needs to try and find a way through, and find a way through quick with half a lap to go. Now he moves up to try and put himself on the inside line into the sweeper, but he got shut off by Edwards. Onto the straight they'll come to the checkered flag. Edwards leading, and I think he's got him covered as they run to the line. Edwards, good racing. Donnelly in second spot on bike number 9. Third place is going to go to Irvin on the 400, and Jaden Roberts just outside of the top 4 or 3 positions. He comes across the line in 4th spot. So Tommy Edwards on the 971 takes the victory. Second spot to Thomas Donnelly on bike number 9, and third place goes to Reese Irvin on bike number 400. The first of our repecharges, Ross.
First of our repecharges coming up. This is the 13 to 16-year-old championship repecharge. And these are the riders who missed out on going directly through to the final. So lined up at the traps. What have we got? We've got about half a dozen of them there at the traps for this last chance in the repecharge.
You see Archie Ryman out there as well.
Got away pretty quickly.
That's the 58 bike that got off the line. That's Ryman. It is, he's on the 56. Well, that was the 56. I thought Ryman would have been up there straight in the final. But anyway, on the track, this is the first last chance. Top 2 riders will go through to the final. So you want to be in that top 2, and that's where you're going to see desperation in this one, because if you're not in that top 2, then it's bad luck. Oh, gee, the race leader just got gobbled up coming into that change of direction
94.
part of the track, and it's the 94 bike. That's out in front, is it? Well, don't see a 94, but let's have a look. Yeah, it is 94. I think that's Muggleton on the 94, AJ Muggleton, who is the race leader as they come past to complete the first lap. And Muggleton leads comfortably now. He's stretched away from the rest of the pack, but rider number 6, I think it is, in second placing.
Yep.
We are just trying to get with this being the repecharge, the riders who they are in the race, but I'm pretty sure that's Muggleton on the 94 machine out in front as they come past once again. And then second spot is 6 now. Hugh Hope Hodges is the number 6, but this is a different number 6 obviously, and I think it's Brody Trembar on bike number 6 that's in second spot, and Trembar ahead of, I think it's Jax Muggleton on the 94. So Jax Muggleton on bike 94. Trembarth in second place. So they're the 2 at the moment that are going to go through. At the moment...
Oh, okay.
Sorry, yeah, well, we're onto the wrong race. There's no repecharge on the other one because of the numbers. So Muggleton leads. Second spot is Brody Trembarth. And he's just hanging on by the skin of his teeth, because the rider going around the outside of him is, I think it's the 28 bike. That's moved his way into second place.
James Perrott.
James Perrott on the 28. And he puts himself now into the final.
Checkered
it's the
flag.
checkered flag time. So Muggleton on bike number 94. It's Riker Muggleton. Is it Riker? Yep. I think it's Riker Muggleton on the 94. Close for second, but just hanging on was the 28.
James Perrott.
James Perrott. Oh, what a super finish that was. We do apologise. We got thrown there. We were supposed to have the repechage of the 200 to 250 four-stroke 13 to 16 years, but obviously they didn't have enough, and they just had enough to make the final.
Yep.
So they've gone to the next repechage, which is the one we saw was the 85 two-stroke and 150 four-stroke 9 to under 13 championship. So that was just what we run then. Muggleton goes through, and so too does Perrott. So those two will go through to the final. We will have the finals fields for you as they come on.
Okay, we're now up to the over 35s, round 5 of the over 35 support. And a good start for the race.
Yeah, it's the over 35s, and Marty McNamara, he's the guy that's been really in the box seat of this one. He and Josh McCosker have had a great battle over the weekend. It's McNamara. Over the hangers goes one of the riders, and he stepped over. Oh, he's come down heavily. I think it's going to be a red flag, this one, Ross. He's landed on his arm. So
the bike's still,
he's up on his feet.
The bike's on the track.
But, the bike's on the track, and I don't know whether they've seen that yet, Ross. Certainly the corners haven't seen the rider down. And, they're going to have to be real careful here. Now the red flag comes out once they realise, but the poor rider that came down heavily on his arm, he's in a lot of strife. He's over. He's walked off the track. He did get up, but he's now down, laying on his back over at the back. And
I think he was holding an arm.
He was holding an arm.
Yep.
He went over the front of the hangers. I just managed to catch the rider. I didn't know what the number was on the bike. But I did certainly see the end of it, and he sort of went sideways, and it high-sided him over the front of the bike.
And it was a high side. That's the worst way to go in any form of motorcycle competition, is the high side. And that was a high sider, and I'd say the rider has landed very heavily on shoulder or arm, maybe a collarbone. Anyhow, not for us to decide. The medics are right there on the job at the moment. The bike's being cleared away from the track, and you might have spotted a number.
Yeah, it's 22, but we've got two 22s here, Ross. So Trevor Marsh and Corey Ford.
Okay.
So I think it might be Corey, but I don't want to say, because there's two 22s in the race.
Okay.
But yeah, it's either one of those two guys that are receiving some attention at the moment. So.
Okay, let's have a look then at what lies ahead on our program. Coming up after this one is we're into the fifth round for those divisions that are going to be decided on overall points. And so the fifth round for the 7 to 9 years in the 50cc division, that will come up as event 132 after this one. Then we'll be faced with another couple of repechages where riders, as we've pointed out in that last repechage, only the top 2 riders will go through to the final, making it a 12-rider field. And so the first of the repechages will be the Motocross Open Championship, event 133. And then event 134, another of the repechages will be for the 9s to 13 years in the 65cc two-stroke division. And then we go back into rounds of competition. In event 135, that'll be for the 7 to 9-year-olds, 65cc's. And then we move to 136, which is round 5. I'm pretty sure that should be, it says round 4 on the program, but I'm pretty sure it should be round 5. And another one of our repechages will be the ATV Open Championship. So plenty of exciting racing coming up.
Okay, so yeah, we might just go to a bit of a break, Ross, while that rider's being attended to. So we'll take a break, and we'll be back here at Balcarry Park very shortly.
2025 Agriforce Machinery New South Wales Senior and Junior Dirt Track Championships, presented by Agriforce Machinery, National Motorcycle Alliance, Motorcycling New South Wales.
from Motorcycling New South Wales. Yes, it's time to ride. A quick idea there for you of the different types of division of riding that Motorcycling New South Wales can cater for. You're seeing dirt track racing here. Also on the dirt you'll see flat track and track racing, speedway racing as well. Then on the tar you'll see the road racing divisions, the motocross divisions are there as well, the trials. So there's all forms of motorcycling that you can participate in, and you don't have to be a competitor either. You, as in a really serious competitor, you can just go out on a day, join a club, and have some fun. Like you could just join the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club here. You'll find any information that you want on the Motorcycling New South Wales website. Go there, they've got all the details about the various divisions, how you can find a club and how you can become part of the game. And you don't necessarily have to be a rider either. And you've got ladies here, for example, in our tower that are working hard as timekeepers, judges, getting programs organised. You can be an official through the various officials, a steward, you can be a scrutineer, a corner steward. You can even become a coach. So contact Motorcycling New South Wales through their website to see how you might be able to become a part of motorcycle racing in the
just
state.
Clearing up the track. It looked like a dead rat that he picked up off the track, but I don't think it was. I think it was something else. But yeah, the track staff do a fantastic job, and everyone here involved in running a meeting like this, they really do. We get to see behind the scenes and just what work goes on, and the effort and the time that these people give up and put in, and it really is a credit to them to put in so much hard work that they do to make it possible to even run a meeting like this. So we've been privileged to be able to see behind the scenes, and also, Ross, with some fabulous pictures we've been brought this weekend as well, haven't we?
Skywalker Studios doing a terrific job.
I call Henry the Octopus. He's got about 18 arms, and he's been able to manage to operate everything. So all the camera shots, everything you're seeing, full credit to James, who's done an awesome job this weekend.
And if you're viewing, and there's a comment section there on our YouTube channel, if you'd like to make a comment, then make those comments, and we'll, if we can, find some time to give you a shout out, because it's not much time. We only got some time there because of an unfortunate accident, but it looks like there's no very serious injury that's occurred, so that's good. The riders have started their engines, and we'll go back to the rerun of over 35's support. And Marty McNamara did have the lead before that incident happened, so he's the number 7. Keep an eye on him. He's out wide on the start line, and he's made a fairly good start, but it's not going to give him the whole shot going into turn 1.
No, not the best start. It was Josh McCosker that got away to a beauty, and also a rider going around the outside as well as they went into the turn, and I think it might have been Derek Seam on the 83, but a good start all round. Not for McCosker above McNamara, but watch out for him. He's back and forth. Here he comes. Up into third spot he goes, and he'll get out after the race leader, which is Josh McCosker. Seam in second spot, but won't be long before Marty McNamara finds his way around into second placing. McCosker, though, taking advantage of it. He wants to try and get as far away as he can, and that's actually Neil Girdler on the 28 that's in second placing. Well, momentarily, because McNamara now blasts his way around, and he's out after McCosker.
Yeah, McCosker in the lead, and riding fairly comfortably at the moment, and McNamara certainly has the experience and the knowledge here at Balcarry Park. And he's going to have to work hard if he's going to grab the lead in this over 35 support. It's the final round for them, but it's not a championship class. There won't be a championship decided here. Here's Marty McNamara trying to make the move on the outside of McCosker. McCosker keeps it down tight and low on the track. McNamara is going to have to go out wide on the outside, but he'll have the inside advantage going into the right-hander, which he does there. Switches back to the left-hander, and McNamara has now taken the lead away from McCosker. And it looks like maybe Anthony Girdler in third place.
Yeah, that's the top three as they come across the line with only one to go. McNamara on the 7. He's been dominant in this over 35 support class this weekend. He's picked up 4 wins, and he's going to make it 5 from 5. He's well on the way with only half a lap to go. Josh McCosker in second place. Then third place is Girdler, and it looks like that's the way they're going to run across the stripe, because it's checkered flag time, and they come onto the straight for the very last time. and Marty McNamara on bike number 7 takes out the over 35s with a good win and makes it 5 from 5. McCosker in second, Neil Girdler in third place. Derek Seam was next across the line, and he was followed by Andy Fisher on bike number 24. But Ross, Marty McNamara just proved too good in the over 35s this weekend.
Well, coming up next will be the first opportunity for us to crown a champion, because this is round 5 of the 7 to 9 years championships. The youngsters, and they've had 4 rounds of competition. This is round number 5. The top point scorer now after this round becomes the New South Wales champion for 2025.
It's probably
here.
Cooper Quinn, you'd think, wouldn't you,
Okay,
Ross? I
so
think
you're
he's won
selecting
about everything but the raffle this weekend, and I think he was probably going to be undisputed. But the minor placings will be the big one. And there's Quinn, there's Axel Kirkness, though, this time got away to a good start up on the inside and tried to get up into second place, but there was a rider went around the outside of him. It might have been Hudson McConnell on the 31, who's been in hot form as well. Slater Beard was another rider on bike number 43 that's very quick, but I don't know whether he's out there in this one. I haven't seen him at the moment, but they come up into the top turn for the very first time, and your race leader, I beg your pardon, is Cooper Quinn, who's doing it quite comfortably on the bike. That's Pringle in second spot, McConnell behind him, and then followed by Axel Kirkness of the 387, and it's the 43 of Beard back in 5th placing at the moment, and got a bit of ground to make up. But look at the battle for the lead starting to hot up here now. It is, and it's Jax Pringle on the 61 that's putting the pressure to the race leader, Cooper Quinn, who is under a little bit of pressure here from Pringle in second spot.
Certainly not getting it all his own way like we thought he would, and Pringle certainly making a real race of this for the. Well, will it be the championship? What sort of points does he actually need to get up there? He's a Curry Club member, and he's going to take the lead here around the outside. This is a great ride by Pringle.
Yeah, Jax Pringle, he's pulled one out of the hat for this one. He's gone to the race lead. Cooper Quinn will probably try and come back at him, but Pringle just seems to have the pace at the moment on the track, and now he's got him covered. But here comes Cooper Quinn. He'll be determined to try and get that lead back away from him. He'll only have 1 lap left to do it when he comes onto the straight here. These two are having a great battle for the race lead, and Pringle out in front, but look out. Quinn will have one last throw at him, I reckon, coming out of that big sweeper and onto the straight. Kirkness winning the battle for 3rd.
These are still laps in the rounds competition of 4 laps. When we get to the finals of our championships, which are decided after the 4 rounds, they will be 8-lap finals. So plenty of pressure will come on when we get to those races. But Jax Pringle looks like the young fellow is going to finish up the day with a victory, and I'm sure he'll be absolutely thrilled with that.
Yeah, he certainly will. Jax Pringle, look at him bouncing the head up and down. Oh, you little beauty. Oh, look at him. He's stoked with the win there. Young Jax Pringle. It's like he's won the World Cup. He comes across the line and he celebrates at Quinn in second spot on bike number 82. Now, I think it was Axel Kirkness that got up for 3rd placing on bike number 387, just ahead of Hudson McConnell. But what a great finish to the 50cc Auto 7 under 9 years championship this weekend.
Coming up now is the Motocross Open Championship. And this is the last chance. This is the repechage for the Motocross Open Championship, and only the top 2 riders. There's going to be 12 of them on the starting grid, but only 2 of them will go through to the top. Okay, on that starting grid, I can see the 222 sitting there. Which
Butcher?
Butcher on the 222. He's right down on the inside. I can also see the 400. That's Reese Irvin sitting there in the middle. The 87 of Cooper Archibald is there. Right up on the outside of the grid is looks like it's bike 37 of Riley Biddle. He'll certainly be one that'll be coming into contention there.
There he is, Ross, doing a lap of honour for
good on him.
The title. So obviously
had enough points.
He's taken it out. So to all those people at home. That was our first New South Wales champion. Cooper Quinn has been crowned, and congratulations to Cooper on a fantastic fantastic weekend here this weekend. He really has, deserved that win. He's ridden beautifully, and he's doing his lap of honour now with the checkered flag. So there he is on screen. Cooper Quinn, our very first New South Wales title winner here this weekend on bike number 82. So congratulations.
From the Canberra club, Joel. So Canberra take out the first of our championships this weekend. ACT Motorcycle Club. So back to the interest now of just who's going to take this out to get into the get into the championship
two
final.
Places, that's all it is, Ross.
Two, yep.
So the top two will go through to join the 10 already through, and the other riders then will pack it up. So I can see Lewis Tyne there as well on the 27. The 44 bike of William Seckham is there as well.
Yep.
He's out there. I think you mentioned Riley Biddle up on the... So yes,
he's
it's
up
a
on the
quality
outside
field
of the grid.
here. The four, I think that's the 427 of Cooper Dunn as well.
Yep.
Another guy that's gone well this weekend. So it's a quality field in our repechage, and with only two riders going through, this is going to be cutthroat in this one. So it'll be very interesting to see who those two riders will be. Tyler Billing, I think I can see there on the 67 as well. So fantastic field here for our repechage.
So we'll give a shout out. We've got some comments coming through, particularly from Cod Gamer. Shout out to you, Cod. Watching from Victoria today is Clever.
Oh, nice.
Clever, watching in from Victoria. Natasha, big shout out to you. Giving you one shout out. Thanks for continuing to watch. And from Adelaide in South Australia to Gavin.
Big Gav.
Good on you, Gav. Thank you for sending us those comments through to say that you're watching the coverage on the live stream, the Motorcycling New South Wales YouTube channel, for the first time that dirt track racing in New South Wales has been live streamed. Now we've got just a little bit of a delay at the moment, not quite. There's a bike being pushed back to the
that
pit area.
fallen rider Ross that earlier on.
I think it was Marsh, Joel. I think
the
it might
22.
Have been
Yeah,
Trevor
it was definitely
Marsh.
the 22.
And I think I might have heard on the two-way that they were confirming that it was Marsh with an arm injury, but nothing that needed any further medical attention at this stage. And that we'll just wait for that bike to be cleared back into the pit chute, and then we'll be ready to get on with the Motocross Open Championship repechage.
Yeah, what a fantastic lineup we've got of riders.
Riley Biddle's ridden well so far across this
weekend. Might be one to be trying to determine, but yeah, it's what a great field it is. You can see Butcher on the 222, the 427 of Cooper Dunn. The 27 Lewis Tyne, he's gone well this weekend. Josh Unicum on the 823. The 414 is one of the Tylers. That is
415.
Tyler Davies. It's a 415.
Yep.
The 44 is William Seckham. 400 Irvin. He's been impressive too, Ross, hasn't he? This weekend. Jaden Roberts is another guy that's gone well on the 223. The 87 up there as well. Just trying to pick up who that 87 is.
Cooper Archibald.
Cooper on the 87. Then we've got the worst number in motorsport history on the next one. We can't quite pick that up.
Not even our camera can zoom in on that one.
We've got the 37 of Riley Biddle, and a speaker is in the grid position number 11. Let's see if that speaker can make it through to our final. But yeah, good, as I mentioned before, some really good camera shots here at the Balcarry Park. Great to have you with us, no matter where you're tuning in, all over the country.
Great to have some of those interstate views
it's
from
fantastic
Victoria
to see some
and
of
South
the people tuning in from interstate, and we welcome them to our coverage, and we hope you've enjoyed all the action. But gee, there's some really red-hot action to come yet after these repechages, and as you mentioned, the 8-lap finals. That's just going to be a test of endurance, a skill as well, speed and stamina.
I personally think that in those that watch out for the last 4 laps, not necessarily unless the leader clears right away and establishes a really big break. Don't necessarily bank on the fact that that rider's going to win.
And now we're just seeing your backyard, Ross, aren't we? That's you need to mow. I mean, some of that is a little bit overgrown. So when you get home this afternoon, get the slasher out, Ross.
Yeah,
he owns half the Liverpool Plains, I think.
Picked that up from the real estate agent last night. So we talked about that over dinner at the club.
Yeah, we did. You didn't leave me any of that.
Managed to pick up a good bit of land there.
Yeah, no, it was nice.
If you think you're going to get an inheritance out of that, I'm not
I know.
real sure.
What's happened there? Yeah, I've been been cut out altogether. I apologise for whatever it is I did or said. But you can see the track in the background there, Ross. And it's just a real picturesque place here in Gunnedah. It's really, tranquil, peaceful. You get out in that country, the air really just smells a bit cleaner. And
the town has a very strong history, agriculture mostly being, but there was coal mining was quite an active part, and I'm pretty sure there's still some coal mining activity goes on in the district. It's part of the Liverpool Plains area. Places close by, for those people listening interstate, places close by. One of the biggest places close by is Tamworth. Tamworth City, not very far away here from Gunnedah. That's
look
to
at
the
that track,
that's to the east. Yeah, beautiful shot of the track.
Yeah, it's really super quick. And it looks like tar from the air, doesn't it? But that's the oil base for those people that
and over the years, when it was originally built as an oil-based track, the actual surface didn't look anything like as black and as grey as that. It's over the years that the oil has compacted and made the track what it is. And like all sports, there are, in tennis you can play on the grass, or you can play on the clay, or you can play on the hard courts. It's the same as in dirt track racing. Not every piece of dirt, not every track construction is exactly the same. And
I think there's only about 2 tracks left, isn't there? Here, in New South Wales, Kempsey is another oil-based track.
Yeah, Kempsey and Gunnedah. Taree have an oil-based track, but they have a little bit of problem in controlling the oil runoff, but their club is working. I know the club's working very hard on trying to meet the standards that are required for it to get back into racing, because Taree was certainly one of the very, very strong race clubs in the area. Producing some very very good riders over the years.
But what a fabulous track, just nestled into
Troy Bayliss being one of them.
The Bayliss Classic.
Yeah,
every year up there. But look, some great shots here. Just a fantastic part of New South Wales. And there I am. If you squint your eyes, you can see me just down there on the bottom in the white.
That's kind of looking back to the south part, coming up from the Hunter Valley, or as they say here in Gunnedah, over the hill.
But we're due for some bad rain too, Ross, next week. Let's hope that doesn't hit us too hard. I know we're back from Newcastle. They're producing something like 130 mil on Tuesday. So
another big
let's
East
hope with
Coast
all those people, big shout out to those people that copped it not long ago with the floods and stuff. And we hope that they can, they're getting back on their feet. I know the community support in a lot of these places has been, really great. And we wish all the very best to those people that did get affected by those floods. And let's hope that it's not as severe as it was last time.
No, I'm living in that area at the moment, Joel, and it was just record water. It was just incredible, the flooding around the Taree area. Now, having looked with the shade put on that number, it's the number 10 that we were confused with.
Cooper Williams, he'll be a guy that'll be up there as well.
Cooper Williams, he's
looking to try and
he's out there,
make that final. So, it's cutthroat now, only the 2 positions. So, they're going to be going hell for leather. And sometimes this sort of delay doesn't help some riders. They're nervous enough as it is. They want to get out there. They want to get on with it. They know they've only got 2 shots at this. They've got to finish first or second. So sometimes the delay can work in your favour. It can settle you down a bit and give you the chance to relax a bit. But in other times it can start to get on your nerves. Come on, how much longer? Let's get on with this. The guys will be nervous. And as I mentioned, only the 2, the 2 positions up for grabs. So they'll be keen to get underway, and once that the gates do drop, the nerves will disappear. But they know that it's desperation times, and they need to be in that top 2, because if they're not in that top 2, then they won't make the final, and that'll be their weekend over in this class. So. And
then coming up after this one is another repechage. It's the 9s to 13s repechage. And then that'll be followed by a round, the last round. So we'll decide another champion there in event 135. We'll decide the winner of the 7s to 9s division in the championship. Some more people getting through to us on the comment. Jeremy Penfold, g'day Jeremy. Best dirt track in the country, according to Jeremy.
I'll tell you what, it's one of the best I've been to, Ross. So I'd have to agree with Jeremy on that one.
Yeah, and Peter from Toronto.
Well, Toronto,
is watching
nice.
in. Good on you, Peter. Thanks for joining us. Amy is enjoying the coverage, so thanks for your comments. Tegan, g'day Tegan. Might be a relation of one of the riders, I think. So that's one of the
last name.
Wildsmith.
Oh, yeah. Oh, geez, they've been going well this weekend.
And that's one of the advantages. If you can't make it with the family, join us on the live stream. You can watch the family going
especially
around.
Especially Indy in the
Indy
the support girls.
Yeah.
So, big shout out to all those people listening.
Yep.
And we thank you for, And I think with the results too, Ross, with those people that, and we might not have the results by the time we finish our live stream here, but if you get on the Gunnedah Facebook, Gunnedah Motorcycle Club Facebook page, they will no doubt post all the results after the meeting. So anyone that's looking for the results, if we don't give them here, which we probably won't, it'll probably just be the winners in those finals and that especially. But if you want to look at the full results, first, second and third in the titles, then make sure you have a look at Gunnedah Motorcycle Club Facebook page.
Okay. All right. So, yes, the bit of the delay at the moment is just in making sure from our ladies here in the tower, making sure they're getting all the points right and there's no problems in having to have protests or anything. We might as well have a little bit of a delay leading into it rather than rush into it and then have somebody find out that they should have been in a race that they missed out on. So we might take a short break and be back in just a moment.
2025 Agriforce Machinery New South Wales Senior and Junior Dirt Track Championships, presented by Agriforce Machinery, National Motorcycle Alliance, Motorcycling New South Wales.
Yes, it is time to ride because the officials are ready for the recommencement after that short break to make sure all the points were right up to date and perfectly correct. And this is the Motocross Open Repechage. You only need to keep your eye on the top two riders because they're the only two that are going to continue for the rest of the day. The other riders will be able to head to the canteen and watch from the sidelines. Riley Biddle's got his hand up. He's not happy at the start. Now he is. He's all set and organised. They're tucked over the handlebars. They've got the throttles revved up. The traps are ready to roar. The 47, the 44 got himself caught up on the traps. William second got caught on the traps.
But race leader getting out quickest of all was Callan Butcher. He went to the race lead, but Biddle on the outside now. He takes up the running. So Butcher and Biddle are the two in the hot seat with the big pack of riders behind. Oh, they got very wide and threw away the first two positions. Can they manage to get back up there? Well, there's been a big change in complexion. I think that's Lewis Tyne maybe up there in second spot. But the race leader, as they come past us there for the first time, it's Girdler, is it? The 21, it is Girdler. Girdler out in front. And then I think it's the 87 bike in second place. But there's the two up front, Girdler.
Cooper Archibald.
In the 20 Archibald. And they're the two. At Riley Biddle, he'll be desperately trying to work his way back up. And so too Butcher, because those two were first and second. But then that tiny mistake in that bottom part of the track. And they've dropped back to third and fourth. And they find themselves out of the final at the moment.
I think they've thrown away their final chances because these top two riders are not going to throw away their chance. They're up there in front, Girdler and Archibald. And who would have tipped this?
No, certainly not. Girdler, the race leader, he's been pretty consistent over the weekend. He's been up in the top 3 or 4 riders, and he looks like he's going to make his way through to the final if it stays like this. Archibald's still in second. They're not making any inroads on these two riders up front, so they look like they might be on their way with only 1 lap left to go. Girdler leads the way. Archibald in second. They're on their way to the final.
And the one that's sort of of sitting in the hot seat, but he's not close enough to get there, is the 22 rider of Callan Butcher, and he's not going to be able to make it.
Now Biddle gets into that third spot, Ross, and he's out after him. Can he run them down? He's got 3/4 of a lap to do it. Archibald's in that second spot, hot seat. Biddle trying desperately to make up ground. Girdler, he looks like he's through to the final. Into the final turn they come for the last time onto the straight, and these two are going to go through. Girdler takes the victory, and second spot for the 87 of Archibald, and there's the 400 of Irvin getting up for third spot from nowhere. Biddle ran into trouble with the bike, and he dribbles across the line towards the back of the field.
Well, what a surprise. Can't dirt track racing produce some surprise packages, and that was the case there. Two riders who got away to a great start, got into turn 2 and then threw their chances away completely. Okay, we're now up to another repechage, and this is the 9s to 13s. The 9s to 13s, there's only 3 of them by the looks of things on the grid, so only 2 of them will go through, 1 of them will miss out. The 774 looks to be the one on the outside. That's Isaac Cross.
Yeah, Cross.
There's 99 and 126. The 99 of Flynn Jolliffe and the 126 of Shelby Trembar. They're the 3 that are lined up for this repechage, but it's only going to be the top 2 that make it through to the final.
Yeah, surprised to see Cross there in the 774 in this repechage. I thought he may have gotten straight through.
It was in the early couple of rounds, in rounds 1 and 2, where he didn't score well, and then started to make his presence felt in round 3, and that was where we started to pay some attention to Cross. But obviously didn't have just quite enough points to get him through directly to the final, but he is going to make the final. And how would you be if you come through the repechage and then win the final?
Oh, well, if anyone's got a chance, it's this guy, but he's got some really tough competition to come against with McNamara, Hugo Holmes, Flynn Beard, those sorts of guys. So he certainly has the capability of being up there on the podium. But he's had to come through the repechage here, and there's 2 laps to go, and there he is on your screen, your race leader. It's the 774 of Isaac Cross, and as Ross mentioned, Isaac has ridden pretty well. He didn't feature at the start of the meeting, and obviously missed out on a few points, and that's why he's out there in this repechage. The other rider behind him is the 99 of Flynn Jolliffe, and Shelby Trembar on the 126, unfortunately, might be the rider that misses out on making that final.
Okay, so this is the way the format is, and all the riders know what the format is, so they know what they've got to do to try and get their way through into a final, or to indeed win the championship. And coming up next, we will decide a championship. We'll decide the 7 to 9 years 65cc 2-stroke champion, because it's the final round of point scoring. So back to the racetrack action. Our cameras are on our leader, the 774 of Cross, who's way out in front, good 200 metres, 250 metres, good 1/3 of the circuit in front. Coming into the change of direction for the last time, he'll come down and take the checkered flag and be happy that he's now going to get into the final.
Yeah, Isaac Cross comes across the line, the checkered flag, and he'd be pretty happy with himself that he's gotten through to the final. The other rider coming out of the big sweeper and onto the straight now is our second place Flynn Jolliffe, and Flynn grabs a checkered flag to also move through to be the other rider to go through to the final. So that's the final of the 65cc 2-stroke 9 to under 13 years championship, and that was our repechage taken out by Isaac Cross, and the other rider making it through was Flynn Jolliffe.
So next, behind the traps, is the last round of point scoring for the 7 to 9 year olds in the 65cc 2-stroke. Now, the championship will be decided on this, and it'll be interesting to know just which riders are at the top of the field right now.
Will it be Cooper Quinn? I think Ross would probably be
Cooper
one of
Quinn,
those guys. He might.
Jax Pringle is in there
Yeah,
again,
Pringle
but
up
we're
there
not
as
quite
well.
sure whether they're in point scoring
McConnell.
range. Yeah, but you'd certainly look for those. Wildsmith is in there as well.
Yeah, Cade.
So
Axel Kirkness.
okay,
So-
we'll waiting for some officials to make sure that all the point score riders are
The
set,
medic.
and we'll take. There's a medic required in the pit area, so
Yeah,
there's going to be
so-
a short delay here.
Yes.
We'll be back in a moment.
2025 Agriforce Machinery New South Wales Senior and Junior Dirt Track Championships, presented by Agriforce Machinery, National Motorcycle Alliance, Motorcycling New South Wales.
Gunnedah has always been a place where that encourages creativity. It's a place where agriculture, business and the landscape all meet at this crossroads of innovation and imagination. It's a place that dreams and expressing who you are, whether that's through art or food or even boutique shopping. Yeah, it's about people and ideas and working together. Gunnedah is a town of open new horizons. I think artists here are always influenced by the beauty of the landscape around them, and it influences the work that they make. That's been a really integral part of the development of Gunnedah over its 150 plus years. Gunnedah has always been a place where people have always been influenced by the land around them. We have a lot of landscape painters, we have a lot of Aboriginal artists who reflect the stories of the land. It's the place that inspired iconic Australian poet Dorothy McKellar with her masterpiece, My Country, which is known by so many Australians. Gunnedah is a place we call home, and we invite you to come and visit us.
Agriforce Machinery are one of the major sponsors of this 2025 New South Wales Senior and Junior Dirt Track Championships here at Gunnedah, and that's an impressive lineup of machinery that they have available to local rural property owners to keep their properties looking smart, and also to make sure that their crops are growing nice and strongly here in Gunnedah. Now, we've just been informed by the officials that we are now going to have about a half an hour break. So we've got, according to my clock, about 10 past 12. So somewhere around the 12:35 mark, we'll be back with our coverage, our live stream coverage, and that will commence with round 5 of the championship for the 7 and 9-year-olders. So that will actually decide a championship. And then we have another one of the championships that will be decided, and that'll be the ATVs with the 60cc, 90cc 2-strokers and 85cc to 125cc 4-strokers. That'll decide a championship. And then that'll be followed by an ATV Open Championship repechage, where only the top 2 riders will go through into the final. So a break coming up, and we'll be back with our live coverage here from Gunnedah at Balcarry Park.
From Quirindi, our next stop is the agricultural hub of Gunnedah, an easy hour's drive away at the junction of the Oxley and Kamilaroi highways. Year-round, the beautiful rolling landscapes change with the seasons. Cotton fields light up the countryside during autumn. Canola shines in spring. And during the summer months, sunflowers, sorghum and wheat cover the many farming properties that play a key role in Gunnedah's story of where it has come from and where it is today.
Gunnedah, land of the Red Chief and a shire home to half a dozen quaint little villages. For some background, the Red Chief was a Kamilaroi man and had a reputation as not only a warrior but a leader of the Gunnedah people back in the 17th century. Now, this monument is a testament to the region's history and the respect that the Red Chief received for his bravery, achievements and adventures, with his ashes now at rest in a New South Wales museum. Gunnedah is home to some pretty well-known people you may or may not have heard of. Model, actress Miranda Kerr, Olympic gold medalist Andrew Boyd Charlton, to name just a couple, and one other. I'll give you a hint with the following lines. I love a sunburned country, a land of sweeping plains. Of course, words made famous by local Australian author and poet Dorothea McKellar in her iconic poem, My Country.
Dorothea's love of the Australian landscape and her experiences in the area heavily influenced her work, with the McKellar Centre designed for visitors so they can explore the Dorothea McKellar story. The impressive multifunctional centre is also dedicated to the region's culture and history and the arts, with artist Jean Isherwood's collection inspired by McKellar's My Country. There's also another artist based right here in Gunnedah, someone with a passion for community art projects, having won many awards for her artworks.
So Fonda, I haven't been here long, but already Gunnedah, such a pretty little town and colourful. Seems to be these murals dotted around everywhere. What's happening here?
Yeah, we have a really vibrant and thriving arts community here.
Yeah.
It's really inspiring to live here, and the landscapes are what really started my journey as an artist.
Really? How so?
Yeah, the changing of the crops, the seasons, the sunrise and sunset is just so inspiring to myself and all the artists that live here.
Can you take me on a little tour if you've got the time of your favourite spots around town?
I would love to do that.
Oh, that's right. Well, Fonda, I'm a massive fan of silo art, and this has got to be not only one of the best I've ever seen, but probably the prettiest thing I've ever seen next to a busy road as well.
I agree with you. It is the most spectacular silo art I have seen in the country, and we're so lucky to have it here in Gunnedah. The artist that did this, his name is Heesco. He's incredible and a really nice person too.
I love how Heesco's really captured the essence of My Country, like the colours he's used, the way he's just done the script of those few lines from the poem.
Yes, so he's actually used her original handwriting, which we have here in Gunnedah, and he's worked from that to replicate that, so that makes it even more special.
I love this.
I love it too. So this is a repurposed water tower that has been functioning as a museum for many years. Since I was a little girl, it was here. And in 2019, an artist called Jenny McCracken painted this mural as a tribute to men and women that served in the Vietnam War. And like the Dorothea McKellar silo, it's another mural that you can see from many places in Gunnedah because it's so large and impactful.
A good old quintessential Aussie outback country pub. Honestly, there is nothing like it. And this one is an absolute cracker. This is the Commercial Hotel in Curlewis, a short drive out of Gunnedah and just off the Kamilaroi Highway. And methinks the perfect spot to cap off what has been a cracking day. Now, waterhole, pub, boozer, tavern, doesn't matter what you call it, just make sure you visit it, because places like this, the walls tell a story, and this would have more than a few stories to tell because it's been here since 1912. Well, this is my short-term plan. I'm going to have a cold drink and tuck into what is touted as being New South Wales' best mince pie. Then I'm going to head to Pillow, because tomorrow another big adventure awaits. I hope you can join us. Best pie in New South Wales? Let's find out.
2025 Agriforce Machinery New South Wales Senior and Junior Dirt Track Championships, presented by Agriforce Machinery, National Motorcycle Alliance, Motorcycling New South Wales.
Gunnedah has always been a place where that encourages creativity. It's a place where agriculture, business and the landscape all meet at this crossroads of innovation and imagination. It's a place that dreams and expressing who you are, whether that's through art or food or even boutique shopping. Yeah, it's about people and ideas and working together. Gunnedah is a town of open new horizons. I think artists here are always influenced by the beauty of the landscape around them, and it influences the work that they make. That's been a really integral part of the development of Gunnedah over its 150 plus years. Gunnedah has always been a place where people have always been influenced by the land around them. We have a lot of landscape painters, we have a lot of Aboriginal artists who reflect the stories of the land. It's the place that inspired iconic Australian poet Dorothy McKellar with her masterpiece, My Country, which is known by so many Australians. Gunnedah is a place we call home, and we invite you to come and visit us.
Well, thank you for taking that break at home. Hope you enjoyed maybe a sandwich and a cappuccino or something or other, and are back with us here at Gunnedah for the last section of our two-day championship weekend, brought to us by Agriforce Machinery for the 2025 New South Wales Senior Dirt Track Championships and the 2025 Junior Dirt Track Championships, both divisions of the championships being held on the same day. We are up to the afternoon session of racing, and it will commence with the deciding of the 7 to 9 years championship in the 65cc two-stroke division. This is round 5 for them, their final round. Top point scorer after this will be the New South Wales champion. Otto Duff, Brennis Johnson, Hudson McConnell, Regan Quinn, Jax Pringle, Charlie Grabham, Cooper Quinn, Ryder Nelson Collett, Axel Kirkness, Hux Davies and Cade Wilesmith. Who will it be? Certainly those among the chances are going to be Cooper Quinn. I reckon Axel Kirkness, Cade Wilesmith's been going well. Jax Pringle certainly picked up on his performances in the last couple of rounds. Hudson McConnell. So there's quite a number of riders here. Even though they're only aged 7 to 9 years, it's going to be a New South Wales champion.
Yeah, it's been some good racing in this class, Ross, over the weekend, and this is their fifth and final round this afternoon. And, it's certainly Cooper Quinn who has been dominant in this, and he's already taken out one New South Wales title already, the one that's been decided. He was the winner of that. He did his lap of honour. And as we get the pictures of the overhead view of the track, the drone shot of the beautiful Balcarry Park here in Gunnedah in New South Wales, wherever you may be watching us. Welcome along. It's great to have you with us. We hope you can be here for the rest of the coverage, because we've got some really fantastic racing coming up, including our 8-lap finals. So 8 laps of this circuit. It's going to be a big test of man and machine to see the riders go across. A little bit overcast today as opposed to yesterday. Beautiful, perfect conditions yesterday. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. There's a little bit of cloud coverage here today. It's made it a little bit cooler, but certainly it hasn't changed the racing out on the track. We've seen some really top-class action here, best you'll see anywhere really in New South Wales. And, great to be at this fabulous track this weekend.
And as I say, from my point of view, that's one of the exciting things about racing on the dirt. It's not the same. When you come out in race number 1 at the start of the day and you're finished up in race number 90 at the end of the day, it's a different track surface, and you have to have the skill and the expertise to handle that change in track, and your pit crew has to have the skill and the expertise to be able to set you up for tyre pressure changes, for gear changes, maybe even just helping you get in the mood to say, look, things have got to change here. So they're parts of the skill sets that are forgotten about in dirt track racing, in my opinion.
And some of the kids that do have the mentors behind them, you see Axel Kirkness there, Mick Kirkness in the back there. He's a very accomplished rider that's achieved a lot in the sport. He's multiple, state Australian champion. He travelled over and competed in, I think it was the X Games over in the States as well. So a lot of these kids have got, as for example, Tom Herrick. Tom Herrick's old boy was a very accomplished dirt track racer back in the day as well. So these youngsters, the new generation of riders are coming through. They've got some really top-class, mentors and teachers behind them, and people to give them that advice. So it's just great to see, and that's the family part of it. It goes from generation to generation, and these kids, pick up where their dads have left off and get all that advice from them. So
okay, the dads have helped kick the bikes over. The bikes are running. The kids are getting the goggles on, and they're getting set now for their last round. Who's going to be the new New South Wales champion at the end of this race? Well, it'll be the top point scorer.
Yeah, Cooper Quinn, I'd probably guess, Ross, on the inside there, revving the freckle out of it as the gates go down. Send them on their way, and Quinn got out to a good start too, but another rider through the middle. The pack was quick. That was Jax Pringle. Pringle was out also quickly on bike number 61, and McConnell as well tries to dive through on the inside. He does, and gets into second spot. So McConnell, that's Hudson McConnell on bike bike number 31 dives through on the inside to get into second place. But this guy, he's been dominant all weekend. As we mentioned, he's already taken out one New South Wales title, and he's well on the way to making it number 2. That's the bike number 82 of Cooper Quinn.
Well, is he going to be a dual champion? Well, right at the moment, he's certainly stamping that authority. He could be a dual champion. We saw him carting the checkered flag around a little earlier for winning his previous division. Has a look over his left shoulder to see if there's any challenge. There isn't at the moment, and he's on his way to becoming a dual New South Wales champion here at Gunnedah.
Yeah, Cooper Quinn, he just recently picked up a couple of Aussie titles too down at the track championships in Canberra a few weeks back, so he's really in super touch, and he'll be pretty happy if he can put his hands on another title here. He's still got 2 laps to go. Giving chase is McConnell on the 31, who got up in the second. Now that's Cade Wildsmith. He's been a good competitor this weekend. Wildsmith on the 666, and Cade now moving his way up into third placing and looking to try and join these 2 up front. And at the moment, it's Cooper Quinn. But is he starting to get some ground taken off him by the rider in second spot of McConnell? And I think McConnell getting closer to him now as they come into the sweeper. But they've only got 1 lap to go. So can McConnell find something and grab this race lead away?
Well, Cooper Quinn got out very, very wide there too. He's probably looking for the power on the outside of the circuit to get some momentum down the track. But, gee, if there's a mistake made, he's going to have to keep his cool. He's going to have to stay calm. A slower rider ahead. What's he going to do? He's going to go around the outside. So too McConnell. So it looks as if Cooper Quinn, with half a lap to go, might have 2 championships in his belt.
Yeah, I think so. McConnell getting a bit closer to him now as they come into the sweeper for the very last time. But it's going to be checkered flag. There's Cooper Quinn. McConnell trying to track him down, but he has a sneaky look over the shoulder. Grabs the checkered flag and the victory. McConnell in second. Third place, good ride from Cade Wildsmith again, up in the top 3, and he finishes just ahead of Regan Quinn on bike number 34.
Well, we'll wait for the point scores to be tallied up, and we'll see whether Cooper Quinn has finished at the top of the point score, because remember, it's not necessarily the one who won that particular round. It's the one that's finished up with the most points at the end of the 5 rounds, and it looks as if it is Cooper Quinn handing him the checkered flag. So the young fellow has picked up 2 New South Wales Championship titles here, and he'll come round on his lap of honour. And whilst he's doing that, I can tell you that the final round of the ATV 60cc's to 90cc 2-stroke engines and the 85cc to 125cc 4-stroke engines will be our next event on the program, followed by the ATV Open Championship Repechage, where the top 2 riders will go through. But on screen at the moment, you're looking at a new New South Wales champion in Cooper Quinn, trying to do a bit of a mono there and enjoying himself thoroughly after picking up 2 New South Wales championships here on his weekend in Gunnedah. Made it all well worthwhile, made the trip all well worthwhile.
Yeah, good on you, Cooper Quinn. Well done picking up another title here this afternoon. So he'll be pretty happy with the way things have gone for him. He has been dominant in both those classes and taking out this 65cc 2-stroke 7 to under 9 years championship. And he does his lap of honour with the checkered flag to the acknowledgement of the crowd here at Balcarey Park. And great to see so many local people turning out to support the dirt track racing here this weekend.
Yeah, terrific. Okay, as we've said, coming up now, round 5, the ATV will be sitting at the traps, ready to launch into their last chance to score points. The top point scorer here. We've just got 4 competitors on the grid for this one. We've got the 35 of Reed Rose. We've got 47 Joel McPherson, 63 Cooper Garland, and 888 Ryan Garland on the starting grid, and away they go. On the outside, it looked like the 63 of Cooper Garland that got a good start, but it was the 47 of Joel McPherson that pushed up on the inside.
Yeah, these two had a cracker of a battle last race, and McPherson's had the better of them most of the time, but he picked up a second spot in that previous round, so he'll be looking to try and make amends for that. Now, if you watch this here, this is where the 63 of Cooper Garland coming into this track. You watch the speed he gets coming through this change of direction part of the track. He really does like it. You can see here now, bang, he hits the accelerator, he gets through, but watch McPherson now, because he starts to wind up on this big sweeper and onto the straight, and you can see Garland snapping his neck around, and McPherson says, you better look forward now, son, because I'm in front of you. And it's McPherson now with the race lead, but that's where the battle's going to be. You'll see Garland get around him here in this change of direction, but then McPherson seems to have the speed in the sweeper and onto the straight.
And he's kicked away a little bit there, I think, realising that fact that he's got to try and establish a little bit of a break to give himself some breathing space here. But as we've pointed out in our commentary, this is the various sections of the track where they make up the ground. And here comes Garland up on the outside. That's a brave pass on the outside in the change of direction. And he's going to be determined to try and stay in front. Now, watch him try to play the blocking game here on McPherson, but it's too late. He can't come across the front of McPherson to block him. And McPherson gets through now. So this lead is going to chop and change.
This will happen all race, Ross, with the McPherson, the race leader. And as you said, he's going to try and establish a big enough lead when he gets down to this change of direction part of the track, because he knows that Cooper Garland just really reels him in. I don't know what it is about it here, but you can see he gets to a certain point here, and Garland just really takes off. Bang,
Picks a
he
good
hits
line.
the accelerator,
Yeah.
but he's not close enough this time. So McPherson got the advantage, because this is where McPherson's quicker, coming out of that sweeper and onto the straight, and it's going to be tough if Garland's behind. I don't think he's going to be able to pick him up. So one lap to go for the race leader, and it's the 47 of Joel McPherson that's hanging on to this slender lead over Cooper Garland.
And you watch when McPherson comes around the pit corner, into the main straightaway. He hikes that rear wheel on the ATV. And he's just got enough. Now, Garland knows he's got to get really close to him here. He's got to try and nail him in these S-bends.
Yeah, no, he moves up on the outside of him. But I don't think he's going to. He's all around the outside he goes. Can he keep it stick? No, on the inside. McPherson, though, I think, got the advantage. Side by side towards the flag. And Joel McPherson puts the head back and grabs the victory. Has a look over the shoulder to see Cooper Garland in second spot. Now, third place goes to Ryan Garland on the 888. And Reed Rose on bike number 35 picks up fourth spot.
So that was a championship decider. We'll get some information from our lap scorers or from our checkered flag man. Joel will keep an eye on that as to who has been crowned the New South Wales champion in that ATV division. And we'll get set for the ATV Open Championship repechage. We've got our cameras shining on the checkered flag.
I think it's Cooper Garland, Ross.
And it
63.
looks like it's going to be the 63. The 63 of Cooper Garland has enough points to take out the New South Wales Championship. Congratulations to Cooper.
Oh, that's awesome stuff. Those two, both those riders, full credit to them. They battled it out tooth and nail over these last 2 days, both Joel McPherson and Cooper Garland. But I think it might have been that result where McPherson, it was Garland and Ryan that came across, and I think he might have missed the start or something, or picked up a fourth placing. So there he is, the winner. He's doing his lap of honour.
North Brisbane Junior Motorcycle Club member,
Cooper
all the way
Garland
down from Queensland. So well done, Cooper.
And he comes past. He's gesturing to the crowd to get on their feet and give him a cheer, and he'd be pretty stoked with that.
Yeah, that's terrific. Okay, in just a moment, after we follow Cooper Garland on his lap of honour, we'll get our producer to zoom in on the ATV grid for the repechage, and we'll pick up the lineup. It'll probably be a small field for the ATV repechage because 10 riders will have gone through. I think there were about probably four have gone through, and we'll. So two, right? Okay, right.
So six, only six in the final.
Yep, only six. Yep.
So the top four has gone through.
Yep,
they're
top
just
four
about
have gone
ready.
through. So let's have a look. The 92 is there. The 88 is another one who's on the grid. 30, no, that's the bike behind. 83 is another one, as away they go. And we'll pick them up as they come by us for the first time in the repertoire. But what a flyer of a start.
Yeah, Chevelle Green, I think it is, in the 666. It is Chevelle Green that got away to fly. And that's Catherine Higgs around the outside into second spot. So the top two, and looks like the girls at the moment got those top two spots. Can they hang on to this? But Chevelle Green, she got out to a cracker of a start. Catherine Higgs too quickly made her way into second spot. Now I think it might be Hank Slines on the 88 back in third placing, but Higgs in the hot seat. Down the main straight they come. Chevelle Green leads the way. Higgs in second spot. Who will be those two will go through at the moment as the positions stand on track. But right behind is Hank Slineser, and he'll be looking to try and put the pressure and grab that one of those spots away, with Higgs having a little look over the shoulder to see the danger. And Higgs now moves up onto the inside of Chevelle Green and is looking to try and get one step ahead and get out of that hot seat second spot.
Well, Chevelle Green's with the Gunnedah club, so the locals are cheering for her. And the two women are showing their prowess in this repercharge, and it looks as if, oh no, Higgs got wide. Higgs got wide and threw away that hot seat position. She's now back to third, and she'll be very disappointed with that mistake.
Yeah, one tiny mistake, Ross. She's run wide there a few times in that turn number one, and Chevelle Green leads the way, but Hank Slineser, he doesn't want to be in second. Oh, Higgs got sideways there and nearly lost another position as they come down with one to go. Chevelle Green on the 666. Looks like she's on her way to the final, along with Hank Slineser on the 88, because we only need the top two in this one to go through to the final. And at the moment, it's Chevelle Green, and Catherine Higgs was up there in second spot, but Hank Slineser with half a lap to go looks like he's going to get that second placing in the final.
Yeah, just that little mistake, and it's not the race you want to make the little mistake in when you're in a repercharge. You can't afford to make the mistakes. There's the checkered flag. Chevelle Green is through, and Schleisner goes through as well. They're the top two to go through to the final. So coming up next is another round of the last round for the little ones to have their last hit out on the 50cc Pee-wees. Lining up, we've got Slater Beard, Bo Carter, Logan Lay, Cohen Rose, Brianna Johnson, Wyatt de Groot, Cove McNamara, Sonny Fisher and Jack Muggleton. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 of them there on the grid that are going to have their last hit out in the demonstrations this weekend. They've been here all weekend. They have to follow the same rules and regulations that all the other riders have to follow. So here's their last chance to have their few laps of the Gunnedah Balcarry Park circuit in the 50cc demonstration division. So thank you to all of those mums and dads, and to the boys and girls who are out there on the track having some fun on their little 50cc Pee-wees for the last time here this weekend.
Yeah, certainly having some fun out there on the track, and you can see them running it, but you can also see the kids too that might have that little bit of a potential to go a bit further once they. Slater Beard's one of those in the 43. He's really quick, and Logan Lay in the 46. When they haven't started them yet because they are that quick. That
Cameron at the moment's on the 35. Cohen Rose. Cohen Rose doing his last bit on the 50cc demonstration. He's got the foot down there as he went through.
That speed he carried through. He had to get that foot down, look, to stabilise himself. Didn't want to lose the back end.
Coming through behind behind Cohen. Missed that number on the front there, but some other riders coming through as well. The 7, I think it is, of Cove McNamara. There's another one of the riders going through on screen. So opportunity, as we said, for the little 50cc is to do some demonstrations. After this race, we will decide another champion. This will be the combination with the girls' support. The girls' support will go out there. They're not competing a championship, but they're just having the opportunity to compete for the weekend. And Indy Wildsmith and Violet Hoskinson will be those two that go out there. And then in the round 5, the final point scoring round for the 13s to 16s, we'll decide a New South Wales champion, and we'll have 4 competitors there: Hugh Hope Hodgetts, Jed King, Zach Brady and Johnny Cooper. And then coming after that, we will decide the new New South Wales Pro Open Women Champion, and Emily Murrell will be a firm favourite there in that race. So we've got a couple of championships to be decided over the next couple of races. So stay with us on our Motorcycling New South Wales YouTube channel for the live stream coverage of this Agri-Force Machinery 2025 New South Wales Senior and Junior Dirt Track Championship. Send us a message on the comment section on the YouTube channel page if you'd like to make a comment, and where we can, and we've got some time, we'll give you a shout out to thank you for tuning in and joining our coverage. It's the first time Motorcycling New South Wales have decided to do the dirt track division of motorcycling. They have regularly done and continue to do the motocross events. But it's great to be able to see Motorcycling New South Wales stretching its coverage to the community in dirt track racing. And we're seeing camera angles now of the juniors in the 50cc Pee-wee demonstration. They don't race. There's no checkered flag. There's no timing. There's no point scoring. It's just an opportunity for these kids to get out there and have some fun on the racetrack. The 23 coming through there on the picture. I think it was the 23, or might have been the 43 of Slater Beard that came through on our pictures coming through that S-bend section of the track. So plenty of good championship events coming up in the next couple of events, and then not far away is the repecharge for the Pro 250 Championship as well. That will be a very, very keenly contested event, because we keep pointing out to you that only the top 2 from the repecharges go through to the final, where the 8-lap finals will decide who's going to be the champion. A test, as we've said, of both man and machine. Can the bike see out a good, strong, competitive 8 laps? Can the rider also withstand a good, strong, competitive 8 laps here of the Balcarry Park circuit?
Yeah, that's where a lot of these guys, peak fitness too, because, just to do one lap around here really takes it out of you, because, the change of direction parts of the track, it's very demanding physically on riders. I think we saw that yesterday when we got later in the day. You could see some of the riders a little bit fatigued with the amount of laps they've done. So, there's 8 laps finals, and I think we've got about 8 of them finals to run. This is going to be something else to watch. 8 laps of the Balcarry Park circuit here in Gunnedah, and just to see who will be come out on top, because some of these divisions, it's just not a struck match between a lot of these riders.
Yeah. Okay, red flag is out for our 50cc demonstration non-competitive support section, as we now look at the combination. This is just a support group. The 2 girls are the 26 of Indy Wildsmith and the 271 of Violet Hoskinson. And the championship division is the 06 of Hugh Hope Hodgetts, the 75 of Jed King, 90 Zach Brady, and 713 Johnny Cooper, who comes out as the new New South Wales champion in the 13s to 16 years divisions. 4 of the riders are in championship class. 2 of the riders, the girls, are in support class. The traps are down, and it's a fairly even start. The rider on the inside, however, on the 06 is Hugh Hope Hodgetts, who makes a clear hole shot in turn 1.
Yeah, he got a good start. Zach Brady once again got away okay from the traps, but it was Triple H that got the best of the start. Johnny Cooper always slow to move out of the gate. I think he finds himself back at about 4th spot at the moment, so he'll be looking to try and poke his way up ahead of Jed King on the 75. Then the best of the girls, Indy Wildsmith, she's been, I think she had 4 rides, 4 wins this weekend, so she'll be looking to finish with a perfect weekend. But there's your race leader, Hugh Hope Hodgetts on the 06 in the blue leathers. He slides his way into the turn now. 2nd spot is Zach Brady, but keep your eye on the guy in 3rd there, the 713. He'll be looking to try and get up into 2nd spot. Johnny Cooper, he got away to a slow start, and Zach Brady at the moment on the red 90 machine is holding him at bay, but Johnny Cooper on the 713 is coming quickly, and it won't be too long before he looks to try and dive through.
Yeah, you've pointed out the characteristic as he has in his racing. He just doesn't seem to be able to picked the trap or whether the bike just doesn't have the pickup at the traps, and he's usually puts himself under pressure and he's got to chase the field. Well, it's no good chasing the leader. Hugh Hope Hodgetts is off and gone. The only challenge he can put on now is for Zach Brady, and that's the challenge we're showing you. The 9-0, Zach Brady, and being pressured now by Johnny Cooper, looking to try and come on the outside of Brady, going through those S-bend. Now tucks back to the inside. That's clever riding. Clever riding by Johnny Cooper to get up into second spot.
Yeah, good passing move from Cooper there, running onto the straight. He faked the outside then. Oh, he goes down heavily in the corner. Johnny Cooper just lost the front end. He's up on his feet and picking the bike back up. The yellow flag's out. The race continues, but gee whiz,
checkered flag.
He just went down heavily in that turn and almost brought down the rider behind Zach Brady. But here's the checkered flag, and it weighs for the champ, the 0-6 of Hugh Hope Hodgetts. He takes the victory and probably the class, I would imagine, this weekend. I don't think he's been beaten. Zach Brady picks up second spot. Third place goes to Jed King. And there's Indy Wildsmith. Indy's had a great weekend. She picks up another victory ahead of Violet Hoskinson on the 271 that comes across the line, second behind Indy Wildsmith. But there's Johnny Cooper. Good on him too. Johnny jumped back up. He's tougher than tungsten, and he's back on the bike.
Okay, so little doubt about our New South Wales champion in the 13s to 16s division. It's the 06 of Hugh Hope Hodgetts, who grabs that honour and takes himself home a New South Wales championship. He'll be happy with that. He's another of the Canberra riders who are here this weekend from the ACT Motorcycle Club. Congratulations to Hugh Hope Hodgetts.
Yeah, well done to Triple H. He really is a talent on the bike. And he was at the Aussies too down there at his home track in Canberra a few weeks back as well, and did pretty well. So congratulations to Triple H. From memory, actually had a bit of a fall down there, but it's good to see him back up on the bike. And he would be very happy with the result this weekend in the 100 to 150cc two-stroke, 13 to under 16 years, the New South Wales champ for 2025, Hugh Hope Hodgetts.
Okay, here comes another championship for the women. Women only here. The Pro Open Women's Championship. Emily Murrell, Regan Jager, Emma Scott, Keely Pearson, Hope Louise Irwin, Katana Robinson, Skyanne Davis and Miley Robinson are at the traps and ready to decide the New South Wales champion for 2025. And
there's Indy doing her lap of honour for winning the
support class.
Yeah, well done to Indy.
Yep.
She really has ridden very well this weekend, and she's had a great battle with Violet Hoskinson in that 100 to 150cc two-stroke and 200 four-stroke girls support class. So congratulations, Indy Wildsmith, on bike number 26.
And both Motorcycling Australia and Motorcycling New South Wales focusing now on the women in motorcycling. Motorcycling Australia has its own women's commission to try and encourage participation across all forms of motorcycle competition and all forms of motorcycle recreational riding. It's not all about competition. Sometimes you can just go to a track on a fun day and just have some fun. But this isn't going to be fun. This is going to be serious. The New South Wales Pro Open Women's Championship is underway.
Yeah, final round. Once again, Katana Robinson flies out back. There's Emily Murrell on the inside. Is Emily going to grab the race lead? No, Katana Robinson this time gets the whole shot. Emily Murrell into second placing. And can Katana grab a win in this division over the weekend? The last chance is round number 5 for the Pro Open Women's Championship. And Emily Murrell has been in red-hot form, and she's into second spot. She's out after the race leader, Katana Robinson, on the 334 as they come onto the straight for the first time. Watch for Emily to get out there and try and grab this lead, but Katana Robinson racing up on the inside. Now goes Murrell, and she gets that line, slides in, drops back a gear, and then grabs that race lead. Gee, she's been really good on the bike this weekend, Emily Murrell. Katana Robinson now dropping back the second spot.
Yeah, the local girl from Gunnedah could be the first of the local riders to grab a New South Wales title, and all she needs to do is just stay calm and stay patient. I'm sure she'll probably have the top points. I'd be pretty surprised if she didn't. And so she's not far away now from becoming a New South Wales champion, and I'm sure the Gunnedah people will give her one mighty cheer when she does her lap of honour. She still leads comfortably. Katana Robinson from the Griffiths Motorcycle Club hanging on to second spot, but it's not also comfortable for her there too, because there's some challenge in that third and fourth place that might push those riders up towards her, and one of those is Emma Scott.
Yeah, and Curly Pearson, the other, battling it out. You see him on the screen there, just scrapping it out for that third spot at the moment. There's been a good duel between them. Curly Pearson now makes the dive on the inside of Scott as they go into the first turn and grabs that third spot away now. She moves up to third placing, but it's the final lap, and it's all Emily Murrell on bike number 20. She will be crowned the New South Wales Pro Open Women Champion as she goes into the final turn for the very last time. Down the straight she comes to the checkered flag, the New South Wales champ for 2025. Emily Murrell, the local girl, grabs a popular win, and it's a Katana Robinson in second place. Keely Pearson comes across the line in third. Fourth spot going to Emma Scott. There's Skyanne Davis coming across the line to grab the checkered flag ahead of Miley Robinson. And one of the last to come across the line, Hope Louise Irwin and Regan Jager. Popular win, Ross.
Popular win, all right. Did you hear our Gunnedah ladies in the box? They were certainly going off for Emily Murrell there. Well done, Emily. The Gunnedah Motorcycle Club grabs a New South Wales championship, and I'm sure the fans will give her, the local fans anyway, will give her a really big cheer as she comes down Main straightaway. Congratulations to the local rider, Emily Murrell from Gunnedah, for taking out the Pro Open Women's Championship. And a thoroughly deserved one, because she was very, very consistent. In fact, you can't be more consistent than being undefeated on a championship weekend. So congratulations to her. We now move to the Pro 250 Championship repechage. So riders have gone through to the final. These are the riders who miss out. We'll pan in on that starting grid for you to give you an idea as to the riders that are lining up for this one. It looks like a small field. I can only pick 3 there.
Yeah, there's only 14, I think, in the class all up.
Okay, so there's a 204.
Yeah, that's Hope Louise Irwin, who was just in the previous race, so she jumps off one bike onto the next.
433, Miley Robinson. There's another one, and I think it's the can't quite catch that number on the outside.
It's the 907 of Blake Irwin. So Blake Irwin into second placing. And I think getting away was Miley Robinson, was got away best of all. So Miley finds herself out in front at the moment. Blake Irwin on the 907, and those two look like they're on their way to the final.
Yep, it might only be a small field, but they had a last chance to get there, and they're making the most of that last chance. 2 riders clear. The rider that's going to have to chase them is Hope Louise Irwin, but here's the 2 up front. They don't necessarily have to cut each other's throat here, because they're both going to go through to the final.
Yeah, Miley Robinson and Blake Irwin. Robinson on the 433 and Blake Irwin on the 907. That's how they are on the track at the moment. First and second placing, and they've cleared right away from Hope Louise Irwin on the 204. That's back there in third place, and she's not making any depth. But Ross mentioned they don't want to do anything too drastic here. It doesn't matter who finishes in front of the other. They're still going to go through the final. But if they wipe out, they won't make it. 2 to go. Race leader is still the 433 of Miley Robinson, and with Blake Irwin, the rider in the hot seat, in second spot.
And coming up after this race will be another repechage. It'll be the 7 to 12s championship repechage. I think that will be the case. We did make some changes earlier in the program as to whether... no, that one will be out.
Yeah,
so
they combined.
Yeah, that's right.
So they didn't have enough, so I don't think we'll have a repechage.
Don't think we'll have a repechage there. So we'll go to the last round of the ATV Open Women's But right now our focus is on the Pro 250 Championship, the final 2 riders to go through into the Pro Championship final, which will be over the demanding 8 laps of the Balcarry Park circuit.
Yeah, at the moment it's Miley Robinson on the 4:33. You can see on your screen. Behind in second is Blake Irwin on the 9:07, and those two will go through to the final. And what a cracker that's going to be in this Pro 250 class. Torrin Openshaw is probably going to be one of the favourites to take that out as the checkered flag falls, and it falls for Miley Robinson, who takes the victory ahead of Blake Irwin, and those 2 riders moving on to the final to join the top 10 point scorers to see who will grab that New South Wales title for 2025.
All right, so according to us, and we'll have the ladies just confirm it, but according to us, we are up to the ATV Open Women's, so we were pretty correct there. This will be the last round of point scoring for the ATV Open Women's. We'll decide a New South Wales Championship here. We've got the 32 of Catherine Higgins on the number 4 grid. We've got the 75 of Kim McKay on the number 6 grid, and on the outside of the grid we've got Chevelle Green at the 75. Made a good start, but plenty of power from Chevelle Green, who looks like she's going to take the whole shot going into turn 1.
Yeah, Kim McKay was quick away from the traps, but then got swallowed up by Chevelle Green and Catherine Higgs, who came around, and Higgs into second spot. Chevelle Green certainly riding with a lot of determination today. She picked up quite a few second placings in this class over the weekend, but today she's riding with a lot of determination. She comes down the main straightaway, and she's comfortably out in front of Catherine Higgs at the moment. Chevelle Green, now these two nearly went through to the Pro Open final. It was Chevelle Green who managed to grab one spot. Catherine Higgs was up there, and she looked like she was going to go through too, but didn't manage to hang on to that second place. So at the moment, it's Chevelle Green on the 666 in our ATV Open Women's, leading Catherine Higgs on the 32.
Well, depending on where the points sit, Joel, Chevelle Green is another Gunnedah competitor, so if she wins this race and gets enough points, Gunnedah could have another champion, but we don't know where Catherine Higgs sits as far as the points are concerned. They've both been high point scorers. Catherine Higgs has been a high point scorer. She's from the North Brisbane club, so is there a chance here now that this Catherine Higgs got very wide there and lost a lot of ground on Chevelle Green, but maybe, just maybe, here's a chance for the Gunnedah club to get another champion. Yeah, who knows? We're not sure about where the points actually sit.
Yeah, not too sure, but there's 1 lap to go. We know that much with Chevelle Green leading away. Here comes Catherine on the 32. Can she find a way round? She comes through turn number 1, A-OK. Can she get close enough to Chevelle to make a dive for this race lead? Chevelle Green holding onto the race lead on the 666. Catherine Higgs chasing hard in second spot. Kim McKay out of this one on the 75. Into the final turn they go. There's not too much between them. Chevelle Green leading the way. Catherine Higgs, one desperate dive, no, watch the back end out, and Chevelle Green comes across the line to take the victory ahead of Catherine Higgs in round number 5 of the ATV Open Women's. Kim McKay on bike number 75 will pick up 3rd spot, but we'll just have to wait and see who they give the flag to on the back of the circuit. That's where we get our indication as to who has taken out the division, and it will be Catherine Higgs on the 32 that will be the rider that grabs that checkered flag, and she takes out the ATV Open Women's class this weekend here at Balcarry Park.
So a New South Wales title goes north of the border as we give the chance to have a shout out to Bruce and Narelle, who are watching from the north coast of New South Wales. I hope you're not going to get hammered by that big east coast low there. Jeremy Penfold's been on the comments for us, and he brings back some great memories of being here at Gunnedah from Muppet. G'day, Muppet. Thanks for saying that you're tuned in and watching us. To Sam, shout out to you, Sam. A shout out to Beverly, who's watching from Exmouth in WA.
Oh,
That's
WA.
one heck of a long way away.
Welcome, Bev.
Yeah, g'day, Bev. Thanks for joining us on our coverage as we show you the lap of honour for Catherine Higgs from the North Brisbane Junior Motorcycle Club, taking out the women's ATV pro section of the championships here in New South Wales. So thanks to those people who are sending us comments through on the Motorcycling New South Wales YouTube channel. It's just fantastic to know that people from other states, Victoria, South Australia, and now WA, joining us on our comment line.
All over this fantastic country. Great to see people tuning in.
Thank you for covering. Thank you for joining us. Okay, we go to round 5 now, which is the final point scoring round for the 12s to 16s. They're at the traps. And plenty of opportunities here. Will Wiggins has won one race today. Taj Edwards has been going extremely well. So too has Nash Carline. Johnny Cooper going well too. Johnny Cooper's drawn the number 1 pole here on the starting grid, so he's right down there on the inside. Don't know that any particular pole division has. It's a matter of picking the start and making sure you don't get caught by the traps. That's the main thing. As they go away, we'll decide a new champion here after 5 rounds of competition in the 12s to 16s championship.
Yeah, Will Wiggins got away to a great start, but even better start on the inside was Archie Ryman on the 56, and he quickly went to the race lead. Once again, Johnny Cooper was slow to move on the 713, but he's starting to make up ground now, and I think moves his way up into 3rd placing. So Wiggins has gone, I think he's dropped back to 2nd spot, and the 56 of Archie Ryman is your race leader as they come out of the big sweeper for the first time.
A bit of a freight train.
Lap number 1, not much in it. Around the outside, Wiggins is trying to grab that first spot back away from Ryman, but Ryman got the inside advantage as they go into turn number 1, and Ryman still leads the way. Wiggins in 2nd, Johnny Cooper not too far away in 3rd spot. There's Cooper having a bit of a look on the inside of that 2nd place Wiggins as they came down into the change of direction part of the track. There's nothing between these top half dozen riders.
Very, very close, and I'm getting the indication by the tightness of this top group there mustn't be much in the point score difference, and so they're making sure they can grab the big bag of points and forget about what happens behind them. I'm just getting a feeling here that there's not much in the point score difference between these this bunch of riders who are up front and fighting it out, because that's where they're wanting to position themselves.
Yeah, Ross's spidey senses are tingling. He knows there's something going on in this one as they go down the bottom part of the track, and Ryman has the race lead. Wiggins still hanging on to 2nd. Can Cooper find a way through into 2nd spot? He's having a look on the inside. Wiggins goes wide. Last lap as they run onto the straight, and it's Ryman the race leader. Here comes Wiggins having a real dash on the outside, looking to try and go, but that's not the way round there. Ryman's got him covered. Cooper's still in there waiting for the mistake where he can pounce on the both of them down into the bottom part of the track.
Who's
they go
got
still
the points?
6 riders or 7 riders all up there bunched up. Race leader is still Ryman in the 56. Wiggins chasing him down. Cooper looking to try and grab the both of them into the final corner. They come for the very last time. Race leader Ryman. Wiggins is going to try and reel him in, but I don't think he's going to get him. No. Yes, he
did.
Oh, he's nodded the head and said, yes, I'll take the victory. Right on the line, Will Wiggins somehow manufactures a win over the 56 of Archie Ryman, and Johnny Cooper in 3rd place on the 713. Unbelievable.
By that indication, I think Wiggins might think he's got enough points to take out this title, because
I think he has.
He made the big no, I don't think so.
Yeah, he has.
Yes,
he's stopping to get the checkered flag.
He
Wiggins,
has. He knew it. He knew
where he needed the win.
He knew he needed the win,
he
and
grabbed
he's
it
got
right
it
on the line. What a sensational finish!
Oh, that was just
Will Wiggins,
just incredible.
Bike number 11, the 85cc 2-stroke and 154-stroke, 12 to under 16 years,
all the
champion.
way from Albury-Wodonga.
Oh, Albury-Wodonga.
Well done to Wiggins, to Will Wiggins. He's very happy, very happy youngster.
Stoked. You little beauty. He's shaking that flag like nothing else. Oh, good stuff, Will Wiggins. He takes the victory, and that's been really hard fought. Right to the death.
Yep.
He had no right to win that race, Ross.
You'd given up on him.
Archie Ryman had him covered. He had him covered, and Will Wiggins somehow around the outside managed to find something and just grabbed him right at the death. So what a fabulous
Terrific.
ride.
Okay, this is going to be fabulous too. The final round for the sidecars. Certainly Matthew Davies and Tom Northey will be the firm favourites here, but this will now decide another New South Wales champion here at this championship series. Our panning in now on the start grid, because the starters already got them ready. Have a look at that sort of yellowy number plate on the front. That's the favourites for his Matthew Davies and Tom Northey, but they're slowly away. But watch out for them, because they'll certainly make up some ground. They're another set of riders who don't seem to be able to pick the traps very well. They've moved up into second place at this stage behind Steve Smith and Matthew Doyle, but I don't know that it's going to last. That lead is going to last for them, because both Davies and the combination of Tom Northey have been very, very impressive this weekend.
Yeah, here they come. They're looking to try and sweep through on the inside as they come onto the straight. It's Stephen Smith and Matthew Doyle on the 99, but here comes the freight train. Matthew Davies and Tom Northey. They switch it outside back to the inside, and in the blink of an eye, they snap the race lead away from the 99 combination of Stephen Smith and Matthew Doyle. Then a long gap back to third spot, Jim Jobling and Jaden Trembath, who are on the 195 machine. But here comes Steve Smith and Matthew Doyle. They're going to try and fight back and grab this race lead away from Matthew Davies and Tom Northey. But down they come to complete another lap with 2 to go. But these guys have been undefeated this weekend. They haven't been beaten on the 414 machine. They've showed true dominance in this class over the weekend. And it looks like they're well on the way to their 5th victory and to a New South Wales championship as they come through the change of direction part of the track. Race leaders are still Matthew Davies and Tom Northey, who will be crowned the new champions on the 414.
And they're Canberra club riders, the ACT Motorcycle Club, and no doubt the capital city will be very happy that their riders have represented them well here to win this New South Wales championship. And coming up after this one, don't miss it, the repechage for the 450s, the Pro 450s. That will be something to watch out for, all the riders who missed out on the final. But our focus right now is on the combination of the 414 to come home and greet the checkered flag, and in our opinion anyhow, will win. Yes, up goes the arm. They will win the New South Wales championship in the sidecar division.
Yeah, well done Matthew Davies, Tom Northey. They've been worthy winners of the title this weekend. Stephen Smith and Matthew Doyle across the line in second, and third place going to Jim Jobling and Jaden Trembath on the 195. But they've dominated this class over the weekend. The boys on 414, they just a great combination. They, as Ross mentioned a few times, they really look good on the bike together. And once they got to the front in these round racing, they were never headed. So they take 5 wins from 5 starts, and you can't do any better than that. And they'll be pretty happy, the boys, I would think, with their championship win here this weekend.
Yep, doing their lap of honour. You've got them on the screen. The Canberra combination, the ACT Motorcycle Club combination, who have snatched the New South Wales Championships. They're very happy about it. The sidecar combination, you have to have that combination of rider and passenger that work well together, so that you've got the rider being able to put the bike exactly where he wants to put it, and has to rely on his passenger just being in the right position for his weight transfer. Whether the weight transfer has to go to the left or the weight transfer has to go to the right, the passenger plays a very key role in sidecar racing. And this club here at Gunnedah, the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club, is very, very synonymous with sidecar racing on the dirt tracks, with the Woodheads and the Hardys winning national titles back in the 90s. So congratulations to the Canberra pair, who have become the new New South Wales champions. Now our attention switches to the repechage of the Pro 450s. 12 riders will be on the grid, but only 2 of them will make it through to the final. Let's see if we can spot some of those riders on the grid for you. Our starter is already keen to let them go. We're not going to get much time to do that, so let's just concentrate on the start. It's going to be hectic. Oh, there's some wiggling and some bustling going on already as they charge past us for the first time to see who grabs that hole shot going into the first corner, and swooping round the outside is going to be a good advantage.
Yeah, I think that might have been The 12 machine out in front. I know the 67 was up there close in second spot, but we'll have to pick them up probably with McCosker back in third, placing on the 45. But it's Logan Davis on bike L76 that has got the best of the start, and Davis out in front. That's Cooper Williams. Williams giving chase in second place on bike number 10, and those two, they'll know they've got a big pack of 450s breathing down their neck, wanting one of those top two spots, because only the top two will go through. Logan Davis, he's been good this weekend, pretty consistent. So too Williams, and they've both skipped away a little from the rest of the pack.
They know they have to.
McCosker back in fourth spot, but they know they have to be up there, away from the rest of the field. Onto the straight they come. Logan Davis leads. Second spot, Cooper Williams.
Cooper Williams knows he's in the hot seat. He's going to try and sit right on the hammer of Davis, the leader, which means that he'll be able to push away from the rest of the pack, and that's what they're doing. The rider in third place, who has an opportunity to get there, is too far back off them, and that's Cooper Archibald, and he's just too far back to be able to get himself into a position where he'll grab that top two.
Yeah, you can see the gap back to Archibald. These two racing away with it. They want to be clear. They got one lap to go, and they're into the final. Logan Davis and McClay boy out in front. Second spot, Cooper Williams, trying desperately to keep in touch with him, because he knows he doesn't want to drop back to the rest of the pack, because he's on his way to the final. Half a lap left to run. Davis the leader, Williams in second spot, and they'll go through to the Pro 450 final, the championship final, the 8-lapper, into the final turn for the last time. Checkered flag falls, and it falls for Logan Davis on bike number 76. Cooper Williams picks up second place to go through to the final, and just missing out was Cooper Archibald on bike number 87, who was a pretty distant third place, with Tyler Billings back in fourth spot.
Oh, there it is. That decides the top 12 as we now swing straight back to the traps, because this is the first of our finals. Event 148, the final of the 13s and 16 years. This will be 8 laps as far as we know. All finals are 8 laps. So the riders are at the grid to see if they can grab a New South Wales championship here.
Will it be Nate Jager? Will it be Triple H there in the middle of the pack? Starters hands, away they go. Let's go dirt track racing, and through the middle it looked like it was Triple H and Nate Jager. Those two are going to battle it out. Jager on the outside gets the advantage though. Hugh Hope Hodgetts slots into second placing, but can they get this guy out in front? He's been super quick this weekend and already has opened up quite a nice little advantage, but it is an 8-lap journey, so it's going to be a test. Oh, there's a rider sliding through into second placing. I think it's a 27 machine of Taj Edwards. He's been impressive as well. He goes into second ahead of Triple H as they come down to complete lap number 1. It's Nate Jager on bike number 8 in front. Edwards in second, and the top 3 is Hugh Hope Hodgetts in third spot.
Well, the Gunnedah fans are cheering again, because Nate Jager, a member of the Gunnedah club, obviously a family member of the very well-known Jager family that have been a part of dirt track racing, and particularly this club, for a long period of time. I have an opportunity now of the Jager family grabbing a New South Wales title, and Nate Jager is making every post an absolute winner. He's 50 or 60 metres in front, but as we've pointed out, these are 8 laps. They're 8 laps. Now, can he maintain this pace? Can he hang on to it mentally? Can he hang on to it physically? He's certainly doing the right job at the moment, not making any mistakes at all, and managing to stay well clear of Taj Edwards, who's in second spot, and waiting behind them then to get the drop on them looks to Triple H of Hugh Hope Hodgetts.
Yeah, no change to those 3 at the moment. Still plenty of laps to go. And Nate Jager out in front of the 200 to 250cc 4-stroke 13 to under 16 years championship final here this weekend. The first of our finals to be decided. The others were over rounds, but this one will be decided right here in this race. And Jager leads the way. Still Taj Edwards has a considerable gap back. You can see there as they come onto the straight. The camera pans down onto the race leader Jaeger, and he's being chased by Edwards, and right behind him is Hugh Hope Hodges on the 0-6, and they're cleared right away from the rest of the field. The best of the rest is Johnny Cooper, but these three up front, there's going to be a winner come from these three riders. Nate Jaeger on bike number N8, second spot to 27 Edwards are starting to bunch up a little now. They're coming up to Jaeger. They're bringing him back to the rest of the field.
Yeah, the 8 laps is going to tell the difference as to who can hang on and who can't, and Jaeger now coming under some pressure. We did forecast, watch out for the 8 laps. It's all the difference. Who can hang on to it? Who can hang on physically? Who can hang on mentally? Can the bike hold it up for 8 laps? And Nate Jaeger, who had a big lead, has watched, well, he hasn't watched it, but we have. We've watched that lead dwindle down.
It has, and Taj Edwards is the guy right behind, looking to try and get the job Jaeger out in front. There's still a few laps left to go as they come past us once more, but look at Taj Edwards on bike number 27. He wants to try and grab this title. Oh, out goes Jaeger out wide. Edwards sees the opening, the door open, and he came straight through on the inside, and he takes up the running. Can Jaeger somehow muster something to grab it back away? Up to a slower rider they come. They both negotiate that okay. Hugh Hope Hodges still back in third spot, but Nate Jaeger now slips back to second place, and Taj Edwards is your new leader.
The Central Coast Junior Motorcycle Club, they're starting to cheer now on our coverage. There is only 1 lap to go, and this has been the telling factor. The 8 laps has certainly been the telling factor in this final. Jaeger knows he's got one last chance. He's going to throw everything at it. I might as well. I had the lead early, but I've surrendered the lead. Can I do something in this last corner? Will the leader make a mistake?
Oh, I don't think so. Taj Edwards has got one corner to negotiate to be the New South Wales champ for 2025. The checkered flag falls. Taj Edwards takes a victory. Nate Jaeger, hold your head up, son, because that's been a super effort by you this weekend. Hugh Hope Hodges in third place. He's a bit disappointed, but I tell you what, we've seen some great racing in this 200 to 250cc 4-stroke 13 to under 16 years championship, and what a final that was, the first of our 8 lappers, and what an absolute great ride it was by Taj Edwards on bike number 27, and he becomes the champ for 2025, the New South Wales champ, and he does his lap of honour as he grabs the checkered flag.
So the Central Coast people, their home track is at Summersby there near Gosford on the central coast of New South Wales, and Taj Edwards does the wheelie up on the mono, the victory wheelie with his checkered flag, and obviously stoked that he has become a New South Wales champion in that division. Congratulations to him, and congratulations to his club for giving him the opportunity to be able to reach an elite level in this division. All right, attention now to the next championship final. And this is for the 9s to 13s. So when these finals reach this stage for these youngsters, it is a real test of physical endurance, because the 8-lap final will sort them out. And as we just saw there, don't necessarily get carried away that the person who careers away out front is the one who's going to win the race. Big line up here. They're all set behind the traps, ready to go. It's a class field in this, even though they are only 9 to 13 years old. And it was the Hugo Holmes, the Gunnedah rider, who flew out of the traps at the start.
Jake Straney. Oh, 2 together. Oh, 2 bikes locked up and went off the track. Down in, there's a rider down heavily. So I think the red flag's going to come out. They just locked together. The bikes got stuck, and they both came down heavily in that first turn. And rider down on the ground at the moment. Has come down very heavily, Ross, towards the back. They just bunched up a little, and the bikes actually got stuck together.
Yeah.
And that brought both riders down onto the track.
We'll let the medics handle that situation as they move out very quickly from their observation point on the track, and moving out to tend to those riders. We'll get some information through from officials shortly as to any of the condition of the riders, and we're in the course of running the final of the 9s to 13 years championship, and this will be an 8-lap final, as we've pointed out to you across the coverage for you across these 2 days, that the finals all run over 8 laps. And then coming up after this one, they'll be getting ready to decide the Motocross Open champion for 2025. That's a final. We've got pretty much all finals now to be contested through to the end of our program. We've got the Motocross Open Championship final. We've got the 9s to 13s Championship final. The ATV Open Championship final. That'll be a good one with the Griffiths family looking to see who's going to win that. The Pro 250 Championship final. The modified 7s to 12s Championship final, and then the big one, the Pro 450 Championship final, will wrap us up across our 2-day coverage. So the reason for the delay at the moment is that we've got the medic service on the track. Tending, as Joel pointed out, the bikes just became tangled up going into that corner, and neither seemed to be able to separate each other, and they both unfortunately came down. We'll just wait for a report from the medical officers and from our officials as to any change or anything we might need to do with our program. Just recapping what we've done so far this weekend for the AgriForce Championships here for 2025, the first time that a senior and junior championship have been run together. Gunnedah have held these New South Wales championships across a period of time where they've run both the senior and the juniors, but they've run them separately across that period of time. They've never ever run them together. And this is the first year that Gunnedah has hosted both the seniors and the juniors on the one program. The 2 days of competition saw heats of the various divisions held yesterday and rounds of competition held yesterday, and as we've just pointed out, culminating in finals today. Whilst we've got a little bit of a break, we'd like to pay tribute to the support of the various sponsors that we've had for this coverage, and on behalf of the club, thank the sponsors that they've been able to get to support these championships, and we'll be back very shortly.
...2025 AgriForce Machinery New South Wales Senior and Junior Dirt Track Championships, presented by AgriForce Machinery, National Motorcycle Alliance, Motorcycling New South Wales.
So back here at the beautiful, picturesque Balcarry Park in Gunnedah, northern New South Wales, for the culmination of what's been a fantastic 2 days of racing here at the track. And we've just had a little bit of a disruption with a fall, and the two boys back up and okay. It's great to see Isaac Cross on the 774, and it was Cohen McCosker on bike number 45. They just got tangled together. Neither of them could have turned then into the corner, and they were both just catapulted straight ahead and came down heavily, but they've been checked out by the medics. They're both up and okay, and they've both been able to rejoin the restart. So this is the final of the 85cc 2-stroke and 150cc 4-stroke, 9 to under 13 years, for the Agriforce Machinery New South Wales 2025 Dirt Track Championship. They're back on the starter's gate. Now, Straney got away to a good start there. You can see him in the middle on the 85 machine. So too Hugo Holmes, just a couple of riders over to the left on the screen there on bike number 5. They both got away to a great start, particularly Straney through the middle. He'll be looking to try and get away to another flyer of a start from this restart. But yeah, he'll be trying desperately to get to the head, because he doesn't want to let Hugo Holmes get that lead, because it might be all over bar the shouting. There's the gates fall down now to send them on their way, and once again Straney got away well, but Hugo Holmes a little bit better this time, and Holmes will lead the pack into the first turn. There's Slater Beard up in, Flynn Beard in third spot. Whoosh on the inside. Couple of riders coming through very quickly, and a change of position as the sun starts to peek through here at Balcarry Park, and the race leader is Hugo Holmes, and is he on his way to a New South Wales title win?
Well, the Gunnedah people will be hoping so, because they've crowned one champion today in Emily Murrell. Maybe they're going to crown a second one here in Hugo Holmes. We'll wait and see, because as we saw in the last race, it's 8 laps of competition, and Isaac Cross, who was one of the riders who fell, is now up and in second place and putting himself in the running for a New South Wales title. What an incredible performance by the young fella.
Oh, what a bounce back from Cross on the 774. He came down very heavily with McCosker, but he's managed to get up and get going and back on the bike, and he's going to be the big danger here to Hugo Holmes. Can Holmes hang on? It's an 8-lap journey for the final. There's the gap between the leader and second place, and they're getting through on the inside. Flynn Beard now starting to make a real run for these two up front, so plenty of laps left to go, and the race leader Hugo Holmes is going to find himself under a little bit of pressure soon, because there's about 3 bikes behind that are all trying to get up onto the back end of him, led by Isaac Cross on the 774, but Beard now starting to come quickly back in third spot.
And once again, it's the 8 laps is going to tell the difference here. Nothing to do with points anymore now. It's just the first over the line is the champion, and now we're starting to see riders who were back in the field starting to be able to make their way through. They're obviously stronger physically, although there's a rider in trouble who was making a big charge, and the bike's just completely died on him going down the hill, and now it's got a kick on again.
Yeah, that was Flynn Beard, Ross. Yeah. Unfortunately, he was up in second place.
Yeah.
Now he drops back to fourth spot, and I don't know whether he's going to have enough laps to try and get back up there, but there's your race leader, Hugo Holmes. He's comfortably out in front. Isaac Cross in second. That's Jake Straney on the 85 that's up in third spot. Beard gets going again back in fourth place, but lost a lot of ground. In the meantime, the race leader has been able to stretch out quite a lead on the rest of the field.
And that might be enough. We know it's 8 laps. Look at this second and third place chop and change, will you? Oh, and they're really hammering at it. They want to be on that podium. They want to be second and third, and the second place is far better than third.
Yeah, Isaac Cross got a little crossed up there, coming out of the change of direction. Jake Straney moves up into second place. Cross back in third. Down goes the second place getter. He just washed out. The yellow flags come out. He's gone down heavily in the turn.
Yellow.
He's up on his knees. Can he get back to his feet? The yellow flag's out, so the race continues. Hugo Holmes is way out in front, but the rider in second, I think that was Jake Straney, has
still
just
yellow.
brought himself undone. There's still now the red flag comes out. The red flag comes out and brings the race to a stop. It's Hugo Holmes is the race leader. Cross, and it was Straney on the 85 that came down, and he finds himself his backside on the track side in turn number 1. And he's receiving a little bit of attention there. Let's hope that he's A-OK. He's sitting up, so that's a good sign, but it's brought the red flag out.
And it puts some pressure now on the restart, because that was well into the race, and Hugo Holmes had a terrific lead. Now he's got to try and do that all again to try and see if he can win this New South Wales title. So again, mental capacity comes in. You know, can the young fellow keep his cool and say, you know, okay, I was well clear and only had a couple of laps to go.
There it is, the checkered flag, I think, has been waved, and the race has been declared. It's obviously far enough into the race to have been deemed a race. So the race has been called. And Hugo Holmes, the local boy on bike number 5, he was, like I said, he did have a commanding lead, and he was going to be crowned the 2025 New South Wales champion in the 85cc 2-stroke and 150cc 4-stroke 9 to under 13 years championship division. Well done, Hugo.
So the local club, the Gunnedah club, picks up 2 New South Wales titles now, with the young fellow Hugo Holmes taking out the New South Wales Championship, and no doubt we'll get a big cheer from the local supporters here in Gunnedah. Well done to Hugo and to his team. He tries to give himself a wheelie coming down main straightaway, and he carries the checkered flag on the lap of honour. But that race was declared. Please note, the officials have declared that race and declared Hugo Holmes the winner.
Yeah, and from what I could gather, Ross, it'll probably be the 774 of Isaac Cross as Straney went down and caused the race stoppage. He will be, deemed disqualified, and then third place will go to Flynn Beard on the 43, who is currently running 4th on the track before that accident stopped the final.
So they're unofficial. That's the way we see them from the tower, but we think we can keep up to date pretty much with how things are happening. All right, right now, the Motocross Open Championship. This is to decide the big one. These are the top 12 riders from the motocross division who will be at the traps and ready to come out to see if they can become the New South Wales champion in the Motocross Open section. Hugo Holmes continues to do yet another lap of honour just to make sure that everything's okay. The medic services at the moment out for Straney, I think you said.
Yeah,
it was,
Jake
John,
Straney, Ross.
that fell.
Right, it'd be unfortunate for him too, because he worked so hard to get into that second spot, and just brought himself undone coming out of that. We've seen a couple of riders come to grief there. Just an update too on Jordan Dahl, who was. Dawley came down heavily in practice yesterday morning in that top end, and he's got a broken collarbone, so that's the reason we haven't seen Jordan for the rest of the meeting after that practice mishap yesterday. So we wish Jordan a speedy recovery and hope to see him back on the track very soon. Okay, so the riders are at the traps, but they've not got their bikes fired up. Whilst the medic is still there, but the riders are at the traps for the Motocross Open Championship. 12 riders will contest this after they've been through their 4 rounds of competition to establish points in the series. And we had 2 riders come through from the repechage to complete the 12-rider field. And what a field there, Ross. Just looking across the gate, some of the riders, gee whiz, class. There's Tom Herrick, the 14 there, coming out of gate number 2. Billy Ryan in the 52. He's been in super fantastic form this weekend. Can he be the dark horse? Cooper, I think that might be Cooper Dunn, or Brandon Burns, sorry, will be the 475 that's alongside of him. Wixie's there as well on the 176. Thomas Donnelly, I can see the number 9 there. Logan Davis, who came through the repechage, he's there as well. So this is going to be Billy Ryan. He's been in super touch this weekend on the 52. He really going to be one of those guys that's up there battling it out. There's Tommy Edwards too on the 971, just alongside Daniel Wicks, and he'll be looking to try and grab a victory here. So a class field. This is one of the first of the big finals here this afternoon. The big guns in the MX Open. and this is going to be really keenly contested. This will give us a good insight into the Pro 450 not too far away.
And the 8 laps will again be one of the significant factors in deciding this championship final, to see who can either try and establish a lead and hold that lead for 8 laps, or whether you settle down and try and make a challenge over the last, say, 4 or 5 laps to challenge for the lead. So we've got some championship finals now. We're into the finals of the 2 days of championship competition, and our coverage will wrap up for you across those 2 days. And as we've already pointed out, if you then want to catch up on the actual sort of full podiums, first, seconds and thirds, the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club will have those results on their Facebook page, on their social media pages, so you can get the full results from there. After this race, we'll have the final of the 9s to 13s championship, and then the ATV Open Championship will be the next final after that. We've still got the medics having a look at this rider on the track, and we'll be back shortly.
2025 Agriforce Machinery New South Wales Senior and Junior Dirt Track Championships, presented by Agriforce Machinery, National Motorcycle Alliance, Motorcycling New South Wales.
Gunnedah has always been a place where that encourages creativity. It's a place where agriculture, business and the landscape all meet at this crossroads of innovation and imagination. It's a place that dreams and expressing who you are, whether that's through art or food or even boutique shopping. It's about people and ideas and working together. Gunnedah is a town of open new horizons. I think artists here are always influenced by the beauty of the landscape around them, and it influences the work that they make. That's been a really integral part of the development of Gunnedah over its 150 plus years. Gunnedah has always been a place where people have always been influenced by the land around them. We have a lot of landscape painters, we have a lot of Aboriginal artists who reflect the stories of the land. It's a place that inspired iconic Australian poet Dorothy McKellar with her masterpiece, My Country, which is known by so many Australians. Gunnedah is a place we call home, and we invite you to come and visit us.
"2025 Agriforce Machinery New South Wales Senior and Junior Dirt Track Championships, presented by Agriforce Machinery, National Motorcycle Alliance, Motorcycling New South Wales.
From Corinda, our next stop is the agricultural hub of Gunnedah, an easy hour's drive away at the junction of the Oxley and Kamilaroi highways.
Some thank you must go to not only from us from Motorcycling New South Wales to the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club for the support of the local government. The Gunnedah Council have been strong supporters, and it is not so much unusual, but it's nice to see councils, the local government, getting behind motorsport in their district, and the Gunnedah Council and the tourism section of the council providing us with those great tourism shots of Gunnedah and just what you might be able to do if ever you're passing your way through this northern New South Wales area. You might like to call into Gunnedah and enjoy the hospitality of the community. So a big thank you to the Gunnedah Council, who are great supporters. Here this morning, the Mayor was here to officially open the championship, and as I said, great to see the council supporting the motorsport industry here in the Gunnedah area.
Yeah, great to see them get behind dirt track racing here at Balcarry Park, and yeah, it's just such a fabulous, picturesque part of New South Wales, and yeah, like I said, if you're ever around this area, yeah, make sure you call in to Gunnedah and check it out, because it is a lovely little place with an absolutely top-class motorcycle track, as you can see here, nestled among the hills. But we're just about set to get ready for the MX Open final. This is a good field of riders. Tommy Herrick's there, Billy Ryan in the 52, Brandon Burns. Gee, watch him out of the gates. He's been super impressive this weekend. Then Tommy Edwards, also Donnelly on the 9. There's Daniel Wixie, Logan Davis. So a great field, and this is the MX Open Championship final to decide who will be the New South Wales champ for 2025.
Oh, here's the anxious moments. What do I do? Do I try and get to the lead quickly and try and establish a break? Do I just take my time in this opening couple of laps and then try and run them down? What strategy are these riders thinking of? What is going through their heads right at the moment, waiting for these traps to drop? They're looking at the traps. They're getting ready to go, and they're away. It was an even start. No one held up at the traps as they come down the main straightaway for the first time. This is an even charge going into turn 1. Can everybody get around safely? Yes, they can get around safely. Now we've got 7.5 laps of this championship to go.
Yeah, Daniel Wicks leads the way. Billy Ryan got away quickly. He's up into second placing. He doesn't want to let Wicks get too far ahead and then have to try and run him down, but that's what's looking like at the moment. Daniel Wicks, the local rider, can he grab a New South Wales title? Billy Ryan is second. Look at Brandon Burns on the 4.75. Gee, be good to see him up there in the top 3, but he's got Tom Donnelly and then Tommy Edwards behind him in 4th spot, looking to try and chase him down to get up onto the podium at the moment. Look, there's not much between the top 6 riders. Oh, Burns got a little untidy, and that allowed Donnelly to try and poke up through on the inside. He does. He makes a stick, and Donnelly now goes into 3rd spot ahead of Burns now, who drops back, but it's Daniel Wicks, the race leader from Billy Ryan.
Well, Daniel Wicks could make it now a Gunnedah victory. The Gunnedah Club, yes, it's a home track, but Daniel Wicks has ridden well right throughout the series to get into this final. But remember, we keep reminding you, it's 8 laps. Who can hang on for that particular length of time to see if they can manage to win a New South Wales title? Because the riders behind Danny Wicks, the 2 battling it out for 2nd and 3rd, are not losing too much ground. So they might come well into play over the last 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah, Billy Ryan and especially Thomas Donnelly. Donnelly's looking very ominous back there in 3rd.
Slight
now
job.
He moves through on the inside now to go into 2nd place, and he's the danger to Wicks now. Donnelly, he's gotten into a clear 2nd, and already he's up onto the back of Wicks's bike, and he's going to put all sorts of pressure to him. He knows this is the final. It's the last throw of the dice. Billy Ryan back to 3rd. Burns is still in 4th spot, and there's nothing between these top 6 riders. On the show, couple came together there, nearly went down, but look at Wicks and Donnelly as they come down the straight with still plenty to run. Wicks out in front as he slides his way into the turn. Donnelly still right behind him, and Billy Ryan's waiting to get the drop on both of them. There's Donnelly making a dive on the outside, a little bit ambitious I thought, and Wicks now got him covered as they come through the change of direction, but that's going to bring that third place into play as well as Billy Ryan. It could be any one of these 6 riders up front of the race.
At the moment, at first and second, it's Gunnedah versus Gunnedah. It's Wicks versus Donnelly, the 2 Gunnedah boys running first and second. Well, the rider behind, Billy Ryan, he'd be hoping that they cut each other's throat up front and give him the opportunity to come through, and he's going to really put himself right up there into a challenge and wait for them to make a mistake. Wicks, Donnelly, Ryan, 1, 2, 3 as they go through the S's.
Yeah, Donnelly's still all over the back of Daniel Wicks as they come through. There's Donnelly having a little bit of a look on the outside as they run onto the straight now. Wicks on the 176 out in front in the blue leathers. Donnelly, look at Billy Ryan though. He's looking to try and make a dive on the inside of Donnelly as they go into 1, and it still Burns back there as well. He's not out of the hunt either in 4th placing. There's 5 riders all vying for this race lead. Wicks is hanging on. He's only 1.5 laps left to go. Can he hang on? The pressure coming from Donnelly and Billy Ryan back there as well as Burns.
Wow, it's still Gunnedah versus Gunnedah in front. Donnelly tries to hook back on the inside. Is he going to try and make that opportunity? No, I think he's given Wicks a bit of breathing space. There's only a lap to go. Have a look at this charge for the New South Wales title. For the podium, Billy Ryan from Canberra is now coming under all sorts of pressure. Oh, what a finish we're in for. Ryan's dropped back out of 3rd place.
Yeah, through on the inside. The rider came through nicely to grab that 3rd spot away and into the final turn for the last time. And Daniel Wicks looks like he's going to grab the 2025 New South Wales Pro MX Open Championship. And he comes across the line in first ahead of Donnelly. And it's that Herrick that flashed up for 3rd place. Tom Herrick came from nowhere. He was a battle with Burns. And also behind him was finishing
Riley.
back was Riley. But, geez, I tell you what a fantastic race.
That was a
classic. A great win. All the riders congratulating one another in a good bit of camaraderie and sportsmanship down the back. And, Daniel Wicks has dropped the checkered flag. Take the title off him.
He can crack whips, but he can't carry a flag.
Yeah, he's the Aussie whip cracking champion, and also heard I think he's the billy boiling champion. So, he's a man of many talents, and he can add a New South Wales title to that. Well done, Daniel Wicks, on the 176 as he grabs the checkered flag and does his lap of honour as the new 2025 MX Open Championship winner.
A Gunnedah victory. Well done, the Gunnedah Club. Grab another New South Wales title on their home track, and well, it couldn't be a better way. The skies have cleared. It's a nice sunny afternoon, and a great way to head towards a wrap-up of these championships, and congratulations goes to Daniel Wicks. Our attention now will turn to another one of our finals, and this will be the 9s to 13s division to decide the championship winner from the earlier rounds throughout the day.
This will be a cracker, Ross. There's a really good field here of riders. Yep. Brody Ford on the 107. He's produced a couple of good wins. Ty McNamara as well. Isaac Cross. Carl McClusker. There they go. Someone got left at the gates. Wasn't ready at all. And meanwhile, Cohen McClusker got the best of the start. Ford was up there, so too McNamara. McNamara's up there. Around the outside goes the 107 of Brody Ford, and he swoops his way to the race lead, and he leads the pack in this 65cc 2-stroke 9 to under 13 years championship final.
And 8 laps, remember, 8 laps as they go into the S's, into the S-bends for the leader. It's the number 7 of McNamara that moves up into second spot. Ty McNamara up into second. So another one of the local Gunnedah riders going through into second place. And this is the final, the New South Wales Championship final of the 9s to 13 years at the moment. And it's the 107 of Brody Ford who has the advantage in the early laps of the 8-lap final.
Yeah, he's got a nice little break at the moment, Ford, but it's an 8-lap journey. As we mentioned, there's Flynn Beard now coming up to the back of McNamara, and Beard now looking to try and ride round the outside of the 7 of McNamara as they go into the sweeper. Now he switches back to the inside line as they run onto the straight, and Beard might grab that second spot there side by side as they come down the straight, and Flynn Beard now makes his way into second placing, and he's out after the race leader. It's Brodie Ford on the 107. Can he track him down? McNamara now drops back to third placing, but that'll be where the interest is. Can he start to reel in that gap that Ford has opened up in the first part of this final?
Well, we've seen in the previous race Gunnedah versus Gunnedah. This is Canberra versus Canberra out in front at the moment. Both Brodie Ford and Flynn Beard from the ACT Motorcycle Club, and the 7 of Ty McNamara from the Gunnedah Club. And those 3 riders have started to open up a pretty handy break on the rest of the field, and they've sort of settled into a rhythm at the moment. Doesn't seem to be anybody starting to close gaps or make any serious ground at this point of time as they settle in. But watch out for the second place rider, who is Flynn Beard, who might start to make up some ground on the leader.
He's definitely starting to make up ground on this leader, Ford. Ford had a commanding lead, and you can see there by the camera shot coming down the main straightaway that lead's been whittled away, and there's still a few laps left to run. Flynn Beard tucked down behind the bike as they come down the main straight and into corner number 1, and he's definitely getting closer to Ford. Ford tried to kick away a little there because he knows that Flynn Beard is about to come right on his hammer, and he's going to start to challenge for this race lead. We've seen riders get away early, but that lead now has been pegged back from Flynn Beard and Ford under a bit of pressure.
Well, they're club mates, so they'll know each other's riding style. They'll know where they might be able to find a chink in the armour of each other, and Ford now has the pressure on him. He's got to maintain that lead, and Beard has also got some pressure on him because he's got to try and peg that lead back. Now, he got a little bit bumpy there, Beard, going through turn 1, down into turn 2. He finds a bit of a smoother line there, and coming into the S-bends, he will try and really close that gap, which he's doing. He's getting closer and closer to Brodie Ford, so there's nothing decided yet in this 8-lap final for the 9s to 13s championship. 2 Canberra riders from the ACT Motorcycle Club fighting it out for the New South Wales title.
Yeah, 6 laps down. Oh, gee, race leader Ford looked like he was going to drop the bike as he went into the turn and got out a little bit. And there's a Beard right up behind him now. They're starting to come up to some of the slower riders, but I think there'll only be probably 1 lap to go from here as they come into the big sweeper, and they'll see the last lap board out, and Flynn Beard will know he'll only have 1 lap to try and grab this New South Wales title away from Brodie Ford on the 107, who's got it in his grasp at the moment. There they go across the line. Up to the slower riders they're going to come. Will they play a part as they go into turn 1? Ford comes up now, gets a little stuck now, goes through on the inside A-OK, and Beard gets through on that as well. Now they come into the bottom part of the track. Going to get held up now. Through on the inside comes Ford, and there's only half a lap to go. Ford looks like he's going to hang on as they come through now into the sweeper. Beard's going to have one last shot at him. Can he get close enough to grab this title away from Brodie Ford, who's ridden so well in this final? No, he can't. Ford looks over, punches the air, and says, yes, I've grabbed the victory, and he takes the win in a good race in the 65cc 2-stroke 9 to under 13 years championship. And Brodie Ford on bike 107 becomes a New South Wales champion for 2025.
Oh, this is a great round of final series here at Gunnedah. That one wraps up for the 9s to 13s as we head now to the ATV Open Championship final to decide the New South Wales champion. And if you've been with us on our coverage for the 2 days, you'll know we've been looking forward to this clash with the Griffiths, who have dominated their heats throughout the series. But let's stay with the championship, a new champion. The rider from the ACT Motorcycle Club in Brodie Ford becomes the New South Wales champion. He's absolutely happy about it in the 9s to 13 years division. Congratulations. Thank you for travelling with your family all the way up here to Gunnedah to compete across this weekend. And there's just reward for being here and being a part of the series. So congratulations to Brodie, who becomes a New South Wales champion in 2025. Now, the ATV Open Championship final brings us down well towards the last of our championships coming up. We've got the ATV Open Championship to be decided, followed by the Pro 250 Championship. Then we'll have the 7s to 12s Championship final, and then the big one of our weekend, the Pro 450 Championships. Watch out for this one.
Yeah, the battle of the Griffith boys as the starters' hands, the gates fall down and they get out very, very swiftly. Let's have a look. And there they are, shoulder to shoulder. Matty Griffith on bike number 67 takes the advantage over Josh, who's the current New South Wales champion. Can he wrestle that title away from him? Josh was victorious a few weeks back in the Queensland title, and he'll be looking to try and get up there and maybe grab that victory away and make it 4 New South Wales titles. But at the moment, it's Matthew Griffith out in front, and he leads brother Josh Griffith, the current Aussie champion, as they run onto the straight for the first time.
Oh, we will imagine that from the racing we've been watching so far across the 2 days, that these two will establish a fairly handy break up front. So the 8 laps will probably only be decided, or be a deciding factor between these top two, between Matthew Griffiths and Joshua Griffiths, as they go through the S-bends to come into the sweeper as part of their challenge for this New South Wales Championship. A good battle for third place to get up on the podium, but most of our interest is going to focus on these top two, which is where our camera sits at the moment.
Yeah,
Matthew Griffiths in front of Joshua Griffiths, and both of them seem to have settled into a pretty good rhythm, and maybe some strategies might come into play with 2 or 3 laps to go.
Yeah, Matty has got a point to prove. He wants this title. He wants it badly as they come onto the straight once more. And Matty Griffith, you see the determination. He's got the head down, the tail up. Josh Griffith, though, Josh is starting to reel him in a little. You can see on the straight, he gets a bit closer to him. Back in third is Sherlock on the podium at the moment on the 75, but it's down to these two, the Griffiths boys. Who will become the victor? Is it Matty Griffith, who's out in front at the moment? Josh Griffith, who's the current New South Wales and Aussie champ. Can he find a way somehow around into this first place? He's getting closer to Matt now as they run onto the straight. Matt Griffiths leads, but look out, here comes Josh.
I reckon, look, keep an eye on Josh Griffiths. I tend to think that he's really got determination, and I tend to think that he thinks he can grab this lead even if there's only a couple of laps to go. If I can just keep close enough, I've got a chance of grabbing this or defending this New South Wales title. However, Matthew Griffiths is doing a really good job up front, where he's keeping his cool, he's keeping a good line, he's keeping it smooth, and in fact he's kicked away a little bit.
Yeah, that was a good lap from Matty Griffith. That was almost a perfect lap, and you can see that little bit of distance that he's put between himself and brother Josh as they come out of turn number 1 once again and head down into the bottom part of the Balcarry Park circuit, and through that change of direction, it's all Matty Griffith at the moment. Josh Griffith giving chase strongly in second place, but he lost a little bit of ground to Matt on that previous lap.
Yeah.
And Matt's looking a little bit more determined on the bike at the moment as they come down. There's still a couple of laps left to go. I think this is lap number 7 as they head into the turn. They might see the board next time round as they come down to the bottom part of the track. It's Matthew Griffith. Is he on his way to a 2025 New South Wales title win?
He's certainly looking a lot smoother. He's into a real rhythm at the moment, and he's held that rhythm. And as you pointed out in your call, a couple of laps ago, he put in a really good lap, which gave him that little bit of breathing space, which he's established now. That gap hasn't closed, and Matthew Griffith is less than 1 lap away from becoming the New South Wales champion and snatching it away from Joshua Griffith. Joshua Griffith is closing the gap.
Yeah, he got a little wide there. Josh Griffith starting to make a light dive at him into the change of direction. You can see Josh realises he's running out of time. Half a lap to go. It'll come down to this final turn. It's Matt Griffith out in front. Josh Griffith in second spot. They run to the checkered flag, but Matty Griffith is going to take the win. Is he? Yes, he celebrates. And Josh nearly pinched it off him on the inside at the end. But what a great race between those boys. And it was Matt Griffith that takes the New South Wales title ahead of Josh. Third place is going to go to John Sherlock, a long way back ahead of Jeff McKee on the 55 machine, who rounds out 4th spot. But what a fantastic ATV Open Championship final between the Griffiths boys, and it was Matthew Griffith on bike number 67 that gets the chocolates and takes the victory for the 2025 New South Wales Championship.
Now, the ATVs division for both the men and the women has been quite competitive across this weekend. There's absolutely no doubt for those people who have been following our coverage across the 2 days that these two have been the dominant two in the Open division, and Matthew Griffiths has managed to take it out. The Hunter Motorcycle Club is where the Griffiths family are members, and so the Hunter Motorcycle Club takes out a New South Wales title, and Matthew Griffiths wins the championship in the Open division of the ATVs. So coming up next, another New South Wales, the second last of our finals on this 2-day weekend of championships, and we're seeing the modifieds 7s to 12s, the 85cc 4-stroke modifieds 7 to 12 championships. They will contest 8 laps.
After our Pro 250s, of course.
Sorry, I've jumped one event ahead. Thank you for that, Joel. We've got the Pro 250s first, and then the modifieds. So this Pro 250s is going to be one heck of a race as well, I reckon. They're already in the hands of the starter, right on the traps. Pro 250 Championship final traps forward. Oh, one rider very wobbly away there.
That's Openshaw, is it, on the 63? Got away to an absolute flyer, Ross, again.
Yeah, hasn't he ever, Joe, across this... rider down
in front of the pack.
2 riders right in front of the pack. Yellow flag at the moment is up. We've got a red flag immediately.
Yeah, now the other rider's up on his feet. He's a little bit disappointed, I think, with... coming down heavily there in
probably
that
some
first corner.
Probably some crowding. We'll wait for
I think it was Jaden Roberts, Ross, on the 223 was one of the riders involved.
Yeah, so I think we'll wait for the steward to make a decision on that one as to whether it's all back in.
I think I heard them say, yeah, all back in for the
Okay,
restart.
we've heard on the two-way communication that it is all back in. It was crowding going into that first corner.
It certainly was. A lot of big riders trying to get through, but Openshaw, gee, hasn't he gated absolutely magnificently this weekend.
He's on his way to possibly two championships. We've already had one with the young fellow Quinn earlier in the junior divisions, and we're going to see Openshaw do it here in the 250s and the 450s.
Yeah, I don't know about the 450s, Ross. He's going to have his work cut out for him. Certainly here in the 250s, he's a big chance.
Yep.
But the 450s might be a bit of a stretch for him. We saw him in that MX Open. He finished way back in the field in that final.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's definitely the favourite in this one, in the Pro 250s. And he was a late entry into this, not even in the program, but he certainly made every poster winner this weekend on the 63, and you could see him come out of the gates and super quick, and he went quickly to the race lead. But a good field of riders. Billy Ryan's been pretty strong across the weekend as well on the 52. He's up there on the line. Tommy Edwards on the 27. This is going to be a good final, the restart, and it'll be interesting to see who gets away quickly. I'm sure Openshaw will be the rider that leads them into the first turn.
Let's see if your prediction is correct there, because it is important to try and get that hole shot in that first turn, but then the 8 laps is the decider, and we've seen that in our championship finals so far, that sometimes the last couple of laps is decided. Now, we've got one rider who's back onto the traps there at the moment, so there must be a bit of a problem. I'd say it might have been one of the riders who came down, and there might be a adjustment needed to be made at the handlebars or clutch cable, or what the situation might be. But that's rider the 223.
Yeah, the 223. That was Jaden Roberts. That was one of the riders that fell in that corner. So Jaden is making a last few adjustments, I would think, to make sure the bike's A-OK after that tumble, and it hasn't sustained any sort of damage that is going to affect his restart.
Yeah. So here's where our officials play a pretty important role in, number one, trying to keep the program rolling, but trying to make sure that riders are safe, that their bikes are safe, and that they're able to continue and give themselves an opportunity to win a championship, but most of all to make sure that their safety is their first priority.
Yeah, so you can see there with the camera shot that the crew are trying desperately to sort things out. They won't be given a massive amount of time, I wouldn't think. There's the 907 of Blake Irwin there sitting on the traps. He was one of the riders to come through the repechage, so He's got a shot. There's poor old Jaden Roberts on the 223. He's limping back out to the bike, but geez, tough as nails, these blokes. I tell you what, you look at the soccer players that roll around like absolute, sulks, and then you see these guys smash the ground, they bounce back up, and they want to get back into the race. So yeah, they breed them pretty tough, these riders. There's Openshaw there on the 63. You can see with the green plate. 3 along, and he'll be looking to try and get this restart and get to the race lead and try and put as much space as he can between himself and the rest of the field, because it is a quality field in this final.
Okay, goggles are going back on. Machines are being kicked into action, and we'll get the grid lined up again as the 223 rejoins the group. Back up to the traps, and we're waiting now for the starter to send them on their way in the Pro 250 Championship final to decide the New South Wales champion for 2025. Traps are down. Away goes Openshaw, as we pointed out, well in the middle of the track, but so too is the rider on the inside. That is Openshaw. Boy, can he make the start. He really flies. Oh, and down they go again.
Down.
Same spot.
Exactly the same spot.
Another rider down.
Rider down the turf. Up onto the knees. Geez, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 riders there involved in that little scrap, and I think on the inside it was Tommy Edwards that went first, and it was like 10 pins, skittled a few of them, but a couple of riders still down on the track. Let's hope that they're A-OK, but 4 riders coming down in that turn number 1. We've seen a little bit of carnage there this weekend, Ross.
Well, particularly in this race, the rider, yes, there's some determination to try and get that hole shot in turn number 1, but gee whiz, that was a bit like dominoes in that corner. And one rider still down at the moment on the track. The medical service is there. We'll keep an eye on the report from the medical service to just get a report on the riders. There's another rider, I think, getting to their feet, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, that's the rider, Ross, that they were the last of the riders there. On the track, and he's up on his feet, so that's always a great sign when the riders can stand on their own. And he's just being checked out now by the medics, who have done a fantastic job here this weekend. We thank them for their attendance here this weekend. We always hope we don't have to call on them too many times, but it's just good to know that they're there and they're right on the spot. So a good job by them this weekend.
And it's a highly professional service as well. So we certainly do thank them. So just waiting for a report. We're in the process of trying to decide the winner of the Pro 250 Championship for 2025. This is the event 153. We've only got 2 events to go after this one.
You're kidding. It's the 223 of Jaden Roberts who went down.
Oh, went down.
I think it is. Went down early before, and now the
crashes.
Poor bugger's been skittled again. He's on his feet, so it's a good sign.
Yep, that's great. Okay, so unlucky wrap up to the weekend for him. Whether he can get back into the action again or not will be interesting to see as our officials make their way down to check to see that there's any real issue down there with those riders who have fallen. So the event will be rerun. That will mean we've got the rerun of the final of the Pro 250 Championship. Then we'll have the running of the final of the 7s to 12s in the 85cc 4-stroke modified division, and then we'll wrap up our day with the Pro 450 Championship final on behalf of Agriforce Machinery and the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club. And thank you to all of those people that have joined our live streaming coverage and have been sending us some messages on the comments. We've been getting them from right around Australia today, so it's great to see that the effort that the Motorcycling New South Wales have put in to bring you the coverage, courtesy of Skywalker Studios, to be able to give people right across the country an opportunity to watch. Yes, it might only be a state championship final, but there's certainly been some class riders here to contest the championships. The medics are back in their ambulance, so they've got no issue about any of the riders that may require further attention. The officials are having a look at the track to make sure that there's no damage or any influence there in that turn one, because ironically we've had 2 crashes in that corner in this division.
Yeah, poor old Jaden Roberts, Ross, he's fallen more times in the Australian dollar. He's come out in the first one and gone down, and then he's gone down as well. So he's jumped back up though, and he's headed back to the start area. So it's as tough as nails. These blokes, I tell you what, they come down pretty heavily, and yeah, back on the bike and wanting to get back into the race. So great to see that everyone's okay.
So it looks like the officials might be brushing and blowing away a bit of maybe loose surface there that may be contributing to that. There, as I said, safety is the key to motorcycling sport, and officials are making sure that perhaps if it may or may not have been a cause of the incident, it may have just been crowding in that corner again.
I think so, Ross. I think we got that big pack of riders all wanting to get into that turn first. They know how important it is to be out in front here. I mean, we've seen a lot of riders that have been run down in the races, but it is super important to try and get into that turn first, and then you avoid any of those sort of incidents back behind. But when you've got a group of 12 bikes all charging into the one corner looking to try and get the advantage, sometimes you get these incidents, or race incidents, but the most important thing, as we've mentioned, is that all riders were okay, and no one has suffered any sort of serious injury.
Terrific. And it looks like final touches have been put to the corner there, and it won't be long before we're back into race action here at Balkerry Park in Gunnedah for our dirt track titles. Been a great opportunity for us to be a part of this live stream coverage, and we hope that you've enjoyed it. Certainly some of the feedback that Motorcycling New South Wales has been getting has been quite positive, and that gives the organisation the encouragement to perhaps continue and maybe even expand the coverage of dirt track racing here in New South Wales. So yes, our golf buggies are clear and away from that corner, so it won't be long before we get back to the traps where our camera is sitting now to spot the riders for you that are contesting this Pro Championship final. And Thorin Openshaw on the 63 bike, just, I don't know what it is about his character, but he
absolutely.
he picks the start perfectly. He picks it perfectly every time.
He's turned 18 today too, Ross.
Yep.
So a big milestone for Thorin, and he'll be looking to try and celebrate with a victory here in the Pro 250 Championship class. So he'll be hoping that, he can get away to already he's had to get away to 2 flyer starts, and I expect no different in this one, because he's just been gating superbly in this class all weekend. He's been the guy out of the gates first and into that first corner first. But they're all fired up, ready to go. It looks like we're just about ready for a restart to the Pro 250 Championship final.
All right, the riders have kicked up. They're looking at the starter to see if they can try and pick this start again. There's Openshaw away again on the inside, brilliantly. But
Billy Ryan.
Billy Ryan came out quickly with him. So can Billy Ryan put the pressure on Thorin Openshaw as they go into turn 1? This time the riders are all a little more careful as they go through there, and we've managed to get through turn number 1 for the 3rd time.
Oh, yeah, Thorin Openshaw, though, he got away to another screamer, and they're going to have to try and keep him in touch as they go into the first turn for the first time. And the race leader, Openshaw, out in front now, giving chase in 2nd spot. I think it might be Edwards on the 27. It's Billy Ryan, I beg your pardon, on the 27. Then Trembarb up there in 3rd placing. So that's the top 3. And then the guy that's gone out a few times, Jaden Roberts, he finds himself just out of that podium in 4th spot at the moment. But it's all Openshaw out in front. The birthday boy is really starting to make every post a winner. He hasn't been able to stretch that lead, though, Ross, on Billy Ryan, who's keeping in touch with him.
I think if you remember in one of the earlier races, Ryan came on very strongly in those last couple of laps. So if he can manage to sort of stay within striking distance of Openshaw, and I reckon Ryan is within striking distance, when we get to the closing stages of these 8 laps, Billy Ryan might be able to put himself into a winning position.
Yeah, he's certainly right up on Openshaw now. He's trying to grab him on the inside. Openshaw, though, fights back at him. But Billy Ryan now starting to pour all the pressure. And Openshaw, after having it all his own way, is starting to come under real threat now from Billy Ryan in second. And here comes Edwards as well on the 27. He wants to join in this battle up front between Openshaw. And he just gets it back into third spot. A little bit bumpy through that part of the track. But Billy Ryan is really putting the pressure to Openshaw. And these three, not much between them now, Ross, on the track.
Well, Openshaw's certainly not getting things his own way here. Ryan under pressure in that second spot, and the rule, there's the pass coming on the outside from Edwards. Boy, don't write Edwards off here. He's the one that could grab the lead in the last couple of laps. Keep an eye on Edwards. He's right on the tail of Openshaw now, and I think his tactic might be okay. I'll throw some pressure on him right now and see if I can find a chink in the armour.
That last lap was one of his best laps. He really put it all together on that lap, and you can see he's right up the back of Openshaw. He was back in third spot. Now he moves to the outside. A little ambitious there, trying to go around the outside of Openshaw. Can he get the run on the straight, though? He needs some momentum. No, Openshaw is still, as they complete lap number 5, it's Openshaw the leader. Edwards still in second place, and Billy Ryan not out of this. He's trying to keep himself in touch with these two up front in case they make a mistake, and he's ready to pounce on them. Openshaw, here comes the 27 though, making ground, and Tommy Edwards is putting the pressure right to him. Up to a slower bike they come. Will Edwards try and move around the outside here? Will this slower bike come into play? It has, as they go onto the straight. I think Edwards might have got the run on the outside. No, Openshaw somehow finds a way back through on the inside. Great racing.
Yeah, Openshaw and Edwards. I think Edwards' strategy is, okay, I'm going to apply all the pressure now, hopefully grab the lead, and then I can hang on for the last couple of laps. And that's what I think his strategy is going to be. He knows that the one-lap board's going to come out now. So I throw everything at Openshaw. I put all the pressure on him. On this 18-year-old, the teenager. Tommy Edwards looking for the outside. Openshaw on the inside trying to block that way around the outside. And with one lap to go, can Edwards get him on the inside? He tried to make a real dive there but can't get him. I think it's going to have to come down in the change of direction.
Yeah, Openshaw, I think he'll have one last throw at him onto the straight. He's been going on the outside. Maybe he'll switch to the inside line and try and sucker Openshaw out wider into the change of direction onto the straight the last time he moved. Up on the outside and then tries to switch back, does he, onto the inside. Openshaw's got him covered though. Great racing, great ride. Thorin Openshaw takes the victory ahead of Edwards, but what a fantastic battle between those two, with Billy Ryan coming across the line in third placing. But it was a real dogfight between those two for the whole race, and what a great victory it was to Openshaw that really worked hard to grab that one.
Yep, a New South Wales title to him. Not quite sure which club Thorin Openshaw rides for. I think it's somewhere on the mid-north coast, because he was a late entry, so he's not in our not scheduled in our program. So perhaps the ladies might be able to clarify for us exactly what club Thorin Openshaw rides for.
Yeah,
but I'm pretty sure
he's shown here, Ross, but he's not shown as a club. So.
No. Yeah,
Taree,
I thought it was. I was going to say Taree.
It's on the back wheel with the checkered flag. The birthday boy celebrates his 18th with a New South Wales title.
Yeah, and he look, credit to him. Taree have struggled with their motorcycle club there. They still conduct juniors with their mini carners, etc. And Thorin to remain loyal to the club, I think, is terrific. And as an 18-year-old that'll grab a New South Wales title, well done to him. Okay, the 85cc four-stroke modifieds for the 7s to 12-year-olders are away from the traps, and a New South Wales champion will be decided here as they come down the main straightaway for the very first time.
Yeah, I think it's going to be out of these two. Flynn Beard on the 43 got the best of the start, but Hugo Holmes, he'll be looking to try and capture a New South Wales title, and already you can see the distance these two have put from the rest of the pack. Beard out in front, but Holmes right on his hammer, and Holmes will look to try and grab the race lead here as they go through the change of direction. Beard comes back at him though on the 43 bike, and he's doing a great job of it to hold him out at the moment. So Beard Beard is out in front, but Hugo Holmes is throwing all the pressure to him as they come down the straight. They're almost side by side. Holmes tucks in behind, but it's Flynn Beard on the 43 that leads the way.
Well, you wonder whether youngsters like this can adopt any sort of strategy. I would imagine, being youngsters, all they'll want to do is get to the front. It doesn't matter whether it's here in lap 1 or whether it's here in lap 7. So I don't know if there'll be any strategy. They'll be trying to fight for the lead, and at the moment, Flynn Beard has got some pressure on him with Hugo Holmes trying to come through on the inside, and our focus I'm going to be on these two, because they have just charged away. The full length of the main straight has established the lead. Oh, Hugo Holmes got a bit bouncy trying to come through on the inside there, and just lost a little bit of territory, but is still certainly well within striking distance of Flynn Beard. So at the moment, it's Canberra, Flynn Beard, and it's Gunnedah, Hugo Holmes.
Yeah, Holmes is just biding his time, I think. He's waiting to see where he can try and pick off this race leader. It's Flynn Beard who has the race lead, and they come down, and they've only got 1 lap to go, have they? Geez, 1 more lap of the circuit, and the race leader is Flynn Beard. Hugo Holmes is right on his hammer, but he's only got this last lap to try and pick him up. Down into the bottom part of the track they go. Flynn Beard, the race leader. Hugo Holmes looking to try and get up onto the top step of the podium, but Beard holding him off with determination as they come through the change of direction. Holmes now realises he's only got 1 last shot. Had a look on the inside, but couldn't get up through there. Flynn Beard hanging on to the race lead. Hugo Holmes, he's going to have 1 last charge at him. Down the straight they come. It's going to be close, but Flynn Beard hangs on to take the victory on
finish.
bike number 43. And great racing between those two all weekend. It's been Hugo Holmes, and I think McNamara wins the battle for 3rd spot. Bad luck for Cade Wildsmith, who was up there in 3rd place, but McNamara managed to get around him and grab that 3rd podium spot off him right at the very death. So the 85cc 4-stroke modified 7 to under 12 years champion is the 43 of Flynn Beard. He takes the victory, and he grabs himself a New South Wales title.
Yeah, congratulations, Canberra rider. Canberra have had a pretty good day too at these New South Wales Championships, and Flynn Beard's been one of them to add to the Canberra tally. So congratulations to him. He's doing his lap of honour, and has fought hard for that victory, because local rider Hugo Holmes certainly pushed him all the way. Congratulations to our race winner. Okay, our attention now turns to our final championship of the weekend, the Pro 450 Championship. The premier class of the dirt track divisions, and what a field we've finished up having in this final. There's certainly going to be some real contenders here. Marty McNamara, one of the local riders, Thomas Donnelly, Tom Herrick, who we've seen as well go particularly quickly. Even blokes like Josh McCosker and Neil Girdler, Torrin Orpenshaw, whether they've qualified or not, we'll watch and see.
Daniel Wicks is there, Ross. Thomas Donnelly. You've got the 971. Tommy Edwards, he's been riding well. Herrick's next to him on the 14. That's a class field. Cody Lewis, he rolls up on the 122. But gee, what a way to end. This is a final race of the day, and what a way to end it. A fantastic field of 450 riders. There's Brandon Burns on the 475. Gee, hasn't he been good out of the gates this weekend? McNamara now rolls up on his inside out of gate number 2. And super field of 450, Pro 450 riders who are all going to battle out this 8 laps. There's the field. McNamara, Burns is there. The 296 is Trembath. Billy Burns on the 52. Donnelly. There's Wicks. Herrick. The 971, of course, is Edwards. And what a field. Cody Lewis on the 122. This is going to be a heck of a final. Can Wicks make his way and grab another title here on the 176 through the middle in the blue leathers? Donnelly next to him has been riding determinedly all weekend. Tommy Edwards is there. Billy Ryan, he's been impressive this weekend as well, as one of the bikes has a bit of trouble. There's Marty McNamara, the veteran. As one of the riders is being pushed away, trying to fire up the bike. 400, I think. It's died on him, unfortunately. It was one of the riders, I think, came through the repechage to get up there. I don't know if it was Ronan Jacobs or
is it
one
Reece
of those
Irvin
guys.
maybe?
But yeah, we'll have a look at. Certainly, that's at the moment what they're trying to fire up the bike. It's rolled halfway around the track here and still not fired up. So let's hope that he can get it going, because that'd be a terrible shame to be able to get to the finals there. And now they're pushing as hard as they can, but it just doesn't want to fire up. It's probably got a Ford part in it.
It's not going to fire up.
It's not going to fire up. It's Cooper Williams. No, on the 10. He just, he's ridden pretty well this weekend. And, geez, that'd be horrible if they can't, come on. Can it fire up? They're not pushing hard enough. Look at the chicken legs on that fella. I tell you what. Poor old Cooper Williams.
He needed an extra steak sandwich, I think. Anyhow,
gee whiz.
That's disappointing, isn't it, to get true to the final, the top 12 riders, and then your bike decides, OK, I've had enough. Might be all right for you, but I'm finished. Maybe, no, I don't think there'd be a second bike. I'm pretty sure if he can't get that going, the stewards will give him some time, but it certainly doesn't look as if it's a happy ending for Williams, that's for sure. Other riders now, again, this is where I start to bring in the mental strategy. Are they cool and calm and collected?
Well, look, hang on. They've got a can of start your so-and-so, and they're going to spray that into it. And let's hope that that fires up, because, if all else fails, get the aerosol out, spray it right into the airbox there, and just gun it now, give it a go and see what happens. There we go.
Beautiful.
Told ya.
Beautiful.
The old aerosol can. It's like the magic spray in the rugby league. You bring that spray out, spray it on, and bang, back to life they come. And Cooper Williams, he finds himself back in the field. Good stuff.
Yeah, great stuff. All right. You'd hate to see him miss out. Here they go. Pro 450 Championship final to wrap up our weekend here at Gunnedah. 2 days of dirt track action, which have been brought to you live by Motorcycling New South Wales and Skywalker Studios. They're ready. The elbows are up. The throttles are being wound on. The traps are down. The charge is on to the first corner in the Pro 450. There's a little bit of leaning going on early in those top 3 or 4 riders. Are they all through this first corner clearly? Yes, they are. And down into turn number 2 for the first time. The riders battling it out for the lead in the Pro 450 Championship final.
Daniel Wicks is the guy that got away best of all, and Cody Lewis was also quick to move. He's up in second placing. Donnelly was a little slow away from the traps, but he finds himself up in about third placing now as they come out of the turn for the very first time. And Daniel Wicks, the local boy, puts his head down. He's being chased by Cody Lewis. Back in third place is Donnelly. Then comes Billy. Oh, there goes Lewis, all on his Pat Malone. He's the front end he just lost. It whipped around. He's up on his feet and he's okay. And there's another guy laying down on the tractor over here. I missed that fall there, and that might bring the red flag out. No, he's up as well and onto his feet. And let's hope he can clear the track. And meanwhile, back up the front of the race, it's a 176 of Wicks out in front. Donnelly in second. Herrick up into third place as they come down now once more. And it's Donnelly, the big threat at the moment. Herrick back in third spot. He might be one to keep an eye on with this 8-lap race. But look out, here comes Donnelly putting the pressure to Wicks.
Yeah, well, remember in the previous race, Donnelly had to settle for a second spot. I don't think he'd be happy with that. I think I want number 1. And he's now trying to come through on the inside to make an inside pass here on the 176 of Wicks, but can't quite do it. So it's another battle between Wicks and Donnelly. Donnelly on the outside. Good, smooth outside pass. That was a very calculated move, and he pulled it off nicely. Donnelly now takes the lead from Wicks. But as we've pointed out in our call, don't ride off Tom Herrick, who's now starting to make up some ground on Wicks in second placing. But Donnelly, head down, tail up. I'm after a New South Wales title, and I want it, and I want it bad.
Yeah, he's out in front too. Gee, he worked hard to get to that first spot, and look, already starting to pull away. A nice little gap on Daniel Wicks in second, and he's giving chase. Tommy Herrick back in third place, and he'll be looking to try and recapture this New South Wales title. He's a defending champ, but at the moment he finds himself back in third place, but he's starting to put the pressure to Wicks now. But all this time, that's allowed Donnelly to run away a little with this this race leads. So still quite a few laps to go. And Donnelly, the race leader, and he leads from a handy break over Wicks. But here comes Herrick.
Well, he has managed to sort of start to pull a gap on the others, and that might just be enough for him. He's certainly riding smoothly in this race once he grabbed the lead. But look at the second battle going on between Wicks and Herrick, and just at the moment, Herrick's has got the better of that, and he's moved through into second place, and Wicks is back to third after being the early leader in the event.
Yeah, Herrick's going to be the danger here. Still a few to go. Donnelly leads, but look out. Here comes Herrick. He's out of the pack. Has he given Donnelly too much of a head start? Wicks drops back to third spot. That's Brandon Burns back in fourth placing, who's looking to try and step up onto the podium, but that lead is starting to shrink, and Donnelly leads the way. But here comes Herrick. He's only got 1.5 laps to try and pick him off. I don't know whether he can.
No, I'm not sure whether he can, Joel, either. He's only got a lap to go, and he's keeping a nice smooth line, Donnelly. Now that he's got to the front, he's got the pace. He knows he's got the pace. All I got to do is keep it calm and keep it cool. I got to make sure that I close any gap. Oh, he's getting a bit anxious. He's had a look over the left shoulder. That means he's starting to get a little bit tense. Is he going to get too tense, or is he going to keep his cool? Coming into the S's for the last time. The Pro 450 Championship looks like it might go to the local rider, Donnelly, but let's wait and see.
Into the turn for the last time. The checkered flag waves, and Tom Donnelly nods the head, pumps the fist, and takes the victory ahead of Tommy Herrick. Daniel Wicks comes across the line in third place, and what a super effort from Brandon Burns, who picks up fourth spot. But gee, isn't that a popular hometown win by Thomas Donnelly on bike 9? He certainly deserved it. He got their way to a slow start, but he made that up. He got onto the back of Wicks and chased him down, and he certainly worked hard for that victory, and he grabs a checkered flag, and he'll do his race victory lap with the checkered flag in our Pro 450 Championship class. Thomas Donnelly, the 2025 New South Wales champion.
And he's very proud of it, and wait until he gets into this main straight. You'll see all the Gunnedah fans cheering for him to win the big one. You know he's going to stop and say,
burnout.
He's going to do a burnout.
Victory
Here comes
burnout.
the victory burnout from Thomas Donnelly. Smoke the tyre, Tom. You've won the New South Wales Pro 450 Championship final for 2025. Well done, as he does the traditional burnout, the championship winner burnout on the start grid. So as he completes his lap, we start to wrap up our live stream coverage here at Gunnedah as Tom Donnelly comes down the main straight. Very, very popular victory with the Gunnedah people. The club know just how hard he's tried. That's his father there on the start line, and congratulating him.
And Mum.
And Mum there as well. Congratulations to him. He's wrapped up the championship final. Someone else he wants to shake his hand and maybe do another burnout there up against the fence in the main straightaway, smoking the tyre. He's a happy man. He's a happy man.
Oh, he's stoked.
Yeah, he's very happy.
He can't wait for the shoey.
Okay, as he heads back to the pit area. As I said, we'll wrap up our live stream coverage here from Gunnedah. We've been very happy to be a part of the team that's presented this for you, the Motorcycling New South Wales, Skywalker Studios, the Gunnedah Motorcycle Club and Agriforce Machinery, who have made this all possible. It's been a great 2 days. Sure, the club has been blessed with some great weather. The track's been very well prepared and presented. The volunteers and officials and administrators have done a great job. We thank James, who's worked tirelessly for us as the producer of the coverage, Ross. Done a great job as well. And so certainly from me, I've enjoyed the coverage. Thank you for tuning in wherever it was, right across Australia, and sending us your comments through. Keep sending them through. Motorcycling New South Wales will make a decision now on how they can probably expand this coverage if they go ahead, and it'll be your comments that'll help do that. So thank you very much. Thank you to you, Joel, for working as a team together here at Gunnedah, and safe journey home to those people who are here at the track, and particularly those people that have travelled from interstate to compete. It's been a pleasure to present the coverage for you. I'll sign off now. Leave it to you to sign off, Joel.
Yeah, thanks, Ross, as we see the picturesque we leave with that beautiful backdrop here at Gunnedah on what's been a fabulous 2 days of racing. We thank everyone that's tuned in on our live coverage here on the Motorcycling New South Wales YouTube channel. Massive thank you to Motorcycling New South Wales, to Daniel and the team. It's been a really enjoyable weekend. So on behalf of myself and Ross, we wish you from Gunnedah here at Balcarry Park a very good afternoon.
2025 Agriforce Machinery New South Wales Senior and Junior Dirt Track Championships, presented by Agriforce Machinery, National Motorcycle Alliance, Motorcycling New South Wales.
Yeah!